Marvel with ZANPAKUTOU. Chapter 451, Tony Stark. Beep, beep, beep. Power loss. 100%. Power loss. 100%. All engines have been extinguished. The power system has been completely lost. Gravity instrument failed. The gyroscope is out of control. The direction is out of control. Warning! Warning! The Sky Capital will hit the ground in 60 seconds. All relevant personnel, please evacuate immediately. Numerous scarlet warning lights flashed crazily in all the passages. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of alarm bells, they rapidly echoed in the ears. There were constantly collapsing steel beams falling. The Sky Capital was in a heavy state and fell down rapidly. Even if they did not die from the previous surprise attack, those agents who were lucky enough to survive had already curled up in a corner in despair, silently waiting for death to come. No one wanted to die, even these well-trained agents. If there was any other way, they would not wait for death. Unfortunately, there was no way. At the beginning of the construction of this sky space carrier, they had considered all kinds of unexpected situations. There were many escape devices inside. Unfortunately, the impact just now made all the escape devices scrapped, and even the parachute was not left for them. In the face of death, everyone was equal. No matter what identity they had and which organization they worked for, at this moment, they had let go of the estrangement between each other, closely reunited with each other, silently welcoming the final death. But there was one person who had not given up. In the already collapsed engine room too, the fallen steel beams piled together. The huge turbofan leaf had been mostly damaged, and on the wires and broken deck, Tony Stark struggled to get up from the pool of blood. There are only 50 seconds left until the countdown for the fall. The warning sound of the mothership system rang out, indicating that there were only 50 seconds left to everyone's lives. The moment the countdown reached 0, the entire mothership would crash into Queens in New York City, causing an explosive shock wave no less than an atomic bomb that would drag millions of people down with them. Hucky! 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 Tony's chest heaved up and down. His hoarse breathing sounded like a broken bellows, and his hands that were covered in blood pressed against the wall, supporting his heavily injured body bit by bit. It was just a simple action, but it seemed to consume a lot of Tony's strength. He saw that the broken deck groove around him was filled with a large amount of bright red blood. Gold and red pieces of broken armor were scattered all over the place. It was obvious that these were all fragments of Mark VI. Moreover, from the degree of damage to the armor, it should have been a bitter battle. In fact, that was indeed the case. When Tony rushed to the second engine room, he was suddenly attacked by Steve and Frank. One was the owner of the Fullbring, and the other was Death God, who had been trained by the system. At first, Tony wanted to try his best not to expose his identity and fight with the two as Iron Man, but his childish idea buried the failed foreshadowing. Steve and Frank could be said to be the current king of weapons. One was the superhero who had defeated the Axis nation in the Second World War. His combat experience was extremely rich, and the other was the Punisher who had wandered the edge of the darkness, participated in the Vietnam War, and won the highest medal, bringing terror and death to the criminal. He faced the pincer of the two people alone, and deliberately hid Death God's strength. Tony, who was weaker than the two, had satisfied all the ways of death and paid the price for his own carelessness. He only lasted for a few rounds before Frank took the opportunity to get close to him. One sword smashed the armor on his chest. Seeing that the situation was not good, Tony transformed into Death God. He was about to counterattack when Steve attacked him from behind. The giant, who had been accumulating power for a long time, directly smashed it into the floor. Tony's bones were broken by 7 or 8, and he instantly became seriously injured and dying. He did not release the Shikai from the beginning to the end. If Peter Parker was there, maybe the situation would not be so bad. The fault was that Tony was soft-hearted for a moment. When he heard the distress signal sent by Barton, he asked Peter to support Barton to meet Hulk. After all, if he let the big guy go, the destructive power of the end was difficult to estimate. Everyone knew what happened next. After defeating Tony, Frank destroyed the number 2 engine and split into 2 paths with Steve. Then he destroyed the number 3 and number 4 engine. And the cause of all this? It was because of his arrogance that he made a wrong decision, leading to the current situation. If he was a little more ruthless, if he was a little more cautious, if he was a little smarter, if he was stronger. But unfortunately, there were no ifs in the world. If the Sky Capital really fell, then Queen's millions of lives would all be lost because of his decision. This sin was too heavy. There are 40 seconds left until the countdown for the fall. The warning from the system was like Death God's funeral bell, destroying Tony's heart. No. I won't let it fall. Tony's pupils reflected a touch of determination. Since it was his own mistake, he had to make up for it himself. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to protect the millions of lives in New York. Even if it were for. He had to pay his own life in exchange. Take the world into your hands. Analyze the theory of all things. In my name, show yourself, Hephaestus. There was no longer any hesitation in Tony's eyes. He used his strong will to drive his severely injured body and fiercely inserted ZANPAKUTOU into the deck. He used all his strength and let out a roar of despair. Move. Rumble. Visible spiritual energy surged out from Tony's body, turning into a torrent of energy. It was as if a giant with muscles all over his body stood up from the gushing flames, waving a huge hammer and smashing it down. The entire atmosphere seemed to tremble, and a powerful force enveloped the entire Sky Capital. At this moment, a miracle happened. The collapsed deck and all alloy creations were being rebuilt in the burning flames. Hephaestus had 2 abilities in the Shikai. First, it was a furnace that could melt all things, destroying the prototype of any metal construct, turning it into the original blank. Secondly, the hammer that reconstructed all things would be forged from the metal that would melt into a blank and create a new form. If he wanted to save the lives of millions of people in New York, he could only melt and rebuild the Sky Mothership that had lost its engine. However, if he wanted to do this, it was almost impossible with Tony's current condition. Not to mention the huge amount of energy needed to be consumed, just his severely injured body would not be able to last until the construction was completed. There are 30 seconds left before the countdown to falling. Bang! The iron hammer hit the surface of the deck, and flames burst out with sparks. Tony, who was already seriously injured, was shocked and spat out a mouthful of blood, but it evaporated under the high temperature. Hold on a little longer. Just hold on a little longer. Please, my body. Give me a little more strength, just a little bit. Ah! Tony, like a madman, roared and raised his hammer to beat wildly. 1, 2 times. 10 times, 100 times. There are 20 seconds left until the countdown of falling. Hum! The roar of the engine sounded again. It was not 1, but a whole 4 engines, all roaring loudly. 4 engines, all started at the same time. Chapter 452, Believe in Miracles. In New York, Queens. A huge air carrier tore through the sky like a meteorite, dragging a long trail of flames behind it. The appearance of the entire warship was already extremely damaged, and with the huge impact of the fall, fragments were constantly stripped off, like small meteor shower, fiercely crashing into every corner of the street and city. At this moment, fear and despair intertwined, and screams and roars echoed together. As the fragments exploded, a solid shadow of death enveloped everyone's head. Help! Help me! My leg! My leg is broken! Please, help me! Where is our army? Where is our government? Run, run! In the face of an unprecedented disaster, the crowd fell into panic. Everyone was trying to escape this area. No matter male, female, old, young, strong, thin, and weak, they were all squeezed on the streets. There were also cars and other means of transportation, which instantly blocked the road that should have been smooth. Everyone was cursing loudly. Although some police were maintaining order, unfortunately, no one listened to them. Order, freedom, equality, respect. The lofty theories that the United States promoted became a big joke at this moment. Selfishness became the only choice under the disaster. Mom. A little girl who was 7 or 8 years old with 2 ponytails tugged at the corner of her mother's clothes. She opened her big, innocent eyes and asked, "Will Uncle Iron Man come to save us?" When her mother heard this, her eyes revealed a trace of sadness and despair. She squatted down and hugged her daughter tightly. She stroked the child's golden hair. She could not bear to blow the child's young fantasy. She could only comfort him. There will be someone coming to save us. Iron Man will definitely come. Don't dream. A middle-aged man next to him smashed the things around him crazily. The veins on his neck bulged and his face turned red as he roared, "No one will come to save us at all. What bullshit, Iron Man? He's just a damn capitalist. War maniac, a murderer. Maybe this sky capital carrier was made by him." That's right, that's right. Another person completely gave up hope and vented all his anger on the so-called Iron Man. He shouted loudly, "If not for Tony Stark's energy industry, how could we have lost our job? It's all his fault. F*** Iron Man. F*** America. F*** superhero." The people who had fallen into madness pushed all the blame and mistakes to the people who were jealous of them the most. "No, what you said is wrong." The little girl's delicate voice suddenly overshadowed everyone. Her mother wanted to stop her daughter in a panic, but the little girl bravely looked at these people. Her pure and clear blue eyes were like an eternal and quiet garden, causing the people who had fallen into a rage to involuntarily quiet down. "Hero will definitely come." Although the little girl's voice was not loud, it echoed in everyone's hearts like a bell. "Iron Man, Captain America, Spider-Man, they will definitely come and save us." Hee. It's impossible. The child's clear eyes made the middle-aged man's anger subside. He retreated to the ground, his eyes lifeless. "No one will come to save us, unless a miracle happens." Slow down." An old man pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, the speed of that thing is slowing down." The man raised his head in shock and his eyes widened. A miracle had really appeared. The falling sky space carrier was wrapped in flames and stopped less than 100 meters away from the ground. The 4 turbine engines emitted a deafening roar. The steel fan blades spun wildly at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, setting off billowing whines that howled and gathered. The blue flames that shot out from the bottom abruptly reduced the falling momentum of the sky space carrier. There is really a miracle in the world. As long as we persist until the last moment, God's blessing will come. We are still alive. Great, we are still alive. Thank God, thank Jesus. The crowd burst into enthusiastic cheers, celebrating their narrow escape. We are still alive. After being injected with adrenaline and waking up, Fury could not believe it all. The sky space carrier did not fall. There was no disaster in New York. All of them were still alive. Most importantly, the originally destroyed sky space carrier now looked completely new. It was as if it had just left the factory. It was a miracle among miracles. Beep, 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 the power reboot is successful. The output of the turbine engine is 100%. Gravity instruments have been restored. Anti-gravity system is working. Electric road detection complete. Power output is normal. Gyroscope has been restored. Confirm direction again. The system's voice kept ringing. The indicator lights on the control panel lit up one by one, indicating that all the systems were working normally. When Peter rushed back to the second engine room, he was instantly shocked by the scene in front of him. In the burning flames, Tony Stark held the hammer and kept smashing it down. His clothes had long been burned to ashes by the flames. The exposed skin was as black as charcoal, covered with crisscrossing cracks. And it was still constantly emitting a shocking heat, which burned the nearby air. The terrifying heat made the steel melt into molten iron, completely eliminating Peter's thoughts of coming forward to help. Mr. Stark. Peter swallowed his dry saliva, his heart shocked. Tony tried hard to open his eyes. When he saw Peter, he forced a smile. "It's you, hee, the spaceship should be fine now, right? Could it be?" Looking at the man who was like charcoal in front of him, Peter suddenly understood everything. The man who saved the falling sky carrier and saved millions of people from disaster was the man who looked frivolous, had a straightforward personality, and even had all kinds of small problems and eccentricities. Although Peter did not know how Tony repaired the mothership. But from his scarred body, he could vaguely guess what kind of suffering he had endured. An indescribable shock hit his heart. Peter's eyes were red, and his lips trembled. He said, "The spacecraft is fine. It has stopped. Everyone is saved, Mr. Stark. That's good." The last bit of obsession in Tony's heart dissipated and he collapsed like a golden mountain. "It seems that your fireworks are off." The woman in a white military uniform who was watching all of this had an imperceptible smile on her lips. "Fireworks, don't know how to fire. They are destined to bloom." In the face of the woman's sarcastic words, the old Loki's face was extremely gloomy. He said, "I just temporarily escaped a calamity. Since they still want to struggle, I don't mind giving them another despair. I'm afraid you won't have a chance." Along with an indifferent voice drifting over, Lod suddenly appeared in front of them, his eyes suffused with a cold and ghastly killing intent. "You really have guts to set off fireworks in my house, Loki." Chapter 453, Aftermath. Lord Karl. How could he appear here? The shadow of the last fight was still fresh in the old Loki's memory. So the moment he saw Lod, he subconsciously took a few steps back, keeping a large distance from him to maintain a safe range. The golden short staff embedded with the soul gem was tightly held in the hands of the old Loki. At the same time, his other hand quietly took out the tesseract, as if only by doing this could he feel a sense of security. He had seen how fast this man was last time. Even a split second of distraction would not work, otherwise his heart would be pierced through by the speeding sword blade. The woman in white military uniform acted as if she was facing a great enemy. She held the slender sword blade condensed by Ryūjin in her hand, and the surging spiritual power seemed to be invisible. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lod through the mask. Aliens and Quincy. Lod stared at the woman in the white uniform and casually placed a hand on the handle of sword. The Wandenreich has fallen to this extent. Are you going to use the power of aliens to complete your revenge? The woman in the white military uniform was silent. To be precise, this should be called cooperation. The old Loki was worried that the Quincy next to him would be angry, so he quickly stepped out to help. Moreover, we are enemies. What kind of revenge we use has nothing to do with you, right? Makes sense. Lod's eyes gradually became cold, brewing a cold killing intent, shaking the surrounding space atmosphere. ZANPAKUTOU, who was holding one hand, slowly unsheathed, revealing a breathtaking cold light. What you choose has nothing to do with me. I didn't want to intervene in the affairs of aliens, but cooperate with the Wandenreich. Your hand has stretched across the world, Asgardian. Death God's duty was to maintain the order of the three realms. And the existence of the Quincy was undoubtedly destroying the balance between the worlds. Therefore, in the face of the Quincy group led by the Wandenreich, Death God showed a will and determination to kill it, which was more than countless times stronger than when he faced Hollow. No, 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 you are too naive. The old Loki showed a disdainful look. He sneered and said, for the sake of world peace and stability, I have heard enough of this nonsense. Only you would believe such a bedtime story. Whether it is true or not has nothing to do with me. Lod said coldly, but cooperating with the Wandenreich is your way of courting death. It's a pity, Lod Karl. The old man, Loki, had a slightly regretful look in his eyes. He sighed and said, I originally wanted to blast you to death with the Sky Capital mothership, but I didn't expect that you would actually escape this calamity. It seems that this is the end of it. But the next time we meet, you definitely won't be as lucky as you are today. Want to leave? Lod's eyes turned cold, and Ho-Ho suddenly flew over dozens of meters. Clang! A clear cry of sword rang out, and the sad and beautiful crescent moon rose in the air. A blade of sword, wrapped in a deadly edge, cut through the sky with lightning speed, and suddenly slashed towards the old Loki's face. Seeing that sword was about to touch him, the old Loki calmly smiled. Then, he and the woman in the white uniform next to him instantly disappeared into the rising blue fog. Boom! Sword slashed at empty space, and the target had disappeared without a trace. The spiritual energy in the sword blade wantonly spread out, and the 1,000 meters of clouds were torn apart. If the people on the ground looked up at this time, they would be able to see the thick white clouds in a range of thousands of meters, showing a strange scene that was like a great rift valley in the east, like a huge and narrow tunnel. Lod was silent for a while, and then disappeared with Ho-Ho. After a few minutes of hovering above Queens, more and more people were attracted over. Among them, there were no lack of government officials, several real power generals sent by the military, as well as news reporters who smelled blood, and even more people who were good people were rushing over in an endless stream, wanting to see this great sky space carrier. One after another, calls came from various high-level channels, causing Fury to be extremely annoyed. This group of damn greedy politicians who were like vermin usually did not have such enthusiasm. Whenever something happened, they would run faster than the other. When they saw that there were benefits to be gained, they all ran over like a swarm of bees, almost all of them wanting to get a share from Seireitei. As the person who was controlling the situation behind the scenes, they directly scolded Fury. For Seireitei, who was supposed to be hiding behind the scenes, especially this weapon with the highest level of confidentiality, to suddenly be exposed in front of ordinary people, and it even appeared in a way that almost fell, one could imagine what kind of panic it would cause to society. However, none of this was the problem that Fury was most worried about. What he was most worried about was that the Avenger, which he had high hopes for, had now lost all of its fighting strength. When the green giant Hulk fell, he was thrown out of the air carrier. Thunder god Thor was seriously injured and rescued by the young Loki. The two of them jumped down from 10,000 meters high and had yet to find any traces. Coulson, who was in charge of logistics, was unfortunately hit by the fallen steel beam when the Sky Capital was attacked. The Black Widow Natasha's right leg was broken, and it was estimated that she could not recover her mobility in a short period of time. Hawkeye Barton had a comminuted fracture on his chest, and his internal organs were punctured and bleeding from a large area. He was still lying in the medical room and unconscious. In order to save the Sky Capital, 95% of his body was severely burned. Many internal organs in his body stopped working. He could only rely on Seireitei's life support cabin to barely maintain his life for a while. In just one day, several generals were lost one after another. Even the always determined Fury was inevitably in despair at the moment. Now, only Peter Parker is left. Fury sighed again and again. He rubbed his aching temples and stared at Peter, who was looking left and right. His heart was somewhat uncertain. Should he give the task of saving the world to a child who was still in high school? Don't tease me. It's not like I'm a Japanese high school student. Just as Nick Fury was frowning and thinking about how to break the situation, he saw Lod suddenly appear in the bridge. You! Why are you here? Fury looked at him in shock. Then, he was a little agitated and looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Don't misunderstand, I'm not here to help. Lod glanced at Fury and knew what he was thinking. He waved his hand and said, I'm here to fulfill my promise, not to help you clean up the mess. Fury was puzzled. What promise? I once told Coulson. Lod said, when he dies, I will personally send him to Soul Society. The corner of Fury's mouth twitched. He wanted to say that he could resurrect Coulson, but he was afraid that he would be beaten if he said it, so he thought about it and swallowed it back. Lod came to the side of Coulson's body, raised his hand and directly dragged his soul out. Then, in front of Fury, he raised his hand and pressed the handle of sword on the head of the stunned Coulson. Wait! Mr. Lod! Before Coulson finished speaking, he felt a warm current rushing over. Don't worry, Coulson. Lod sheathed sword in one go and said, unlike the modern world, Soul Society is a very comfortable place. With a gentle light blooming, Coulson turned into a black butterfly and disappeared gracefully in front of Fury. Chapter 454, Calm Before the Storm. The soul burial ceremony ended. Only Hell's butterfly, as the guide soul, would go to Soul Society after death. There was no need to worry about being swallowed by the detention in the Danga, nor would he fall into Hueco Mundo halfway. This was what Lod promised early in the morning. After Coulson died, he would send him to Soul Society, and he would choose one for him, the nearest Rukanga area to Seireitei. The concentration of Reishi there is high, very suitable for soul life, and the security is very good, unlike Rukanga far from Seireitei. Do not worry about killing and robbery. Lod had already done what he needed to do. It could be said that he had done all he could. It could also be considered as repaying the contribution of the village chief of the novice village when he first arrived. As for what would happen to Coulson in the future, it would all depend on his own fortune. It was to live like a snail in Ryūjin Street. From then on, he would be muddle-headed. He would enjoy a comfortable life after death. He would no longer have to fight to the death for anyone else. He was still unwilling to fall and participate in the test of the Spiritual Arts Academy. He would become a soul society. He would return to his former days. Lod would not interfere with Coulson. Because the choice was in his own hands. Coulson. Although Fury was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly as his right-hand man disappeared. Originally, he had planned to use the excavated 0.84 sealed artifact to revive the dead Coulson. He could also take this opportunity to let Coulson leave the public view and become a ghost that did not exist to complete some secret tasks for him. But now, his plan failed. Coulson's soul has disappeared. Even if the seal is magical, it can't resurrect a soulless body. After a moment of silence, Fear suddenly opened his mouth and said, Loki and Quincy have joined hands. This matter, you should already know. Yes. Lod knew what he meant and said, I will report this to Soul Society and let Central 46 decide. I understand what you mean. Upon hearing this, Fury could not help but sigh. Upon hearing this, he knew that it was a pretext and placed his hopes on Soul Society. It was probably impossible. Central 46 was similar to the US Congress. Politicians who lived in high positions like this were best at avoiding danger. What I want to say is... Fury took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, whether you decide to intervene in the end or not, we will defend until the last moment. Even if there is only one person left, we must protect humanity and the earth. Good determination. Lod raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt that Fever was a little more pleasing to the eye. This guy did not seem to be completely annoying. At least on the matter of protecting humans, Fever was really doing his best. Since he could not get Soul Society's help for the time being, Fever could only choose to take a step back and plead, I want to ask you something. Please rest assured, it is definitely not to clean up the mess for us. Lod said, Tell me about it. Although I don't know how Tony obtained Death God's power, he must have some sort of connection with Soul Society. Fury said with a serious expression, I hope that you can help your colleague and save him on this account. In order to save the Sky Space Carrier, Tony was seriously injured and was on the verge of dying. A large area of his body was burnt. Now, he could only lie in the life support cabin and rely on SHIELD's black technology to barely maintain his vital signs. However, the life support cabin could not cure the symptoms, and if it could not be treated effectively for a long time, Tony was really not far from death. And the only one who had the ability and the way to save Tony was Lord Karl alone. Moreover, even if Lord himself could not save him, at least he could bring Tony back to Soul Society, which would greatly increase the probability of being saved. Unfortunately, Tony was currently unconscious. If he had heard what Fury said, he would have been so angry that he would have died. It was hard to say whether Soul Society would save him or not. At the very least, a death sentence was inevitable. You don't have to tell me about this. I will do it. Lord held ZANPAKUTOU with one hand and leaned against the edge of the control panel. He smiled and said, after all, no matter what, I was the one who brought him here. I can't let him die just like that. Ryūjin was a smart person. When he heard this, he immediately reacted. His pupils shrank slightly and he said in surprise, could it be that, you were the one who made him, become Death God? He. Lord smiled without saying a word, revealing a profound expression. It was clear that he wanted you to guess. In an instant, Fury's expression changed greatly. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, thinking about why Lord would do this, as well as the reason behind it. And this was the result that Lord wanted. Soul Society was gradually unveiling its mysterious veil, and in this process, in addition to needing some catalyst, he also needed a witness. In addition to the male and female characters and the script, the stage that had been painstakingly built also needed a group of spectators, and it just so happened that SHIELD could take on this heavy responsibility. As for whether or not Fury would discover the truth, Lord was not worried at all. The information difference between each other was so great that it was enough to make up for any loopholes. Even the smartest agent could not discover it. Don't waste time. It's time to get down to business. After Lord straightened his body, he stretched and said, finish this place early, I still have to rush back to cook. It was a coincidence. Recently, he was looking for Kisokura to learn kite. This time, he could try to use Tony to see what his current level was and whether he could pretend to be 4th division. The corners of Fury's eyebrows twitched crazily, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. For many years, Agent's intuition told him that it was best not to ask Lord why he wanted to go back to cook. Otherwise, it was estimated that there would be one more bed beside Barton. The Hand Building, 100 floors underground. Outside the White Palace built by the Wandenreich, dark blue fog rose up, tearing a tunnel in the air for Hollow. 2 figures slowly walked out. They were the old Loki and the woman in white military uniform who had just escaped under Lord's eyes. What a fast speed! The old Loki gasped for breath with lingering fear. He looked back at the dark blue space tunnel and said with lingering fear, if I had been a little slower just now, I'm afraid my head would have been chopped off by him. Although he pretended to be calm and composed just now, in fact, his heart was almost jumping to his throat. He had already prepared himself mentally and raised his vigilance. Facing Sword, who was as fast as lightning, he almost couldn't react. But if he relaxed a little, he could imagine what would happen to him. In order to act tough, he almost lost his head. The old Loki wiped the sweat on his forehead and secretly made a decision in his heart. The next time he saw Lord, he must run further away. At least he must ensure that he was in a safe area. Otherwise, with Lord's terrifying speed, he would not even know when he would die. Chapter 455, Invincible Army. This is your so-called project. The woman in the white military uniform seemed to be accumulating anger in her eyes. There was a hint of impatience in her words. She said, "You can't even handle a single Lord Carl. Who gave you the confidence to destroy Soul Society? Don't be impatient. This is just a mistake." The old Loki tidied up his messy clothes and said with a smile, "Although the plan against Lord Carl has failed, this does not mean that I do not have the strength to contend against Soul Society. Do you rely on this mouth?" The woman in the white military uniform snorted coldly and did not hide her disdain. "It is not impossible. After all, you can persuade Hashwolf to agree with your plan with this mouth. To a certain extent, it is a success." This sentence, I will take it as a compliment. The old Loki was very skilled. He was not angry because of the woman's ridicule. He still smiled and said, "But please believe me. As long as the plan of the space wormhole can be implemented successfully, it is easy to destroy Soul Society. Since your plan is to open the space wormhole, why are you looking for trouble with Lord Carl?" The woman in white military uniform frowned and said, "Isn't this exposing our tracks in advance? Is this also your plan?" "From a certain perspective, I am indeed planning to expose your tracks in advance." The old Loki showed a strange smile and said, "Because only in this way can I use the space gem to locate Soul Society and perfect our plan of destruction." The woman in white military uniform said, "But you failed." "Yes, I failed, but it doesn't affect the overall situation." The old Loki shrugged and looked indifferent. "Let them work more for a while. Anyway, after the whole world falls, the next one will be them. It seems that you are very confident about your hidden card." The eyes of the woman in white military uniform flickered slightly. She asked, "Since we are allies, can we reveal a little?" "An army?" The old Loki raised a finger and smiled mysteriously. "This is the trump card I am relying on, an invincible army." "An army?" The woman in white military uniform frowned and couldn't help but fall into deep thought, names flashing through her mind. The 2 legions of Asgarda, although Valkyrie and Death were invincible. However, in the vast universe, they were far from being invincible. There were also many legions that were as famous as these 2 legions. First was the notorious Thanos and the Black Order under his command. 5 generals of the Black Order, the vanguard of the beasts they commanded, were creatures that were cultivated and created through genes. They would absolutely obey the orders of Thanos, and they were all fearless. They even had various abilities such as invisibility, flight, and telepathy. They could be called the most troublesome and terrifying soldiers. Next was the intergalactic army of the Kree Empire. Under the leadership of the highest commander, Ronan, they had destroyed many galaxies, and were equipped with the strongest technology weapons of the Kree Empire. They were the interstellar fleet of one of the 3 great civilizations in the universe. Finally, there is the Nova Corps of Xandar, whose power comes from the almost infinite Nova power, whose scope is as large as the entire galaxy, including the Earth. It has defended and protected the peace of the interstellar space many times in the face of invading powerful enemies, and its strength not to be underestimated either. However, the 5 legions mentioned above, no matter in which aspect, were far from being invincible. But looking at the old Loki, it did not seem like he did not know about these things. This made the woman in white military uniform feel puzzled. Which other invincible army could he be talking about? "Please tell Mr. Hashwolf on my behalf." The old Loki did not have the intention to answer her. He held the glowing blue cube in his hand and said, "Wait patiently for 2 days. Once the space door is built, it will be the time for us to destroy Soul Society. At that time, no one will be able to stop our conquest." The old Loki stepped into the space door and disappeared. Lod appeared shortly after. He glanced at the woman in the white military uniform and said, "It's ugly to wear a mask. It's better to take it off." "Yes, Lord Soul King." The woman in the white military uniform looked at Lod with a reproachful look. She raised her hand and slowly took off the silver mask, revealing a beautiful face. In the depths of her charming pale purple eyes, there was a ripple like water. Under the mask of the woman in white military uniform was one of the Valkyrie Brunhild. By the way, the people wearing the masks before were all Valkyrie. In fact, Lod had always been quite resistant to these masks, but the Valkyrie were unwilling to take them off, so they could only let them have their own personalities. Lod said, "Did you get any crucial information? He is preparing to use the space gate to summon an invincible army." Brunhild narrated the information she had obtained in detail, then said, "As for other information, he is unwilling to reveal it to us. He is very cautious. It's very normal. After all, after living for so long, I have long become an old fox." Lod was not surprised and said, "Do you have any idea about this invincible army he mentioned?" "This, not yet." Brunhild hesitated for a while, then sighed and shook her head. "I really can't remember that there is an army that can be called invincible. Maybe Sister Yalwet knows that her experience will much richer than me. Why don't we change our perspective? Based on what you see, how credible is the invincible he spoke of?" Lod changed his train of thought and asked. "This is hard to say." Brunhild hesitated for a moment before bitterly shaking her head. "My experience tells me that there cannot be an invincible army in the universe, but my intuition tells me that what Loki said might be true." From the various aspects of the old Loki, although he still retained his former arrogance, from his careful thinking, this old bastard was definitely not a conceited idiot. After he had seen Lord Karl's combat strength and the pressure brought by Hashwalth, he could still be full of confidence to describe the army with the word invincible. Even if there was a gap, it would not be too big. "It's getting more and more interesting. Lod narrowed his eyes into an arc and smiled meaningfully. "Now I want to see how powerful the invincible army he mentioned is. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, Lord Soul King." Brunhild looked at Lod's excited appearance and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. "Loki is a very dangerous man. The feeling he gives me is like a madman who doesn't care about anything." Lod smiled and asked, "So? I suggest, immediately kill him." Brunhild's eyes overflowed with killing intent, and she coldly said, "Kill the danger while it is still in its cradle. Only then can we ensure that nothing goes wrong." "You are wrong." Hearing this, Lod slowly shook his head and calmly said, "The one who has the upper hand now is us. The one who is at a disadvantage is Loki. We should be worried about him, not us." "But..." Brunhild still had some hesitation on her face. "If you don't even have this bit of courage, how will you be able to reach the peak in the future?" Lod raised his hand and patted Brunhild's shoulder. "If you feel hesitant, just follow behind me. I will be there for you." Invincible? As everyone knew, this was one. The last one who shouted that he was invincible was still floating on the next set. Chapter 456, City about to be destroyed. For many days, everything was calm. The sky capital returned to the sky, only absorbing the lesson from last time. This time, it stopped above the Pacific Ocean. In this way, even if the enemy attacked the sky capital again, they would only fall on an uninhabited sea. There was no need to worry about ordinary people getting involved in this alien invasion war. Nick Fury had his hands behind his back and stared at the screen on the command platform. A string of data and reports flashed by. The speed was almost as fast as the blink of an eye. However, Fury watched with great interest. When the operator below saw this scene, he could not help but wonder if the director had used the quantum reading method. Ever since the last time he attacked with the momentum of thunder and almost caused the sky capital and hundreds of people to lose their lives, Loki seemed to have disappeared. No matter what method SHIELD used, he could not find any trace of him. Even if more than 1,500 military satellites circled in the near-Earth orbit for 24 hours without stopping, through the spectrum of various universities to search for the global gamma radiation zone, they could not find the whereabouts of the space stone. The stone could not be found. People were even more impossible to find. The enemy seemed to have the ability to predict the future. Before they could fully investigate, they had cleared out all possible traces that could be exposed. This was a weakness that had never been felt before. No matter what they did, the enemy would always be one step ahead of them and repeatedly seize the initiative, so that they could only be passively beaten and could not find a chance to resist. But this did not mean that Seireitei would give up on searching. Fury had always believed that as long as it was a human, there would definitely be flaws. Even gods were no exception. Therefore, he only had to wait silently and prepare for a fatal blow. When the arrogant god appeared again, he stabbed the god slayer into his chest, making this damned bastard feel deeply regretful that he had come to Earth to invade. At this time, the gate of the bridge channel opened. Fury glanced at it. It was Natasha and Banner. "Welcome back, Dr. Banner." After Shield made a big scene, Banner finally fell from the sky carrier to the ground. Later, he was discovered by agent of Shield. After several times of Natasha's persuasion and even using the means of seduction, he decided to come back with her. The Hulk in Banner's body was the power that Shield lacked the most at the moment. So no matter what mistakes he made, even if everyone expressed their refusal, Fury would still try his best to persuade Banner to return. "I thought, you would not welcome me." Banner clasped his hands together and rubbed them back and forth nervously. His eyes were full of vigilance and uneasiness, observing the reactions of the others in the bridge. "That is not your fault, Doctor." Fury put his hands in his pockets and stared at the screen of the command platform. "In that extreme situation, anything happens is normal. I can understand your feelings, so there is no need to be nervous. I am very happy that you can think like this. I am very sorry. I mean, the engine and those who sacrificed themselves." Banner's nervous expression eased a little and he said apologetically, "If you want to apologize, I will accept it first." After taking care of the matter at hand, Fury finally turned around and looked into his eyes. He said, "You should know what the mission to call you back this time is, right? Anyway, it is impossible to find someone." Banner spread his hands helplessly. In fact, he had already guessed it in his heart. He was not surprised and said, "What you need now should be Hulk's power, right?" "That's right, we need Hulk." On this point, Fury did not deceive Banner and said bluntly, "Coulson is dead. Millions of people in New York almost died. Tony and Barton almost died. Steve and Frank are under control. This hatred, we must take revenge. I understand what you are thinking." Banner lowered his head deeply. The knuckles on his hands were white. "Let me tell you something. In fact, I think so too. If not for Tony, I would have been the murderer who killed millions of people. It seems that we have the same battle line." Natasha rolled up a strand of hair on her temples and extended her right hand to Banner with a smile, "Wish us a pleasant cooperation. I hope you won't treat me as an enemy next time, big guy. Don't call me by this nickname," Banner said with a bitter face as he held his hands together. Shield had gained a lot of combat strength, which made Fury feel a huge burden in his heart. However, if he wanted to fight against the old Loki, they were far from enough. Therefore, he asked, "By the way, Natasha, have you found any trace of Thor?" "No, we can't find Thor." At the mention of this matter, Natasha was a little disappointed. She shook her head and said, "We only found the place where they fell at that time. The other clues were deliberately hidden." So you mean that the alien ran away?" Banner showed a trace of astonishment. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He swallowed his saliva and said stiffly, "Tell me the truth. How many people can fight now?" Fury sighed faintly. "Including you, there are only 4 in total." The corners of Banner's mouth twitched. He said uneasily, "I regret it now." "Is it too late?" "I'm afraid it's too late." Unless you plan to watch that guy rule the human race. Natasha pouted and spread her hands. We are the last backbone. If we all fail, the stupid politicians of the government will probably choose to drop nuclear bombs. Banner rubbed his temples. Forget it. Have you found the Tesseract? No, that guy is very cunning. Fury shook his head and sighed. Right now, we can only wait passively. Only when that guy activates the Tesseract will we be able to determine his location. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, an urgent alarm suddenly sounded. The moment the alarm sounded, all of them came out. Banner was as stiff as iron. His pupils subconsciously dilated. He thought that he had been attacked again. He was so scared that he almost turned into the green giant Hulk. Fortunately, Natasha reacted quickly and told Banner that it was not an attack, but a gamma ray. The instrument that was responsible for searching for the gamma rays in the world would alert everyone after finding the abnormal radiation zone. After hearing the alarm, Fury rushed to the instrument in 3 steps and swiped his finger across the crystal screen, showing the map of the abnormal radiation zone in front of everyone through projection. Is it New York again? After seeing the location of the radiation zone, Fury was so angry that he blurted out, F***ck. Even Banner was speechless, wondering why New York was always the one in trouble. Did aliens like this place? This place seems to be the Stark building. Natasha was surprised and asked, but why did he choose this place? Is there something special here? Chapter 457, City about to be destroyed. His goal is new energy. A familiar voice came, and everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Tony's face was looking pale, leaning on crutches weakly, and walked in with Peter's help. The clean energy of the Stark building can supply all the consumption of the entire building. It is currently the only energy source that meets his requirements and can activate the Tesseract. Tony said. The energy supply of that Stark building was the only clean and harmless energy source in the world. Moreover, its density and purity were so high that only nuclear fission could compare to it. This clean and harmless energy source was the inheritance Howard had left for Tony. It was a brand new elemental structure found through the Tesseract. The new energy source came from the Tesseract, so only it met the activation conditions and could provide a large amount of high-density energy to open up the film between parallel universes and build a stable and huge space wormhole. That's right, why didn't I think of it? A look of realization appeared on Banner's face. And Tony took a few breaths, paused for a moment, and then said, he wants a grand debut. Flowers, applause, and audience are indispensable. Only the most eye-catching Stark building in New York can satisfy his thoughts. That's right. With his personality, it is indeed very possible. Natasha's eyes lit up as she agreed. Damn, we were too careless. After realizing it, Fury slammed an angry fist on the podium. Logically speaking, they should have already thought of the energy source of Stark building, but they actually ignored such important information and only reacted now. We don't have time. We have to hurry over and stop his conspiracy. Natasha said anxiously. Banner, Natasha, Peter. Fury said, I will leave Loki to you. I will send special task force to support you. Wait, I want to go too. Seeing that he was not among the combatants, Tony was a little dissatisfied. He frowned and said, Stark building is the key to our plan. We can't let it become the fuse for the war. Moreover, I still have a debt to settle with Loki. Can your body still hold on? Fury frowned a little worriedly. Don't underestimate men too much, especially a playboy. Tony smiled and pretended to be relaxed as he joked, even if you give me a dozen more models now, I can still fight until dawn. Then I'll leave it to you. Fury laughed and shook his head. Indeed, no matter what time it was, Tony would never be able to change his unruly personality. However, it was precisely because of this complex personality that he was able to create the current playboy and genius scientist, a complex combination that was both contradictory and unified. However, before the official war begins, I still have to go back first. Tony said, there's something I need to take out. Mr. Stark, I'll go with you. Peter was worried that an accident would happen, especially with Tony's current state. It would be terrible if he met an enemy. Tony frowned and was about to refuse, but he was interrupted by Fury. Peter, you are in charge of protecting Tony and getting him to retrieve his steel armor. We are in charge of attracting firepower from the front. Stark Building. This building that symbolized the future of humanity, which could be used to clean and replenish energy, had a height of nearly 400 meters. Moreover, regardless of whether it was day or night, the interior was always brightly lit. The huge Stark family symbol on the outside had never been extinguished since the day it was built. The existence of Stark Building was like a landmark building. Everyone in New York knew that there was an arrogant rich second-generation, playboy, and Iron Man. Ever since Tony Stark turned back and joined the new energy industry, it had to be said that his reputation had improved a lot. At least no one said that he was the murderer who created war. But today, it was a little different. The pedestrians noticed that the Stark logo that had never been extinguished had suddenly been extinguished today. The electricity system of the entire building seemed to have malfunctioned. Boom! 3 jet black carrier aircraft swept past, and the roar of the engine resounded through the sky above New York. One of the fighter aircraft hovered at the top floor of Stark Building. Tony and Peter came down from the fighter aircraft. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling window, they saw the figure of old Loki. He held a glass of wine in his hand and sat leisurely on the sofa, looking at them with a smile that was not a smile. Be careful, Mr. Stark. Peter's muscles tensed up, ready to attack at any time. The psychological trauma left by the other party the last few times made the little spider not dare to relax at all when facing the old Loki, afraid that a few people would rush out of nowhere. Don't be nervous, little spider boy. Tony was also shocked at first, but he quickly recovered his calm. He knew that the old Loki did not want to kill them now, so he calmly said, he has no intention of making a move. Let's go in first. Welcome home, Stark. The old Loki had a calm smile on his face. He shook the amber-colored wine in his cup and said in a playful tone, how is it? This place I chose should have good taste, right? Not bad. It shows that you have a good sense of aesthetics. This place is indeed great. Tony pursed his lips and slowly walked over to the wine table on the table. He said, but what I want to say is that this is a private space. Outsiders are not welcomed here, especially an alien. Don't worry. I'm just borrowing it for a while. I'll return it to you soon. The old Loki said with a faint smile. To be honest, I hate your bandit logic. Tony took a bottle of wine from the counter and placed it in a place that could not be seen under the table. He pretended to pour himself another bottle of wine. At the same time, he quietly put on his 2 silver bracelets. Then, he picked up his wine glass and took a sip. He said, but I have to admit, you are the first one to anger so many of us at the same time. Avengers. The smile on the old Loki's face grew even wider. I think I have already seen the so-called strongest hero team on Earth. Teamwork always take a while. Tony's face froze for a moment, but he immediately put on a smile and said, however, let's make an example of the people you have already offended. An angry beast, a hammer lover, a wavering young Loki, a one-eyed agent, an immortal who claims to be a genius, a spider boy. The old Loki unhurriedly listed everyone out before Tony could do anything. You remember it quite clearly. The corners of Tony's mouth twitched, and he reorganized his thoughts. Unfortunately, you have offended everyone now. The elderly Loki shook his wine glass and said lightly, so. Loki, you are mistaken about something. Tony said coldly, there won't be a throne, flowers, or applause. If our world falls, what awaits you will be endless revenge. Our revenge will only target you. Ooh. I am starting to feel a little scared. The old Loki slowly got up from the sofa. There was no panic on his face. Instead, he had a playful expression. He said calmly, "Have you prepared your armor after delaying for such a long time?" Chapter 458, The War Begins. You already knew that I was stalling for time. Tony's expression changed slightly. You guys seem to have forgotten that I came from a parallel universe. The elderly Loki revealed a mocking expression. For all of you, this is the first time something has happened, but for me, it is a memory that I have personally experienced a long time ago. Now, it is just watching history repeat itself. So that was how it was. At this moment, Tony finally understood the true reason for their failure. The parallel universe was a theoretical gathering of infinite or limited universes, containing everything that existed and everything that existed. There were infinite possibilities of known and unknown. In layman terms, you might be a beggar in the universe A, but in the universe B, you might be the president below one person. Moreover, the timeline between parallel universes is not in the same position, but there are many differences. For example, the old Loki in front of them was clearly a parallel universe in the time of the future. However, they ignored the most important problem, which was the history of the old Loki. Perhaps it was the future they were about to experience. To them, these were mysterious and unknown futures. However, to the elderly Loki, this was a history that he had already experienced. If he were to follow this train of thought, Tony could finally understand why Loki was able to seize the initiative time and time again, even to the extent that it was almost an all-out operation, causing Seireitei and the Avengers to almost perish. The fundamental reason was that their every move had long been within the old fox's expectations. Alright, there's too much nonsense to say. The old Loki let out a long breath and said with a sigh, "Once you get older, it will be easy for you to recall the past. Let us return to the main topic. After all, if we delay for too long, those children will not be happy again." Children. Tony felt a strong sense of unease in his heart. He bit his lips and asked, "What exactly are you planning to use the Tesseract to summon?" "There's no need to be so excited. The answer to the riddle will be revealed soon." The elderly Loki snapped his fingers and said with a smile, "All the spectators are here. Captain America, you can begin the performance." On the rooftop, Captain America, who was wearing a Star Flag battle suit, was coldly guarding a golden instrument while Dr. Eric Selvig was adjusting the data. After hearing the order of the old Loki, in front of Natasha and the others, Steve walked to the instrument expressionlessly. Letting the Captain America press the instrument to destroy humans, the evil taste of the old Loki was undoubtedly manifested. He was clearly the man who wanted the world to be peaceful the most, but he had become the murderer who destroyed the world. It had to be said that this scene was full of sarcasm, causing Shield and the others to feel some sorrow in their hearts. Stop the activation of the space gate at all costs. Upon seeing this scene, there was no hesitation in the depths of Fury's heart. He gave an order with an expressionless face that was almost cold. Permission granted. Use lethal weapons and kill all of them together with the Captain America. No one refuted or begged for mercy. Because everyone knew very well that stopping the opening of the space gate was Shield's highest priority right now. No matter who they had to sacrifice in the process, they had to carry it out firmly and firmly. The carrier Eagle fighter, which had been hovering in the sky for a long time, instantly fired several missiles. In the roar of the air, it dragged a long tail flame and rushed to Steve and Dr. Eric on the roof. 5 times acceleration. Frank, in black, suddenly appeared. He picked up the ridiculously shaped gun blade and fired dozens of bullets in a row. Bang! 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 Dozens of bullets that had been accelerated by 5 times, with invisible flames, tore through the air in an instant and drew a nearly perfect semicircular arc in the air, intercepting all the missiles outside the attack range. Bang! The blazing flames exploded in the sky, and the horrible sound spread to several streets. "No, Captain Rogers!" In the exclamations of Natasha and the others, Steve did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and pressed the start button of the instrument. Buzz! The interior of the golden machine suddenly began to rotate violently. Wave after wave of energy tides surged and gathered at the top of the instrument through a special device. In an instant, it burst out with a dazzling light that surpassed everything. An energy pillar about the thickness of a bucket shot towards the sky above. Rumble! The sky was suddenly pierced through by the energy pillar shot out by the tesseract, revealing a terrifying hole about 100 meters in diameter. It was huge and deep, as if it was a dark abyss that was bottomless. Tony just stared at it for a few seconds and felt his soul tremble, as if it was going to be sucked in. Through the huge dark blue hole, one could see the boundless starry sky in the universe. The vast and endless dark universe was like an endless canvas, dotted with countless stars, shining together to paint a beautiful scenery. It was an unknown charm that could not be described with words. However, at this moment, in everyone's eyes, this starry sky meant danger and death. "Come on! Come on!" The old Loki's pupils dilated to the limit. His old face, which was full of wrinkles, revealed a rare fanatical look. He raised the golden short staff in his hand and laughed wildly. "This universe will be your new battlefield. Go and conquer all the enemies that hinder you." In the boundless starry sky, a little black was gradually expanding. In just a few breaths of time, that piece of black was like a huge curtain, covering all the shining stars. What is that?" Tony frowned. Because he was too far away to see clearly, he ordered Jarvis to magnify the picture. Jarvis displayed the enlarged picture in front of everyone at the same time. In an instant, Tony's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. His face became even paler than a sheet of paper. All the pores on his body were seeping out cold air. His entire scalp and brain nerves were trembling uncontrollably. The black object was actually a countless number of strange insects. Their entire bodies were covered in pitch-black shells. Each of them was the size of an adult. Their sharp front limbs were like saw teeth, as well as their strong hind legs. They also had flying wings. Their ferocious mouths that were filled with sharp teeth squirmed as they spat out sticky green liquid. Catchy, catchy, catchy. Those disgusting insects crowded around each other. The friction of their shells made a horrifying sound. It was like an endless black wave. It fell down from the huge dark blue hole like a rainstorm. There was no need to count how many insects there were. Because it was impossible to count with the naked eye, those insects were like dark clouds, covering the entire sky above New York City. "Oh my God!" Peter widened his eyes and shouted in horror, "Did we cross over to the Starcraft?" Chapter 459, Changed History. Starcraft? Tony was stunned for a few seconds. He thought Peter knew where these bugs came from and asked, "Do you know these disgusting things?" This question made Peter freeze, not knowing how to explain it. "Sir, I don't think he knows." Fortunately, Jarvis stepped out to help. The Starcraft that Mr. Peter mentioned is a real-time strategic game. Among them, there are creatures known as the Zerg. They have a high level of similarity with the monsters we have seen. It turned out to be a game. Tony's mouth twitched and he glared at Peter. He was so happy that he thought he could find useful information. A very high degree of similarity. Tony muttered to himself for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he asked, "If that's the case, does that mean that there is some kind of similar characteristic between them?" "Sir, it is just as you think." Through searching the huge database, Jarvis sorted out all the settings regarding the Zerg. According to the data that can be found, the Zerg in the human setting have unimaginable fertility, abnormal vitality, and abnormal adaptability to evolution. According to the setting, they can survive in any extreme environment, and they are creatures that use the hive consciousness as the main body. It is similar to the social structure of the queen ants and ant colony on Earth. All the insects are born in the nest, and these insects feed on other species to provide nutrients and genetic information to the mother, so as to pave the way for the birth of the next insect. Although I can't be sure whether these creatures appear in front of me are the same as the insects in the human setting, but from the data detected, I think this possibility is at least 80%. Listening to Jarvis' statement, Tony's face gradually darkened. If that's the case, then it means that we must end this battle quickly. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it is for us. A race that could reproduce infinitely, possessed extremely strong vitality, and could adapt to evolution, was simply a disaster for humanity and Earth. The longer this war dragged on, the more they would have to face. The more Zerg they would have to face. Even every dead ordinary person would become the nourishment of these insects, allowing the dam mother to breed more insects. In a short few seconds of thinking, the overwhelming tide of insects crowded together, rushing out of the blue empty hole. The concentration of these insects made everyone's scalp numb for a moment. The sky above New York City seemed to be covered by dark clouds in the north, and even the sun was blocked. The hard shells of those insects collided with each other and burst into flames. The sharp teeth in the disgusting worm mouth made an unknown whistling sound as they rubbed. Even the experienced Natasha and Barton couldn't help but gasp at this time, as if their legs were cramping. When Jarvis sent the information back to SHIELD, everyone knew one thing after reading the information. Once these insects broke through the encirclement of New York City, all the creatures on the Earth would be turned into nutrients for their evolution. No place would be spared. This was the continuation of humanity. This was an unfair war. But it was a pity that as the side that protected Earth and the humans, they had no room to retreat. Stop these bugs! After a thousandth of a second of shock, Fury's blank mind instantly came back to its senses. All the fighter jets parked on the deck take off to New York. No matter the cost, we must stop this group of monsters outside the door. At the top floor of Stark Building. What are you waiting for, Iron Man? The old Loki tidied up his clothes, smiled at Tony, and said calmly, "The stage has been built for you. It's time for the actors to appear. I am looking forward to your performance. Loki, we will make you pay the price." Tony's teeth were about to be crushed, and the anger in his eyes seemed to be real, as if he wanted to swallow him alive. "Well, I will wait." The old Loki did not seem to be threatened at all. He casually raised his finger and pointed outside. He smiled and said, "But before that, I suggest that you take care of that group of insects first. Jarvis, equip Mark 10. The veins on Tony's face bulged as he shouted in a voice that was close to a roar. Even though he was already furious to the point of no return, his brain still clearly knew what he should do. Just as the old Loki had said, he had to deal with that large group of insects and not waste time here. "Sir, I have to remind you that the mecha has not been completed yet." Jarvis did not execute it immediately. Instead, he chose to confirm it again. "Moreover, we have not tested the performance of number 10 in advance. It is very easy for the fusion of that power to have problems. If an accident happens, you will be squeezed dry by that mecha. Jarvis, execute the order." Tony's eyes were firm as he repeated, "Equip Mark 10, set support system on standby." "As you wish, Mr. Stark." Seeing Tony's determination, Jarvis knew that it was impossible to listen to his advice, so he could only carry out the order. Rumble. For a time, the entire living room was shaking violently. An extremely oppressive pressure spread out, as if something was about to break through the seal. The originally flat ground suddenly caved in, revealing a metal tunnel like a catapult. History has been changed again. The old Loki, who was watching all of this, gradually turned from calm at first to gloomy like water. There was a faint sense of danger in his heart, as if the thing inside the metal tunnel would threaten his entire plan. It was not Mark 7. Although many years had passed, the old Loki remembered very clearly that the model Tony was wearing was Mark 7, not Mark 10 today. A strong sense of uneasiness lingered in his heart, causing the old Loki's eyes to flash with a fierce light. I originally wanted you to struggle to the death, but in order to carry out the plan smoothly, please go to hell, Tony Stark. As his voice fell, the old Loki suddenly made a move. Buzz! The tip of the short golden staff suddenly lit up with a dazzling blue light. Terrifying magic fluctuations rippled out, and the tiles in the living room were shattered by the invisible pressure. A visible energy was quickly gathering into shape. Not good. Tony and Peter's faces changed dramatically, and the chill in their hearts surged. The old Loki, who had been watching the show a second ago, suddenly turned hostile and attacked in the next second. The whole process was so fast that it almost did not give them any time to react. The other party was completely ruthless. His personality was so big that it was hard to understand. At this moment, something strange suddenly happened. A dark green figure suddenly appeared, holding a dagger and stabbing at the old Loki. Chapter 460, God-Killer Armor. However, it was a pity. Although this sneak attack was very fast, the old Loki still dodged it. However, the old Loki's reaction was still a little slow, leaving a shallow wound on his cheek. A few drops of bright red blood seeped out of his skin and slowly slid down along the old man's cheekbones, dripping on the white tiles floor like a blooming plum blossom. It's you, Loki. The old Loki raised his hand to wipe away the blood. After seeing the face of the person who attacked him clearly, his eyes were gloomy as he said, I didn't expect you to still dare to come back. Relying on my existence in the parallel universe, do you think I won't dare to kill you? Only then did Tony and Peter see clearly that the dark green figure who saved them was actually the young Loki who had disappeared for a long time. The two of them were dressed almost exactly the same. Dark green robes with golden antlers, helmets, and even their expressions were extremely similar. The only difference was that one was an old man, and the other was in his prime. What a joke, where did you get the courage to say this? The young Loki had a mocking smile on his face as he said, a failure of a parallel universe. I was just giving in to you last time. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I have failed, but I will make up for it. The old Loki seemed to have been stabbed in the heart, and his face revealed a rare hint of anger. So anyone who dares to stop me will have to pay the price, even if it is the weak and pathetic self of the past. Humph, come. The young Loki was not afraid at all and said coldly, let me see how much your magic has improved after living for so many years. You will see it, idiot. The old Loki said disdainfully, his body surging with surging magic power. Loki said to Loki. The two of them, who were from different dimensions, were about to fight at this moment. I'll leave him to you. Tony shouted at the top of his lungs. Then, regardless of whether the young Loki agreed or not, he pulled Peter and ran outside. They took 3 steps and 2 steps. When they reached the edge of the rooftop, they jumped down from a building hundreds of meters high. Jarvis, now is the time. Tony, who had fallen freely in the air, gripped Substitute Shinigami badge tightly. Take the world into your palm and analyze the principles of all things, Hephaestus. Boom! A violent flame shot out from the tunnel. The huge impact that followed was like the most violent bombardment. It directly shattered the entire floor of the living room. In the deafening sound of a sonic boom, a black armored module flew across the sky in an instant. It was surrounded by a clear ring of explosive air waves and rushed toward Tony, who was falling. The armor module shot out 2 beams of laser and scanned Tony's bracelet in the air. The signal position of the bracelet confirmed identity information of the wearer. God-killing armor is ready to wear. Support system, Atlas is ready. Jarvis is intervening in neurons. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Suit up. The black armor module gradually unfolded and enveloped Tony. The transformation process, which was extremely magical, only lasted for less than 3 seconds. Then, under Peter's shocked and envious eyes, a whole body was mainly black and silver, dotted with a few dark gold colors. The energy source armor on the chest was gone, replaced by a dark iron hammer-shaped symbol. When this new armor that had never appeared before, the iron hammer pattern in front of the chest was suddenly lit up, Tony's whole person seemed to have undergone an earth-shaking change, and from the inside to the outside, he exuded a terrifying power that oppressed the soul. The neural connection is successful. The support system Atlas is in position, waiting for the command. The God-killing armor is in good condition. The spiritual energy amplification device is ready. Activating anti-death God system, loading into special combat strategy. Mr. Stark, everything is ready. Very good, Jarvis. Tony took a deep breath and said to Peter, "Little spider, I'll leave the job of evacuating the people to you." Peter was slightly stunned. He thought it was a special treatment for him, and then he said with some dissatisfaction, "Mr. Stark, I am not a child. I can also participate in the battle." "No, you misunderstood." Tony licked his lips and said in a deep voice, "Leave the next battle to me. All by yourself." Peter widened his eyes and said in shock, "But there are so many insects." "That's enough." Tony interrupted the little spider and said, "And if you get too close, I'm afraid it will affect you." "Then, all right, you have to be careful, Mr. Stark." Seeing Tony's determined tone, Peter could only helplessly agree to this method. He shot out a spider thread from his wrist and stuck it to the edge of the building, swinging it to the ground. After losing his last bit of worry, he could finally let go of his hands and feet. "Jarvis, get ready." Tony felt the surging spiritual energy in his body and the corners of his lips curled up. "Let these bugs open their eyes and see what I have prepared for Soul Society." Boom! The jet-black mech turned into a ray of light and charged straight into the dark sky. "Did you see that? Your ally seems to be a little stupid." The old Loki who noticed this scene revealed a look of disdain on his face as he mocked, he actually dared to charge at the swarm of insects like this. He would be torn apart in less than a second. What is this guy doing? The young Loki's eyebrows were knitted into a straight line. He could not understand Tony's suicidal behavior at all. That was tens of thousands of terrifying insects, and this number was still increasing as time passed. Even the most violent cannon fire of the human army could not clean up those insects, not to mention that Tony was the only one right now. What could he do with his little cannon fire? But soon they knew why Tony dared to face the insects alone. Activate the Atlas system. The spiritual power amplification device is activated at full power. The God-killing armor is connected to the core, Hippohestus. Insects, welcome to Earth. The pitch-black mecha held a huge pitch-black hammer in its hand. Flames erupted from its body, and Hollow's body boiled like boiling lava. His cold voice echoed in the dark sky. "Have a good taste. It is the greatest creation of mankind." Boom! 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 As his voice fell, the meteors tore through the atmosphere. Amidst the loud rumbling that resounded through the sky, the meteors seemed to be guided as they gathered around Tony. Only then did everyone see clearly that the bodies of those meteors were actually giant floating cannons made of machinery. Then the problem came. So far, what was the greatest creation of humanity? The answer Tony gave was weapons. Weapons contributed to war, and war contributed to the evolution of science and technology. What humans were best at creating was the method to destroy themselves, and now it was the turn of these bugs to taste the weapons of war of humans. Chapter 461, One-Man Army. Someone had once said that men were romantic, they love mechs and cannons. Tony expressed his approval of this, especially when the truth was only within the range. In just a year, perhaps many people had forgotten that Stark Industry Group, which was now promoting peace and the future, was once an out-and-out war merchant, a family that had suddenly risen by selling powerful weapons. Although the weapon research department was closed, this did not mean that Tony had completely stopped his research on killing weapons. The armor of the Mark series was a very obvious example. It proved that Stark did not need weapons, but he no longer needed those heavy and low-end weapons. Just like holding a gold bowl in his hand, who would go and beg for food? Ordinary weapons were no longer a threat to Mark armor. Just this armor was enough for Tony to deal with more than 90% of the weapons in the world. If not for the sudden appearance of Death God and the threat from Soul Society, with his lazy personality, he probably wouldn't have put in so much effort to study these weapons that were beyond the era. It was because Tony knew that he had offended an unknown field. Those existences that called themselves Death God all possessed power that far surpassed the Mark armor, so he was forced to study these things that could save his life. The result was that he succeeded. Hephaestus gave the armor energy and greatly increased his strength. With the help of a powerful weapon support system, he was confident that he could face any enemy. The Atlas support system was actually the collective name of the 22 weapon satellite systems that the Stark Group launched into space and surrounded in the near-Earth orbit. These near-Earth orbit satellites were responsible for the deocidal armor of Tony, providing all weapons and equipment support, including but not limited to all combat forms. These satellites, including the armor, were all forged by Hephaestus. They could transform the spiritual energy in Tony's body into the energy of the weapon through a special method. The internal spiritual energy amplification device could greatly increase Tony's spiritual energy and achieve the possibility of long-term combat. Moreover, his Zanpakuto Hephaestus, as the core of the god-killing armor, could affect all metal creations in a larger range through the ability to melt or rebuild. The entire combat system above, named by Tony as the anti-death god system, it will be used for the biggest trump card against those death gods when they are unfortunately discovered by the Soul Society in the future. But it's a pity. When this anti-death god system debuted, and the enemy to face was not the god of death, but a group of disgusting bugs. Sir, the target is locked. All the floating cannons' energy storage is over, waiting for the launch command. One after another red bullseye signs appeared on the screen in front of Tony's eyes. Atlas had locked the influx of insects, and all the floating cannons had entered the charging stage, and they only waited for an order to launch the cannon fire coverage. Jarvis, fire! Tony gave the order to attack with a cold voice. Roar! The moment the voice fell, the floating cannon gave off a heaven-shaking rumble. The roar shook the entire sky. It was like the roar of a sleeping dragon after it woke up. It was like a satisfying bombardment that destroyed the sky and the earth. It swept up a vast and boundless terrifying wave of air and rushed straight into the sky. It swept through the tide of insects that was dozens of kilometers away with unstoppable momentum. No matter how hard the shells of the insects relied on were, they could only hold on for a few seconds against such a crazy and desperate bombardment. Then, they would be crushed alive by the high temperature and air waves produced by the explosion. The cruelty and bloodiness of the war revealed ferocious fangs at this moment. The earth and the tall buildings trembled in the roar of the gunfire. The air was filled with the pungent smell of smoke, and the screams of the insects echoed in his ears. This terrifying scene that was like the end of the world caused fear to spread wildly from the depths of his heart. At this moment, both sides realized that the cruel war had already begun. The insects continuously let out shrill cries. Under the bombardment of the spirit energy beams of the floating cannon, countless broken limbs and sticky green blood rained down like a storm. The terrifying tide of insects that had originally been a black mass was actually cleaned up by only one round of cannon fire, and there was not much left. However, the insects were not afraid of death. Broken limbs and blood of the same species could only stimulate the ferocity of the Zerg. They surged out of the space door one after another. Just as a batch of them were cleared out by the gunfire, another batch immediately came up and rushed over as if they could not be killed. The black dark clouds once again covered the sky above New York. There was not even a second of pause in the middle. The swarm instantly condensed into a huge black wave and used it. The scarlet eyes of the worm emitted a ruthless aura. The sharp teeth and shells collided and gathered into a terrifying scream. The floating cannon is overheated and needs to be cooled. At such a crucial moment, Jarvis sent a piece of bad news. In a short period of time, the continuous and high-intensity bombardment caused the entire floating cannon to enter an overheated state. It could only continue firing after it cooled down. It doesn't matter, let them come over. Tony's eyes flashed with a calm expression as he quietly watched the swarm of insects getting closer and closer. He muttered, a little closer, a little closer. Wait until all of them gather together. Catchy catchy catchy. The sound of the shells rubbing against each other grew closer and closer, accompanied by the piercing howls of the insects. When the black tide of insects was less than 10 meters away, Tony could even clearly see their ferocious mouths, as well as the viscous liquid dripping down from them. He suddenly raised the huge black hammer in his hand and let out a roar filled with endless anger. Jarvis, now! Atlas, activate judgment weapon, Zeus. If someone looked up, they would see a cone-shaped giant tower above the atmosphere. This giant tower had several layers of ring-shaped platforms. They were made up of transparent prismatic light mirrors that could absorb sunlight to store energy. Then, they would adjust a suitable angle to compress and transform all the energy gathered in the prism. In the end, they would form a huge particle beam and shoot out. Instead of thinking about how to make the weapon more powerful, it was better to borrow the power of nature. This was a brand new inspiration for Tony when he saw the endless thunderstorm clouds in Dallas. However, before that, Tony had to ensure that he was not affected. Reconstruction: the shield of Aegis. As his voice fell, the symbol of Hephaestus on his chest lit up. The blazing flames suddenly burst and burned, melting the huge pitch-black hammer. Then, it was reconstructed at an astonishing speed, turning into a hollow iron ball that wrapped itself up. Just as the iron ball was about to close. Facing the terrifying tide of insects that covered the sky and earth, Tony showed his white teeth and smiled darkly, it's time to feed. Open your mouth and enjoy it. Chapter 462, Oblivion King Annihilus. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and the earth were shocked. From the distant and boundless sky, a blazing and dazzling radiance was cast. The particle beam fell down like the sword of Damocles. It was as bright as the sun and could not be looked straight at. It emitted endless light and heat, as if it were for a trial sent by a god. After the terrifying particle beam hit the swarm, the energy field spread rapidly like a chain, blowing the wailing bugs into dust. Rumble! In an instant, the sky rumbled and shook. Like a nuclear bomb exploding in the sky above New York, it immediately set off endless waves. The vast and mighty beasts roared and rushed in all directions. The white clouds were mercilessly crushed by the violent particle streams. Endless waves of air broke through the clouds and tore through the atmosphere. Plasma particles visible to the naked eye filled the atmosphere in the entire sky, crushing countless insects. The terrifying shock waves spread out layer by layer and swept across the sky above New York after thousands of meters, leaving a hideous and terrifying gap in the atmosphere. Then, with an even more extreme and brutal momentum, they rushed into the dark blue hole along the corpses of the insects. The power of the attack of Zeus stunned the two Lokis. Especially the old Loki. At this moment, he felt cold sweat seeping out from his back. His eyes were as white as copper bells, and his chin was about to smash through the floor. He revealed a look of disbelief. His throat seemed to have been stuffed, and he let out a meaningless hey-hey sound. This was Tony Stark. The old Loki now seriously suspected that he had made a mistake when he transmigrated. Although the original Iron Man in his memory was also very powerful in all aspects of science and technology, it was not as ferocious as this Tony Stark. A weapon of this level, was it really used to protect humans? When the young Loki saw this scene, his face twitched uncontrollably. He looked at the remnants of the Zerg that had been shattered. As if dust was floating in the air, the young Loki suddenly felt a trace of relief in his heart. Fortunately, his plan had failed. Otherwise, the target of this shot might have been him. The might of Iron Man Tony Stark simply shocked everyone. With just the strength of one person, he forcibly blocked the endless tide of insects outside the star door. Sitting in Shields sky space carrier, Fury was instantly attracted by the power of Zeus. If not for the fact that he could barely maintain a trace of calmness, he even had an impulse to steal the machine. But unfortunately, it was only limited to thinking about it. Although the value of the weapon named Zeus was great, compared to Tony Stark, it was clearly inferior. One was an egg, and the other was a chicken that could lay eggs. It was obvious who was superior and who was inferior at a glance. If even ordinary people could see it, how could the old fox Fury not see it? As long as he could tie Tony Stark to Shields warship, would they still worry about the problem of the new weapon system? After the impact of Zeus dispersed, as the terrifying particle energy field gradually disappeared, the temperature of the entire sky was as hot as a steel furnace after the high-temperature explosion. The atmosphere was strangely distorted, and the swarm that was originally as dense as a black tide was directly swept away. At the center of the particle beam attack, a dark iron ball slowly unfolded. Under the terrifying explosion of the particle energy, this seemingly ordinary iron ball was not only unscathed on the outside, even Tony, who was hiding inside, was not injured by the high temperature and shock waves of the explosion. Hiss! What a terrifying power! Looking at the cruel scene around him that was like the end of the world, Tony sighed and let out a breath of turbid air. He patted his violently beating heart with lingering fear. Fortunately, I prepared the vibranium plating beforehand. Otherwise, even I would have been sucked into it. Vibranium was an extremely rare metal. The special molecular structure of this metal made it almost indestructible. Moreover, because the molecules were relatively static, the vibranium almost did not conduct heat and kinetic energy. It also absorbed all forms of heat, energy, and kinetic energy. It could be said to be the most perfect and most suitable metal in Tony's dreams. Unfortunately, the vibranium production was extremely rare, and the source was unknown. Even with the financial resources of the Stark Group, it was difficult to buy a large amount of vibranium. After going through many hardships, it was only enough to forge a hammer. Tony relied on the special ability of Hephaestus to forge it into a hammer and carry it with him. He remodeled it according to the necessary circumstances. Just now, he relied on the characteristic of the vibranium to avoid being affected by the particle beam of Zeus. Is it over? Seeing that there were no more insects coming out of the blue hole, Tony frowned and relaxed a little. But before he could relax completely, the familiar sound of friction on the shell sounded again. A huge black insect tide that was even larger than before, as if it were 4,000 of meters high, erupted from the blue hole again. Yes, an eruption. It was like an erupting volcano, scattering sulfurane dust that covered the sky. It was as if someone had knocked over a bottle of thick ink, and at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye, the entire sky was dyed black. Tony's pupils contracted slightly. He discovered that the tide of insects this time was different from before. Not only were these insects more ferocious and strong, their shells and claws were also suffused with a hard metallic color. Even the variety was almost as different as the previous batch. Then, an even more astonishing scene happened. The insect tide seemed to have received some kind of order, and it actually paved a wide path. And at the end of this strange path of insects, all the insects suddenly became silent, as if they were welcoming a supreme existence. Something is coming. Tony raised his guard and stared at the end of the insect path. Although he was not clear about the thoughts of these insects, from the strange actions of these insects, as well as his personal intuition, he guessed that there might be something very terrifying that was crossing the barrier between dimensions. A moment later, a tall figure slowly walked out of the dark blue hole. The light that was cast through the gaps of the insects slowly shone on the tall figure, revealing its full appearance to Tony. It was a human-shaped bug that was about 2 meters tall. Its skin was green under the mottled light, and its head had the characteristics of flies and other insects. Behind it was a large group of dark insect wings. Its 2 orange pupils, which were as bright as light bulbs, revealed a hint of ruthlessness and contempt. Tisk, it's finally here. The moment he saw this humanoid bug, the old Loki looked relaxed, grinned, and said, "Let me introduce to you, the one standing in front of you now is the Emperor of the Zerg who once destroyed an entire universe. The Destroyer." Annihilus. Chapter 463, Loki's True Aim. Oblivion King, Annihilus. Although the old Loki's voice was not loud, it was as melodious as a morning bell and clearly transmitted into the ears of every human. Since the moment Annihilus appeared, the entire swarm erupted into a violent commotion. A brutal aura spread out like a dam, crazily attacking everyone's hearts. "Is this your plan?" The young Loki bit his lips and deliberately controlled the fear that spread in his body. He asked, "Summoning such a group of disgusting insects, even if you conquer the earth, what benefits can you get? First of all, I have to correct you a little." The old Loki felt that he was sure to win and did not mind wasting a few seconds. He said leisurely, "They are called the Annihilation Zerg clan, not the disgusting insect. Be careful and respect them next time. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the insect emperor over there will kill you." "What exactly is the Annihilation Zerg clan that you are talking about?" The young Loki took a deep breath and asked. "As you can see, it is a group of insects." The old Loki said indifferently, "It's just that they were born in the negative space, which is an area that is different from the normal universe latitude. Therefore, they are born with extraordinary reproductive power and amazing devouring desire. The Destroyer, Annihilus, is the emperor of all the Annihilation Zerg. To the swarm, its existence is a mother and a father, so as long as it still exists, you will never be able to kill all these annihilation bugs." "You? Why are you telling us this?" The young Loki frowned. When he heard the old Loki talk about the origins of the Annihilation Zerg, the uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. "Isn't it more advantageous for you to hide the weakness of the annihilation insect?" "Ha ha ha ha, your question is very strange. I am not an ally of Annihilus, why should I hide this for him?" Old Loki looked at him in surprise and asked back. "What did you say?" The young man, Loki, was greatly shocked and immediately revealed a shocked expression, his expression as pale as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. He originally thought that he would get another answer, but he never expected that he would actually get this answer. The relationship between the old Loki and Ecstasy was not the so-called allies. But if this was the case, then how should he explain the motives of the old Loki? Since he was not an ally of the Annihilation Zerg race, why did he have to work so hard to snatch the Space Stone and the Mind Stone Scepter, open the entrance to the negative space, and release this group of terrifying monsters? The young Loki was very puzzled by this. He could not understand the strange behavior of the other party at all. Even if he used a transposition to think, he could not understand the logic of the other party's thinking. This old Loki was too strange. He was simply like a child. He could only act with his own good and evil intentions. He could not see any logic and goals. He was like a galloping horse in the sky. Since he was born for thousands of years, he had seen people who did good things without asking for anything in return, but he had never seen a madman who did bad things without benefits. Because only a madman would not care about any gains and losses, and only act according to his own evil ways. "I guess you must be thinking now that this guy must be a madman, right?" The old Loki smiled, and his wise eyes seemed to have a mind-reading mind, seeing through his thoughts at a glance. The young Loki sneered, "Isn't that so? At most, I'm half crazy." The old Loki chuckled and continued, but summoning the Zerg is not an impulsive result, but an important part of my plan. Is it your so-called plan to use the Zerg to destroy the whole earth? The young Loki gnashed his teeth. He had already regarded the earth and humans as his territory and slaves in the future, so he could not let this happen no matter what. After all, no one wanted to rule a group of disgusting Zergs. No, no, no. You misunderstood. The old Loki shook his head and corrected him. My goal has never been to destroy the earth. It's just to sweep away some obstacles. How ridiculous! The young Loki sneered. Do you think that by destroying the Avengers, these Zergs will obediently give up on those humans as you wish? The old man, Loki, had a calm smile on his face. He said, I will make these Zergs obediently obey my orders. Don't lie to yourself, this is impossible. At first, the young Loki felt that this was impossible and was about to ridicule the other party for being too naive. However, when his gaze swept past the old Loki and fixed on the short golden staff, a bolt of lightning flashed in his mind. He suddenly understood everything and could not help but suck in a cold breath. He said in horror, You want to use the Mind Scepter to control the Zergs? That's right, this was his plan. The logic in his mind, the missing link was the Mind Stone Scepter. The old Loki planned to use the power of the Annihilation Zerg to help him sweep away the obstacles on the earth. Then, he would use the Scepter of the Soul Stone to control the Emperor of the Annihilation Zerg, Annihilus. In this way, he would be able to kill two birds with one stone without wasting any energy. And the key to this plan was the irreconcilable contradiction between the two races. The Annihilation Zerg clan had an instinct to devour all living things and reproduce. Under the leadership of the bug Emperor Annihilus, wherever they passed by, there would be no grass growing. Anything that had the value of nutrition would be transformed into the next batch of proteins of the Zerg race. In the face of such a group of greedy devourers, even if humans wanted to request for peace, there was no possibility of it. Therefore, they could only do whatever it took to eliminate all of the Annihilation Zerg clan. This was especially true for the bug Emperor Annihilus, who was the main target of the attack. There was no possibility of reconciliation between the two great races. Even though he already knew of the plan at this moment, it was useless even if he said it now. Because this was an open scheme, the reason why the old Loki dared to say it was because of this. Even if he knew, what could he do? He could only obediently follow the plan step by step. The young Loki's face turned pale. He had never felt so powerless before. Every step of the old man in front of him held them in his palm. They were like big fish caught in a fishing net. The more they struggled, the more desperate they felt. The old Loki stroked his beard, tilted his head and smiled. It seems that you are not as stupid as I thought. But, why do you tell me this? The young man, Loki, asked unwillingly. This question is very interesting. The old Loki laughed wantonly, and there was a hint of madness between his brows. Let me ask you, how long will it be when a villain like me tells all the evil plans and the truth without holding back? The young Loki's expression suddenly changed. He had an inexplicable sense of foreboding in his heart. His pupils reflected the familiar face, and he subconsciously took himself in. A possibility surfaced. Only, confirm the situation that I will definitely win. Answer. Correct. The corners of the old Loki's mouth slowly opened up to his ears, revealing a strange smile. Only when victory is determined will the wicked speak of their evil plans without restraint. As soon as he finished speaking, the old Loki's figure showed a strange fluctuation, like the bright moon reflected in the water, and slowly dissipated in the air. Don't tell me. The moment he saw the old man disappear like a phantom, the pupils of the young Loki suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. An ominous premonition rushed to the sky and he subconsciously turned his eyes to the sky above the New York battlefield. Behind the insect Emperor Annihilus, the air rippled like ripples on the water surface under the refraction of the surrounding light. Then, an old figure slowly emerged. The young Loki widened his eyes and saw clearly that it was the old Loki who had been talking to him all this time. Ding! The Mind Stone scepter hit Anihilu's. A deep blue brilliance bloomed from the top. A powerful will that could not be defied madly poured into the brain of the insect emperor, rewriting its consciousness in a nearly overbearing manner. I won. The old Loki declared his victory to everyone with silent lips. Chapter 464, Annihilation. All of this happened too suddenly. No one had expected that the old Loki would suddenly appear and use the same method as before to sneak attack and control Anihilus from behind. Moreover, the timing that the old Loki chose to attack happened to be when Tony erupted his spiritual power and attracted Annihilus's attention. At this time, both sides were in a highly concentrated state, which led to the insect emperor's momentary negligence in not noticing the strange fluctuations behind him. It's over. Seeing this scene, the young Loki couldn't help but close his eyes in pain, wishing he could curse this stupid insect king to death in his heart. In his opinion, as the king of the swarm, Anihilus had made 3 grave mistakes. First, it had used the vanguard swarm to explore the strange space and mistakenly thought that the strength of Earth was only this, so it chose to personally take action. Second, it knew that it was the brain of the entire swarm, but it still exposed itself to all enemies, including the old Loki who had been waiting for an opportunity and hiding in the dark. Thirdly, Anihilus was overly confident and believed that even if someone ambushed him, they would not be able to kill him in an instant. Anihilus was arrogant and ignored the most important thing. The Earth in this time and space was different from the universe it had conquered before. There was still an undeveloped Infinity Stone here. As one of the 6 great Infinity Stones in the universe, the Mind Stone was so powerful that even the Celestial could not contend against it, let alone a mere underground space insect emperor. Without feeling any resistance at all, the old Loki easily controlled the Annihilation Zerg Emperor Anihilus. It was too smooth. It was so smooth that even he found it hard to believe. It was as if God was helping him, and even the heavens were helping him. It was only when Anihilus knelt down and surrendered that the old Loki felt a little more clear-headed. Thinking that he was one step closer to his target, he could not help but purse his dry lips and laugh. "You are really my lucky star, Tony Stark. If not for you, my plan would not have been completed so smoothly. Originally, if the plan went on normally, it would take a long time to control Anihilus. At the very least, he would have to wait for it to destroy the Avengers and then borrow the power of the Wandenreich to control the Insect Emperor. However, he did not expect that Tony's god-killing mecha would erupt with such shocking combat power. The powerful artillery fire covered the insect swarm and caused them to suffer heavy losses. The Insect Emperor was forced out of the alternate space in advance, thus making the plan progress much faster. As the Emperor of the Annihilation Zerg, although the individual combat strength was slightly inferior to Big Boss, relying on the terrifying reproductive ability of the Annihilation Zerg, as well as the characteristics of evolution according to the environment, they could completely drown the enemy in the endless swarm with a huge number. In other words, as long as the Annihilation Zerg were given enough time to grow, even if Sorcerer Supreme came, he would pounce. After all, the magic of the Sorcerer Supreme cannot be released indefinitely, but as long as Anihilus is provided with sufficient nutrients, it can really multiply indefinitely, creating a terrifying insect wave that is enough to drown the entire universe. The old Loki calmed his excitement. Right now, the time was not yet ripe, so it was not appropriate for him to face Sorcerer Supreme head-on. According to the history of his time and space, Sorcerer Supreme was currently trapped in Dormammu's invasion and needed to maintain the defense of the 3 great temples, so she was temporarily unable to divert his attention to take care of this side. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he had to take advantage of this precious time to quicken his pace and seize the other stones. Once the 3 great stones of space, mind, and power were in his hands, then even if Sorcerer Supreme took action, he would be completely unable to deal with Hollow. Anihilus, slaughter this city. The old Loki thought of this and a cruel light appeared in his eyes. He ordered in a cold voice, "Not a single person is allowed to remain. Let this group of lowly humans who do not know the immensity of heaven and earth become nourishment for your army." "Yes, Lord Loki." Anihilu slowly got up. His green eyes rolled and locked in front of him. A cold killing intent burst out from it. It was like a volcanic eruption of heat waves, causing the entire atmosphere and even the buildings to tremble. "My children, go and devour your prey to your heart's content." Under the absolute command of the Insect Emperor, the endless tide of insects surged towards New York. A battle between humans and strange insects, a world-shaking war that concerned the survival of the races, had opened a grand curtain. The ferocious insects were grinding their claws and feet. The sticky and disgusting liquid dripped from their mouths. The sound of their shells rubbing against each other converged into a terrifying music that echoed in the depths of everyone's mind. It was like dead souls' scream that pierced their hearts. "Atlas, fire!" Tony did not want these insects to break through the encirclement. He immediately ordered the floating cannons to attack. Boom 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 boom. The dense gunfire was like fireworks blooming in the sky. The pungent smell of smoke carried a hot heat wave, dyeing the space within 1,000 meters red like hell. But very quickly, Tony discovered that something was wrong. These large and ferocious bugs not only had their outer shells become harder, they could resist 3 to 4 floater cannons. There were even some bugs that looked like maggots growing on their backs. They could absorb the electricity from nearby buildings and fire at them like electric currents. The Annihilation Zerg race had evolved. In just a few minutes, the swarm had evolved a corresponding ability against the floating cannons. This terrifying adaptability rate had already surpassed the limits of all known creatures. It was enough to make Darwin feel ashamed. "Jarvis, how much longer will Zeus take?" Tony could only place his last hope on his most powerful weapon system. "I'm very sorry, sir," Jarvis said, "the energy reserves of the Zeus system have been exhausted. There are at least 20 minutes left before the next attack time." 20 minutes? It was impossible. Tony bit his lips and allowed the sweet blood to flow into his mouth. With the terrifying evolution speed of the insect swarm, the floater cannons would be completely useless in 5 minutes at most. At that time, he would have to face a group of insects with super thick shells and long-range electric cannons. Hiss hiss. Just as Tony was thinking about countermeasures, a strange insect cry suddenly sounded behind his head. The sound was creepy, as if some creature was grinding its teeth, and it was very close to him, almost close to his ear. Tony suddenly turned his head, and his face instantly changed. He saw a group of strange insects that were the size of an adult's arm and looked like Earth's mosquitoes. Their stomach was swollen, and they were flapping their transparent thin wings. They were less than 10 centimeters away from him. After those giant insects approached Tony, their swollen abdomen suddenly became red, and they accumulated a huge amount of heat energy. At this moment, they were like self-exploding infantry, surrounding Tony's god-killing armor in the middle. In the next moment, a roar resounded through the sky. Chapter 465, Heroes Rally. Boom! 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 The loud boom shattered the sky, and the waves of blazing fire carried shockwaves. The vast waves that could be seen with the naked eye were like an army of thousands of men and horses trampling across the sky. They spread out in a mighty manner, causing the entire atmosphere to buzz. Countless glass windows outside the buildings shattered in unison. These self-exploding insects were not very powerful, but when they were all gathered together, the chain reaction produced by the surging energy instantly increased the power of the explosion by several levels. Tony was in the center of the explosion and suffered the most violent impact. He felt as if he had been hit by a high-speed train. First, it was as if his chest had been hit by a heavy hammer. There seemed to be a cracking sound in his ribs. The blood instantly flowed to his throat and almost rushed out of his mouth. Then, his entire brain buzzed and his vision turned blood red. A disgusting feeling welled up in his heart and he was uncontrollably sent flying dozens of meters away. Drip 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 drip. The alarm sounded like a bee buzzing, and terrifying red words appeared on Tony's face mask. Many parts of his body had been seriously damaged, and even some of his functions had been lost. The pitch-black surface of the divine armament armor, under the crazy attack of the self-exploding insects, had some slight cracks. It could be seen how terrifying the power of the explosion was, and the 188 floating cannons were directly destroyed by the self-exploding insects. Bang! Tony fell from 1,000 meters high and directly smashed into the hard concrete ground. The huge impact caused his whole body to fall into a dizzy state, and his body was embedded several inches deep into the ground. At this point, the encirclement was completely ineffective. No one could stop the swarm of insects anymore. All the humans in New York City had become lambs waiting to be slaughtered in their mouths. Crack! 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 The swarm grinned their teeth as they rained down, covering all the streets and corners, greedily hunting humans. On the other hand, before Tony could wake up from the shock, the ferocious hunters had already aimed at him. Hundreds of mantis bugs howled and waved their sharp claws, sword blades, slashing at the Godslayer mecha from all directions. On the surface of the Godslayer mecha, immediately, dazzling sparks flew. Although the claws could not pierce through the defense of the mech for a short period of time, they still surrounded Tony deep in the swarm of insects. In his vision, there were many ferocious and disgusting insect mouths, crazily biting at the god-killing mech. As the saying goes, a tiger could not resist a pack of wolves. No matter how outstanding the defense of the god-killing mech was, it could not resist such a concentrated attack. Moreover, the claws and feet of these mantises and insects had been specially strengthened. Their sharpness was comparable to a divine weapon. Soon, the cracks on the surface of the armor became more and more visible under the crazy attack of the mantis bug. Through the cracked outer shell of the metal, one could even see the internal structure. "Sir, the defense is collapsing. We can't hold on for long," Jarvis said hurriedly. It could be foreseen. The kin of iron that was protecting him would be pried open very soon. By then, he would probably become the delicious food in the mouth of the mantis bug. "Jarvis, load into melee mode." Tony, who had been completely forced into a desperate situation, burst out with an astonishing will to survive. His eyes were ferocious and blood-red as he roared, "Burn everything, Hephaestus!" Phew! Violent flames rose from the surface of the mech. Although Hephaestus could not leave the mech, he could attach the molten blaze to any material. The vibranium in the flames was forged into the shape of sword. With its unique metal material, the sharp sword blade instantly cut open the claws of the mantis bug. Melee mode loaded successfully. Connect to the God Killer Mech Armory network. "Sir, please relax your body. Leave the next battle to me." As Jarvis' voice fell, Tony took a deep breath and relaxed his mind. At the same time, he stopped controlling his body and handed over the control of the mech to the artificial intelligence. The mantis bugs that had their limbs cut off let out shrill screams, but in the next second, these bugs were cut into pieces by their compatriots behind them. The surrounding mantises and insects fought and devoured the flesh and blood of their own kind, turning them into their own nourishment. Then, they let out violent screams and once again swarmed forward. This was the law of the swarm. The law of the jungle was vividly portrayed in the swarm. When they lost their survival skills, they would be abandoned by their own kind without hesitation, and then let their own kind swallow their flesh and blood and continue to charge on their own bodies. The naked bloody scene, the cruelty of killing and devouring each other among the same species, made Tony, a pampered capitalist, shocked for a moment, until the insects rushed to the front. Only then did he barely react. But fortunately, the one controlling the god-killing mecha was not him, but an artificial intelligence that had no feelings. As an intelligent creature, Jarvis had no sentimental emotions, and would not be shocked by this scene. He would only coldly and mercilessly deal with every calculation result. Almost in an instant, the vibranium longsword of the god-killing armor was wrapped in terrifying high-temperature flames, like a huge tsunami, and the mighty flames roared, engulfing all the surrounding Zerg. However, the mantis bug strengthened its shell. Although the temperature of the flames was enough to melt steel, they could still hold on for a period of time. Hundreds of strange insects were buried in the flames, but many of them finally broke through the flame blockade and rushed to Tony's side. Even if Jarvis' calculation abilities were superb, he would not be able to defend against attacks from all directions, no matter how powerful his close combat mode was. The mantis bug charged forward fearlessly, biting and gnawing at the mech. Even the bug that only had one head left was about to rush forward and use its last breath, leaving a mark on the god-killer armor. It's over. Tony quickly fell into a desperate situation. Facing the siege of countless bugs, the god-killer armor's defense was on the verge of collapse. Rumble. Just as Tony felt that he was about to become the fertilizer for the swarm, he heard deafening thunder, like a giant dragon cutting through the sky. Following that was endless thunder. The angry lightning descended like a god's punishment, roaring in the swarm. The network of lightning weaved together and spread with unstoppable momentum, blasting all the insects near Tony into powder. A blow from a giant. A blue pillar of light as thick as a bucket instantly tore open a crack in the swarm. The swarm was surprised by the sudden attack. The overall attack actually stopped and slowly retreated backwards. This sudden change made Tony a little uncomfortable. When his brain cooled down a little, he turned around in shock. He saw three stalwart figures walking side by side. It was Steve, Frank, and Thor. Chapter 466, Heroes Rally. Loki. Steve clenched his right arm into a fist, anger rising in his eyes. After being controlled by someone, he would personally execute the plan to destroy humans. This was an indelible humiliation to him. He had to use the blood of the enemy to wash away the sins he had committed. Although Frank was expressionless, the anger jumping in his pupils was clear. Thinking back to the days when he was controlled, not only did he leak information about Soul Society and Death God, but he also personally planned to make the Sky Capital fall and then use the explosion to kill Lod. His back could not help but feel cold, as if he saw his own miserable future. This let that unscrupulous capitalist know that he would have a good life in the future? Frank could only attribute all the mistakes to that damned old Loki. He wished he could shove the gun blade into the other person's mouth and give that damned bastard a shot. Sorry, I'm late. Thor swung his hammer down, and his entire body surged with dazzling lightning. His divine might was mighty and awe-inspiring, and he grinned at Tony, who was flabbergasted at the sight. He said, "It took me a lot of effort to wake these two people up. Thank God, you're finally here." Tony, who knew that he did not need to become nourishment, heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "If you were a little slower, I'm afraid you would have to find me in those damn bugs' stomachs. This time, I really have to thank that Loki." Steve had a complicated look on his face. He secretly clenched his fists. If not for Loki's magic barrier, temporarily blocking the detection of that old Loki, Thor might not have been able to save us smoothly. That's good." Tony saw the large bruises on Steve and Frank's faces and roughly guessed the process of Thor's saving people. It might be a little violent, so he decided to stop asking. He changed the topic and said, "By the way, there are only a few of you. What about the others?" "Here." A carrier Eagle fighter jet landed steadily, and Natasha walked out in a black tight suit. "Wait. Is there still one person missing?" Tony found that there was one less person, and it was the big guy. He could not help but ask, "Where is Dr. Banner?" In this situation, it is perfect for him to display his talent. Natasha smiled. She lifted her red hair, "Don't worry, he is already here." Before she finished her words, everyone felt the street suddenly shake. Then, they saw a green figure falling from the sky like a meteorite and smashing into the swarm of insects, instantly turning dozens of insects into meat paste. Hulk smash! A roar filled with anger suddenly rang out from behind the swarm. A huge green monster, with its terrifying strength and outstanding jumping ability, was like a legendary demon god, forcefully breaking through the encirclement of bugs. Almost 10 seconds later, a green giant covered in the blood of different bugs arrived before the heroes. Although they were usually very afraid of this anger, they suddenly felt happy when they saw Hulk in this situation. "I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming." Peter followed the path that Hulk had dug through and landed firmly on the ground while swinging the spider silk. He looked like he had a lingering fear in his heart. "I almost thought I was going to die. Those bugs are really scary." The people who were originally scattered and fighting on their own finally gathered together at this moment. The Captain America Steve Rogers, the Punisher Frank Castle, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Spider-Man Peter Parker, the Hulk, Thunder God Thor Odinson, and the Avengers officially assembled at this moment. "Everyone is here." Captain America swept his eyes over the crowd one by one, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Avengers! Our mission is to stop the swarm from spreading and protect humanity's last line of defense at all costs." "Understand. Give the order, Captain." Natasha checked all the weapons and said in a deep voice, "We will listen to your command. It's an honor to join your team." Frank grinned and clenched his gun. "I used to serve in the Marine Corps. I've heard of your reputation. I hope you can lead us to victory this time." Even Tony, who had always disliked Steve, did not object at this moment. Captain America was the only one who had participated in the Second World War and led the assault team to destroy the conspiracy and destroy the super soldiers of the Hydra organization. Therefore, no one would feel that it was wrong to hand over command to him at this moment. Professional matters were left to the professionals to do. This simple and easy to understand principle was understood by everyone present. Especially now that it was a crisis that concerned the survival of humanity, there would be no benefits in competing for power and profit. What they needed was unity, to unite their strength into a rope to overcome the terrifying crisis of the swarm. "Very good." Steve nodded solemnly. Feeling the heavy responsibility on his shoulder, his brain quickly analyzed the current situation and made the next strategy. "Tony, Natasha, you two think of a way to close the space door. Thor, Frank, the two of you have the ability to move in the air. You are in charge of keeping the Zerg leader and Loki busy. Peter, you are in charge of supporting the others. Use your web to help the trapped civilians." Finally, Steve paused slightly and looked at the excited Hulk. "Hulk! Smash! Interesting." The old Loki raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man in the building. "Loki. He deliberately used words to numb my detection and then let Thor secretly wake up those two people. I didn't expect to be fooled by you here." "Sorry, old bastard." The young Loki raised his head and stared at the old man. He sneered, "You are not the only one who has the title of God of Trickery." This was a battle between the God of Trickery. Although the old Loki had a huge advantage in the beginning, the young Loki was unwilling to fall behind others. He carefully looked for flaws and finally obtained a slight advantage in the overall situation. "Ha ha ha." The old Loki smiled and shook his head. A mocking look appeared in his eyes. "You are still too young. Now that the trend has been formed, do you think you can stop my plan with just these few people? Don't be happy too early." The young Loki narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, "It's not the last step yet. It's not certain who will win or lose." Interesting. The old Loki smiled contemptuously. "Then let me see if you can make a comeback." In his eyes, these heroes who were still putting up a desperate struggle and had hope in their hearts had just yet to see the true swarm of insects. Only after they experienced it themselves would they understand just how small their strength was. What he needed to do was to extinguish this ball of fire. This allowed these people to deeply understand how terrifying the swarm of insects were. Chapter 467, Because I'm a Hero. Peter hung the spider silk and wandered around the city. Every time he found someone dying under the insect's mouth, he would use the spider silk to tie up the insect and smash it with a heavy object. This is number 12 Baker Street. A huge unknown creature has been found. Requesting rescue. I repeat, there are 127 refugees here. We need heavy firepower support. The shell of that damn insect is very hard. Even the bullets of a pistol can't penetrate it. Through the radio headset in his hand, Peter had to receive the nearest distress signal. When this signal appeared, he rushed to Baker Street without hesitation. 12th Baker Street was a theater. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Peter climbed in from a high window. 127 people were trapped in the theater. Dozens of policemen were holding pistols and pouring bullets wildly, trying to stop a black worm the size of a truck. It's actually this kind of thing. Peter's pupils contracted slightly. He recognized that this was a new type of bug. Tony named them as tanks. As the name implied, they were like tanks. It was covered in a thick carapace, with countless protruding semicircular organs on its back. Its interior was suffused with a strange dark green light. Moreover, there were two giant claws at the front of its head. Even the walls made of reinforced concrete could not withstand a single attack from the giant claws. He had thought that if he avoided the front battlefield, he would not encounter these terrible insects. But he did not expect to meet another one in this small theater. Peter could not help but clench his teeth, thinking about how to deal with this tank bug. Spider silk was definitely not enough. Although the speed of the tank bug was very heavy, they had amazing high defense. Even the Godslayer Mech's palm cannon could not pierce through the thick shell. It could even withstand Thor's lightning and move forward. The semicircular organs on the surface seemed to be able to absorb energy from the outside. It could only be considered to be trapped or used to defeat it. Peter directly jumped down from the railing and shot out a spider silk that stuck to the pillar. He used the recoil to swing over. The moment the little girl was about to enter the mouth of the death worm, he saved her from the mouth of the tank bug. The tank bug bit empty air and noticed Spider-Man. But at the same time, another strange-looking insect slowly flew out from the shadows of the theater. Another new species. Peter's face suddenly became nervous, and he was extremely vigilant in his heart. According to the information they got from the young Loki, the most terrible thing about the swarm of annihilated insects was not only the number, but also the special enemies they faced, which would evolve into extremely strong targeted abilities. Tony Stark had suffered this kind of loss before. The mantis bugs covered in black shells, the plasma bugs that could launch long-range shells, the self-exploding bugs that stored energy and were extremely fast. These were obviously special breeds that evolved to target Tony Stark's mecha. But Peter was still a little caught off guard. He did not expect that he would be targeted so quickly. The moth-shaped bug let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry from its mouth. The cry was very strange and unpleasant to hear. It seemed that the bug had been sent out by vibration vocal cords and some kind of organ. It was mixed with uncomfortable infrasonic sound waves, which kept attacking the nerves like a magical sound. For Peter, whose hearing was abnormally sharp, this was a catastrophic blow. Through the strange infrasonic vibration, the high-frequency noise produced was nothing to ordinary people. But for Peter, who had sharp five senses, that was a huge weakness that could kill him. The insect swarm's cries were like a red-hot soldering iron that fiercely pierced into his brain. Then, they crazily stirred. Every nerve was screaming hysterically. It was a kind of pain that could not be described with words. Almost in an instant, the 16-year-old high school student lay on the ground and wailed in pain. His face was distorted by intense pain, and black veins burst out. His entire body spasmed uncontrollably. Red blood flowed from his ears, nose, mouth, eyes, and 7 orifices, soaking his mask and dripping onto the white tiles in the theater. Pain. It hurts too much. If it is calculated according to the level of pain in modern medicine, the lowest level was light pain, which was considered pain but not severe. It could endure and sleep without being affected. The highest level was severe pain, and the pain was extremely intense. It could not endure and was seriously disturbed in sleep. It needed to be suppressed with strong medicine. Then the pain that Peter suffered had completely surpassed the self-protection mechanism of the brain. This level of pain had already surpassed the rank system of Hu. The interference of the infrasonic wave to Peter made him suffer at that moment, which was equivalent to giving birth to 10 children at the same time and breaking 20 ribs. The tank bug saw that there was an opportunity to take advantage of, moved its heavy body, and rushed to Peter at the speed of ordinary people running. The two hard pincers at the front were now open 180 degrees, making people inexplicably think of the scissors. It was not difficult to imagine that if they were caught by this pincer, they would probably have to worship their lower body. "Come on, big brother spider!" The little girl in her mother's arms suddenly shouted to remind Peter. Ah! At this critical moment, a powerful will to survive erupted. Peter forcibly suppressed the pain, and at the moment when he gained control of his body, he moved half a meter to the left, thus avoiding the claws of the tank bug. But in the end, he did not completely dodge, and was ruthlessly hit in the abdomen by the body of the tank bug. The hard shell, accompanied by a powerful collision, instantly broke 2 or 3 of Peter's ribs. Under the internal and external injuries, even though he had a physique several times that of a human, Peter was still in pain and could not move, holding his abdomen. Seeing that the blood food in his mouth was gone, the tank bug immediately cried out in anger. It suddenly chose to change direction and rushed towards the little girl who had just made the sound. No, not good. Peter barely opened his eyes. When he saw this scene, his eyes suddenly burst. Even he could not withstand the impact of the tank bug, let alone those fragile ordinary people. If he did not find a way to stop it, these 127 lives would be crushed into meat paste. Help! Help! No, don't come over! Save us, please, superhero, come and save us! I don't want to die, please save us! Everyone's face was full of deep horror. Fear of the insect, fear of death, attachment to life. All the emotions that people had suppressed in their hearts finally merged into a single sentence, resounding in the sky above the theater. Save us, Spider-Man! Ah! Perhaps it was the cry of the crowd that gave Peter endless courage, allowing him to cross the pain that humans could not bear. Stube! A pure white spider silk wrapped around the hind legs of the tank bug. Peter's hands held the spider silk that was as hard as steel, squeezing out all the remaining strength in his body, forcibly stopping the impact of the tank bug. The tank bug was less than half a meter away from the crowd. However, no matter how much it roared and exerted its strength, its claws sunk into the ground due to excessive force. Hurry up, go! Peter pulled the spider silk and fell back at 75 degrees. His whole body was firmly pressed against the ground, and only then did he barely stop the tank bug. However, he no longer had any strength left. He could only squeeze out 2 words from between his teeth, telling the others to leave quickly. But, if we leave, what will you do? A police officer asked with a pale face. Don't mind me. Peter's hands were torn by the spider silk, and blood kept dripping down. Your safety is the most important thing. But, you will die. The police officer trembled with tears in his eyes. This was a stalemate, like a tug-of-war. However, if Peter lost, 127 people would lose their lives. Everyone knew very well that under the attack of the moth bug, Spider-Man would not be able to hold on for long. Once he released the spider silk, he would have no more strength to resist the tank bug. The only outcome would be death. So what? Peter wrapped the spider silk around his arm, 1 foot deep into the ground, and growled, "I am Spider-Man. Whether I can live or not, I must stand up and protect the weak. This is what it means to be a hero. With great power comes great responsibility. Gwen. I did it. Am I qualified enough to call myself a superhero now?" Chapter 468, Overwhelming Power of Annihilus. The war had begun. It was a matter of the survival of the species, and no one could stay out of it. Everyone, be it civilians or soldiers, were forced into this bloody and cruel meat grinder. Every street, every house, every inch of land, the entire New York was reduced to hell. Amidst the howls of the insects that annihilated the swarm, mixed with the wails of humans, the air was filled with a thick smell of blood, and it was almost nauseating. All of SHIELD's cargo ships came out in full force, and the rapid response forces of the United States gathered up, pouring out dense bullets and artillery fire at these disgusting insects. After the initial delay of Tony and the others, the U.S. military finally arrived. Countless war machines roared and drove towards the crazy swarm of insects. Steve was alone. Relying on his abundant physical strength, his left hand used the golden shield as a defense, and his right hand used the power of giants to attack. He formed a sharp sword with the green giant Hulk and ruthlessly stabbed into the center of the swarm of insects. He aimed at the special insects that were difficult to deal with and had a high threat level. Tony reforged the destroyed floating cannons and handed command over to Jarvis. With the assistance of the Atlas system, he scattered them in various barrages to support the military with strong and dense artillery fire. In the face of the resistance of the humans, the crazy attack of the swarm that annihilated the humans at the beginning suddenly suffered a great deal of resistance. No matter how they attacked recklessly, they were still blocked in the central area of New York City, unable to radiate outward. The fire brigade and police force organized an effective force and began to search and rescue the trapped civilians in the city, sending wave after wave out of the dangerous area. However, everyone knew very well that the real factor that could affect the battle situation was not them, who were resisting the swarm. Tony, who was in charge of closing the space door, and Thor and Frank, who were attacking the Bug Emperor. Steve looked up at the sky and found that the battle was extremely anxious. The huge thunder resounded through the sky, and the dazzling lightning tore through the sky. Even those on the ground could feel the terrifying destructive power contained in the lightning. Thor lived up to his name as the Thunder God. He single-handedly charged into the swarm of insects. He relied on his ever-successful thunder and lightning as well as his astonishingly powerful hammers to cause those who dared to approach the insects to die and wipe away their wounds. Frank assisted from the side and followed closely around Thor. The silver spear blade roared repeatedly as it was in charge of clearing out the strange insects that had ambushed them. Although it was the first time the two of them had cooperated, they seemed to have been familiar with each other for many years. They were like a sharp-tip sword, tearing a huge crack in the dense swarm of insects. Their target was Annihilus. Only by killing the Emperor of the Zerg would they be able to solve this crisis completely. As expected, the target is me. Annihilus watched calmly, and two figures rushed toward him. A hint of mockery appeared in his eyes, and he said disdainfully, "Your idea is good, but unfortunately, you are too naive. How could a Zerg who believed in the law of the jungle and the law of the jungle acknowledge an insect who was weaker than them as the emperor of the entire tribe? Reproductive might be one thing, but more importantly, strength. The reason why it could become the Emperor of Annihilation was that it had the strength to rival the entire swarm. Come on, human." The Emperor of Bug, Annihilus smiled sinisterly. The shell around his body suddenly turned dark, reflecting a steel-like luster under the light. Sharp bones popped out from the outside of his two slender arms, sword. Ah, it really can evolve. Frank was not surprised at all. He had already expected this scene. After all, the reason why the Annihilation Zerg clan could evolve quickly was because of ecstasy, so the Insect Emperor had chosen to evolve according to the situation. This was not strange at all. Thor, close your eyes and cover your ears," Frank reminded. Then, he raised the gun in his left hand and fired 3 special bullets. Shock. Flash. Wave. Wang. For a time, the entire sky was occupied by a dazzling white light, accompanied by extremely low-frequency sound waves, forcibly interrupting Annihilus. This sudden white light and sound waves caught Insect King Annihilus off guard. His mind went blank, and he lost the initiative in an instant. Thor had been prepared in his heart, so he did not fall for it. Seeing that Annihilus could not move, he knew that this was the best opportunity created by Frank. He licked his dry lips and threw the Thunder God Hammer. Whoosh! 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 The Thunder God's hammer hit its target, and then its head was hit by a hammer. Even though its shell was as hard as iron, it could not block the Thunder God's hammer. Moreover, this was Thor's furious strike, and its power had increased by several times. Bang! Bang! A loud sound of metal rang out, and dazzling sparks flew out from the dark insect head of Annihilus. It was actually smashed into pieces and collapsed on the spot. A sticky substance similar to brain matter sprayed out, and it could not help but scream. As the saying goes, beat up a drowning dog. Just as Thor was about to continue chasing and take the opportunity to kill the Insect Emperor, he saw the surrounding insects suddenly rush up as if they had gone crazy, trying to stop them from getting close to the Insect Emperor. It had to be said that this move was very useful. Facing the crazy counterattack of the sea of insects, even if Thor was incomparably brave and had unparalleled lightning power, he was still unable to fight against 4 hands. He was trapped in the swarm of insects and could not take even half a step forward. Damned humans! The compound eyes of Annihilus were filled with rage, and it wished that it could tear Thor apart. "I will kill you all." The proud Insect Emperor could not endure being hurt so badly by a mere tiny human. In its eyes, this was a great humiliation. It had to use that person's blood to wash it clean. Crack crack crack! A burst of bone-cracking sounds that made one's scalp go numb rang out. The shell that had been shattered by the Thunder God Hammer on the surface of Ursruk's body continued to fall off as if it had shed its skin, and then it was replaced by a completely new shell. The Insect King had evolved. In just a few minutes, the outer appearance of the Insect King, Annihilus, had undergone a tremendous change. Moreover, the direction and target of this evolution was obviously aimed at Frank and Thor. All of the skin on Annihilus' body was covered by a jet-black biological shell. The surface of his body was full of uneven wrinkles. His scarlet eyes were filled with endless rage. He slowly walked towards the 2 of them with heavy steps. Boom! An inexplicable sense of pressure came like a tsunami. With every step Annihilus took, waves of air would spread out. It was as if the entire sky was shaking violently. As the violent winds howled, it was as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing. The black gas visible to the naked eye was mixed with cold killing intent. Like waves of endless waves, it crazily attacked the hearts of Thor and Frank. The cold air that could not be stopped came from their backs to their heads. The uncontrollable fear was like a shadow, swallowing their battle intent bit by bit. Thor bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to wake up. He knew that he had to stop Annihilus. Otherwise, if he let the momentum continue to accumulate, they would be unable to fight again because of the collapse of their mentality. Rumble! The surging lightning was like a giant dragon, surging in the clouds. Then, it was summoned by the Thunder God Hammer raised by Thor. It gathered into an earth-shattering pillar of lightning that crashed down with a destructive force. The mighty thunder and lightning surged, and the interwoven lightning net annihilated all the insects within a 100-meter radius. However, something horrifying happened. They saw Annihilus standing in the middle of the thunderstorm. By relying on the layer of black shell outside his skin, he was able to isolate the power of all the lightning. He was able to forcefully withstand the bombardment of the lightning and walk out. Seeing this scene, Thor and Frank's faces immediately turned ashen. They finally understood why the insect emperor had evolved into that layer of shell. It was a perfect armor with an extremely good affinity. As long as that layer of shell remained, it was equivalent to half of Thor's power being crippled. Chapter 469, Overwhelming Power of Annihilus. The worst situation happened, just as Frank had been worried about. The two great abilities of reproduction and evolution, which were the power of the insect emperor, Annihilus. According to normal thinking logic, the source of the two great abilities, the insect emperor Annihilus, was most likely to have the same as the swarm, or a more superior and powerful evolution ability above the entire group. Although this possibility was not small, Frank still had a glimmer of hope before he truly witnessed it. What if the insect emperor's adaptive evolution was not as good as the entire swarm of insects, or just that the degree was similar, and the gap was not big? However, the result was a slap to his face. The adaptive evolution of the insect emperor Annihilus was completely superior to the entire swarm of insects. In just a few minutes, it could create a powerful insulated shell, directly crippling half of the powerful thunder god Thor. This was equivalent to the Avengers, directly reducing one of their main forces. I will let you experience the deepest despair. As soon as Annihilus's voice fell, the boiling killing intent rose to the peak. Cold and turbid air surged like a tide, eroding every inch of this space. The huge and terrifying shadow was like an abyss, dragging Frank and Thor into the boundless hell. Darkness, anxiety, depth. Through the terrifying compound eyes of the insect emperor, they felt as if they were in a bottomless abyss where they could not touch anything. In the darkness, there were countless ferocious giant insects. Their eyes were full of greed and they wanted to tear the newcomer apart and swallow him up. The sound of hungry teeth grinding was like a drizzle, constantly circling in their minds. It was enough to drive anyone crazy. But in the next second, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The extremely oppressive dark abyss disappeared. From beginning to end, they did not take a step away. What a terrifying insect emperor! Thor suddenly woke up and gasped for breath with lingering fear. The experience just now was simply like a real existence. The grinding sounds of those ferocious giant insects, as well as the pairs of scarlet greedy eyes, the oppressive atmosphere almost drove him crazy. It's very scary, isn't it? The insect king, Annihilus, slowly opened his lips, revealing the fangs inside. That is the negative space that we live in. It is different from the time and space you are in. It is a place with only darkness and no light or living things. Hunger and devouring are the eternal theme. So, that is why you want to invade us? Frank asked in shock. You're right, human. A hint of jealousy appeared in Ursruk's eyes as he said hatefully, why can a weak race like you occupy such a beautiful space? And a powerful Zerg like us has to survive in the endless darkness by devouring our own kind. What kind of bullshit theory is this? Frank glared at him with bloodshot eyes and said angrily, you are born in a harsh environment. You don't think of ways to improve the environment. Instead, you invade other people's territory and even treat other races as food. You are a group of evil spirits controlled by desire. Natural selection. The law of the jungle. Isn't this what you humans advocate? Annihilus stretched out his long, forked tongue and licked the blood of the same kind on his lips. His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. If that's the case, then being devoured by us, as the nourishment for the Annihilation Zerg clan, you don't have the right to complain. Bang! A huge ring of air suddenly burst out in the air. The insect king, Annihilus, suddenly took a step forward, making a sound as heavy as the shaking of a mountain. Two thin insect wings extended out from the bulging shells on his back. The extremely fast vibration suddenly turned into an afterimage, approaching from far away at a terrifying speed that exceeded the limits of the retina capture. In a split second, the sky and earth changed color. Thousands of wind dragons howled and wrapped around the bone sword, drawing a breathtaking sharp cold light. The cold light reflected on Thor's pale face under the light. His pupils trembled violently like an earthquake, and fear that he had never felt before spread all over his body. The aura of death had never been so close. However, after going through thousands of battlefields and wandering on the edge of death several times, Thor quickly responded. "Do you think that without lightning, I am not Thor?" An angry flame jumped in Thor's eyes. Thor, who dared to challenge giants alone in myths and legends, even comparable to Hercules, had a special ability that made him the most proud in addition to summoning thunder and lightning, which was unparalleled strength. "Eat my hammer!" Thor let out a Viking battle roar as he lowered his body. The muscles on his two calves suddenly expanded and formed a knot. The strength of his entire body was pushed along his spine to his heart. In the end, it was directed into his thick right arm. He held the short black hammer in his hand and drew a perfect arc in the air. With the help of this rotating inertia, Thor heavily struck the thunder god hammer towards Annihilus. But in the next second, Annihilus suddenly opened his mouth and let out a sharp scream. "Ah!" As the two of them were almost face to face, the sharp whistle instantly shattered Thor's eardrums. It was like a needle piercing into his brain, forcing him to make a serious mistake in his entire action. The thunder god hammer brushed past Annihilus's face and struck the air. "You lost." Annihilus smiled cruelly, and the sharp bone blade slashed fiercely. "Chi-la!" The sound of ripping silk was heard, and bright red divine blood sprayed down like a fountain in the sky. The thunder god armor was instantly torn apart by the bone blade of Annihilus. Although the powerful force was weakened by 3 points, it still caused the skin on Thor's chest to split open, and the flesh and broken bones that rolled outwards were almost touched by the bone blade. The insect king Annihilus grabbed Thor's head with one hand and threw him to the ground. Bang! Thor almost had no ability to resist. He was like trash that had been thrown away. He crashed into the ground like a cannonball. During this time, he even collapsed a tall building. In the end, his entire body sank deep into the cement ground. Thor was defeated. This scene, everyone who was present was surprised. Thor, who was the strongest in the Avengers, was defeated so easily. The whole process took less than 10 seconds from when the insect king Annihilus attacked, to when Thor was no match for him and crashed into the ground. The speed was so fast that even Frank, who was at the side, had not yet recovered from his shocked expression. "Now, it's your turn." The insect king, Annihilus, glanced at Frank. The corners of his lips curled into a sneer, and he said disdainfully, "I'll give you 10 seconds to run away as much as you want. No matter where you run, I will catch up to you. Then I will tear you apart and eat you. And then I'll let you watch as I devour your limbs bit by bit. Ha ha ha. Enjoy your despair, human." Chapter 470, Salvation. Blessings are unparalleled, and misfortunes do not come singly. Almost at the moment when Thor was defeated, the military defense line was on the verge of collapse. Facing the crazy attack of a sea of insects, the defensive position built by humans was tottering in the storm. At first, relying on the advantage of firepower, the army could barely hold on. However, as time passed, humans were not machines, nor were they mindless insects. A long period of high-intensity battle required a high degree of concentration. This was a great test for the spirit and body of the soldiers. The war was like a huge meat grinder, rumbling as it swept both sides in. Then, it turned both sides into broken limbs. The nauseating thick smell of blood filled every corner of the air. In the end, a mistake appeared. The defense formation set up by the army was in a circular ring that surrounded the center of New York. However, due to a soldier's mistake, a cannonball exploded on their side. Along with a huge roar, the hot heat wave rushed into the sky, and a gap appeared in the siege formation. The besieged swarm of insects found the opening in an instant. The black swarm rushed out of the encirclement, using their absolute numbers to crush the enemy. They began to crazily eat away at the rest of the camp. The entire process happened so fast that they didn't even have time to set up a new defense line. This Maginot line of defense built by the army eventually died at the hands of his own people, and then all the lines of defense were like dominoes, and began to collapse in an unstoppable frenzy. Soldiers who made mistakes died in the mouth of the Zerg. No one blamed the soldier who made the mistake, because at this moment, they had no time to think at all. The only thought in their minds was how to keep themselves alive, or even take another breath of air. The collapse of the defense position meant that the entire New York and even the US behind them would be reduced to the hell on earth where the Zerg were wreaking havoc. No. Seeing this, Steve's blood rushed up. His eyes went black and he almost fainted. After waking up, his eyes almost split open. His handsome face became distorted and black blood burst out from his neck. He roared in despair. At this critical moment, Tony Stark stood up again. After discovering that the space door could not be closed, he had no choice but to join the battlefield again. Meltdown, reconstruction. Tony Stark operated the god-killing armor, stopping the swarm with a floating cannon while desperately squeezing out his spiritual energy, forcibly building a huge wall to surround the Zerg again. However, all of this was in vain. Not to mention just a few high walls, even if there were a few more troops, they would be broken through sooner or later under the crazy attacks of the Annihilation Zergs. The huge city wall that reached into the clouds only delayed the spread of the swarm and slightly delayed the fall of New York. Everyone, gather here. Tony knew that this was not going to work, so he came up with a bold idea. He saw a huge gap suddenly appear on the tall wall. Using the strategy of surrounding the 3-1, he deliberately led the swarm to gather in one direction so that they could continue to delay the attack. This was their last chance. If this final defense line was broken, then they would have no way to stop this monstrous group of Devourer. Steve Rogers was the first to arrive. Tony took a look and found that his Star Flag battle armor had long been dyed green by the blood of the Zerg. There were even many bone-piercing wounds on it. It could be seen how dangerous the battle was. Hulk did not come, and he did not know where he was. However, this was also expected. After all, when the big guy was angry, no one would listen to him. The second person who came was Frank. He could not fight Annihilus alone, so he could only take a step back. After escorting Thor to a safe place, he came here to support the defense line. There are only 3 people left. Tony looked at everyone's tired faces and could not help but feel bitter. It seems that the last line of defense for humanity can only rely on the few of us. If you have time to talk, why don't you rest more? Frank sighed and looked at the impending doom in front of him. He said faintly, maybe, this is the last time we can rest. Fighting side by side, and die together. Steve exhaled heavily, then walked straight into the 2 iron walls with his bloody shield. The 2 huge iron walls rose into the clouds and stood on the ground like cliffs. The distance between the left and right sides was only a dozen meters, but the height was 1,000 meters. Standing under the iron walls and looking forward, the entire sky was squeezed into a straight line. Just like the legendary Spartan warriors, they defeated the perilous army of the Persian Empire. However, the Sparta warriors were 300 people against the 500,000 Persian army, and they were 3 people, facing the endless insect army. The overwhelming numbers of the insect race made people despair. Even in the entire history of mankind, there was no one more courageous than the 3 of them. But, they had no way to retreat. They're here. It was unknown who said this, but a black tide suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Countless insects piled up together and pressed down like a huge tsunami. It was like a chain. The sound of shells rubbing against each other, mixed with the sound of insects grinding their teeth, echoed between the 2 iron walls. Everyone only felt a bloody and violent aura, like mountains collapsing and earth splitting, as if they would be torn apart in the next second. Suddenly, the earth shook. The entire earth shook violently, and a terrifying aura rose up, as if some terrifying ancient creature was awakened by the commotion on the ground. What happened? What did these damn insects do? No. It doesn't seem to be those insects. Look, they also stopped. Everyone showed a frightened expression. They didn't know what happened. Even those crazy insects suddenly stopped their attacks. Rumble. The 4 giant stone pillars broke through the ground like bamboo shoots after the rain, like a pillar that held up the sky and stood in 4 different directions. What is this thing? The old Loki's expression changed slightly. These 4 stone pillars suddenly made him have a bad feeling. The 4 stone pillars pierced the sky, and a majestic spirit energy spread out like ripples. It then weaved into a nearly transparent film that enveloped the entire New York City. Dash! A crisp sound of a bell suddenly broke the silence. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and found a simple and unadorned door with a deep red engraving on it. They did not know when it had suddenly appeared there. A door. Looking at the simple door, Tony and Steve were surprised. They were secretly vigilant. Everyone, be careful. There may be enemies behind the door. No. Frank cut through metal and said, that is not an enemy, but our. No, it is the human reinforcements. Wait, reinforcements? Tony said in disbelief, are you sure you are not lying to us? Do you know this door? Yet. I know it. Frank suddenly laughed, as if he had cleared away the haze. With tears in his eyes, he choked and said, that, through the door. Soul Society is here to help us. Chapter 471, Arrival of Soul Society. Soul Society. The moment he heard this name, Tony trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. The expression on his face gradually became stiff, as if he had swallowed 3 flies. An extremely strong desire arose in his heart, and he wanted to escape from this place. From a certain point of view, the current him, in the eyes of Soul Society's group of Death God, was no different from the Zergs behind him. After all, one was a wanted criminal who stole Death God's power, and the other was an alien who had invaded the modern world and caused a large-scale death. No matter which one, in the eyes of Soul Society, it was something that must be eliminated. But the more critical the situation was, the calmer Tony's brain became. He knew deeply that it was under the range of Death God and spiritual powers perception. Even if he fled now, it would be useless. But as one of the geniuses of the Stack family, he had already foreseen this situation, so he was prepared in advance for the worst. And this preparation was to deal with this kind of situation. Jarvis, activate the emergency order. With Tony's order, the iron hammer pattern on the chest of the god-killing mech disappeared. With Jarvis' intervention, all the spiritual energy supply systems were forcibly cut off. Then, the 2 iron rings on Tony's wrist instantly suppressed all the spiritual energy fluctuations he released to the lowest limit. This was his plan. Using the principle of darkness under the light, he managed to get through under the opponent's nose. After making sufficient preparations, Tony silently took a few steps back. When everyone was paying attention to the realm gate, he quietly embedded himself into the tall iron wall. The invisible coating on the exterior of the god-killing mech made him almost blend in with the surrounding environment. It was impossible to tell with the naked eye. Dash! The golden bell hanging above the arched door swayed gently in the breeze. Along with the rapid and crisp sound of the bell, the deep red ancient arched door slowly opened a crack, and a large amount of dense spiritual energy that was almost tangible flowed out. Steady footsteps came from inside. It's coming. Frank widened his eyes, holding his breath as he waited for Soul Society's reinforcements. The white dense spiritual energy quickly spread out. The 3 of them took a breath of air, and their eyes immediately lit up. They felt the rich spiritual energy enter their bodies, and even their fatigue and injuries were dispelled. Very quickly, a slender figure appeared in the midst of the rich white spiritual energy. The iconic black, Death God clothes were covered with white feathers. A head of silvery white hair was extremely distinctive and recognizable. On the perfectly angular face, green eyes were shining like gems, revealing a coldness that was like 10,000 years of ice. Wait. The reinforcements you mentioned, there is only one person. When Steve noticed that there was no one else behind the door, his expression could not help but twitch. Only one person? Isn't it too much to look down on the Annihilation Zergs? There is another possibility. Frank's face darkened and he said in a low voice, in Soul Society's opinion, just one captain is enough to destroy the swarm. Although he had not officially joined the team, Frank still knew some common things. For example, the white feathered garment was a symbol of status and status in Soul Society. Only Death God, the captain of Godi I-13 Division, would be allowed to wear this kind of white knitted clothing. The one that Soul Society sent this time to support the modern world was a real captain of Death God. According to the information he learned from Laud, any captain had other national-level combat strength, and was the most terrifying existence in the entire Soul Society. Now they finally had the opportunity to see how powerful the so-called captain was. Under the nervous gazes of the 3 people and 6 people, Chwerhitsugaya slowly stepped out of the gate. His eyes were a little lazy and unhappy, but more of it was cold. Anyone could see that this captain seemed to be very angry. And the reason why this captain was angry, Frank secretly guessed that it might be related to the group of disgusting insects. Chwerhitsugaya's eyes moved and fell on Frank. He asked, "Are you the death god recommended by Laud, Frank Kastel, who is about to join 11th Division?" 11th Division? Frank was stunned, and then his face was stiff as if he swallowed a fly. This matter, he knew who did it with his ass. Although he didn't know much about the authority of 13th Division, 11th Division was a famous combat maniac concentration camp. He still knew 1 or 2 things. When did that damn bastard say that he was going to join 11th Division? I am actually. Frank thought about how to deny this matter. He did not want to go to a group of combat maniacs concentration camp. But unfortunately, Chwerhitsugaya did not give him this opportunity at all and directly blocked the road. "We have seen your combat skills. 11th Division is very suitable for you. When this matter is over, let Laud take you to Soul Society, make up the relevant procedures to participate in the team entry ceremony." Frank? He really wanted to refuse, but he was afraid of being beaten. Thousands of words were finally swallowed back. Frank seemed to have withered, unwilling to continue to dwell on this problem. He said, "Captain, let's talk about which division to join later. Now there are people dying at every moment. The most important thing for us now is to stop the spread of the annihilation bug swarm as soon as possible." "Don't worry," Chwerhitsugaya said lightly, "the whole time and space are blocked by the enchantment class, and now these insects can't escape." Hearing this, Frank's heart calmed down a little, but looking at the huge swarm of insects piled up in the iron wall passage, he couldn't help but have a worried expression on his face. "But can you really destroy all the insects by yourself?" Hearing this, Chwerhitsugaya looked at him with a strange look and said, "Who told you that I am the only one?" Frank was shocked. "Are you saying that there are other captains?" "You guessed right." Chwerhitsugaya's eyes flashed a glimmer of light. "Including me, there are a total of 4 captains who have come to this world." 4 captains. Tony, who was hiding in the iron wall, almost peed his pants when he heard this. Just this captain alone had already made him feel a lot of pressure. Now he was telling him that there were actually 3 captains? After Frank heard this shocking news, his heart was in turmoil, but the big stone in his heart finally fell down. He could not help but laugh heartily. Great, with 4 captains, we can definitely destroy this group of insects." "No, you are wrong." Chwerhitsugaya lowered his eyes slightly and said indifferently, "If it is just these insects, I alone am enough to destroy them. There is no need for 4 captains and the 4 square barriers to seal time and space. Our real goal is Someone else. Chapter 472, Soul Society's Power. Damn. 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 The old Loki's face was dark as water. He glared at the empty place beside him and said, "Didn't you say that Soul Society wouldn't care about the matters of the modern world?" "We did say that." A woman appeared in the air, wearing a silver mask. There was a hint of ridicule in her eyes. "But you went too far. Letting those ridiculous insects slaughter humans, causing a large number of souls mixed with resentment to appear. Do you think Soul Society will ignore it?" Soul Society would not casually interfere with the modern world. But this did not mean that Soul Society was a group of wooden heads, watching as the humans were destroyed by the Zergs. Although the Annihilation Zerg was a great help, they also wantonly slaughtered humans, causing a large number of resentful souls to be born. It was no different than indirectly accelerating the growth of the entire circle of Hollow. As a keeper of order, how could Soul Society see the balance being broken? There is a saying in the ancient East. Everything has its own destiny. The woman chuckled and said slowly, "When you indulge these insects in wantonly killing and devouring humans, you should think of the consequences of breaking the balance." The old Loki's face was ugly, and he could not find any reason to refute. This was indeed his mistake. He did not expect that Soul Society would be so decisive and not give him any time to develop. But right now, he had no way to retreat. No matter what the fate and outcome of the future was, he had to bite the bullet and attack now. What is that barrier? The old Loki took a deep breath and calmed the restlessness in his heart. He asked. It is a kind of enchantment that can seal time and space, and it can move the creatures of the inner realm to another time and space to avoid being affected by Death God's battle. The woman did not hide it and said frankly, "The usual strength of this enchantment is not so strong. This enchantment should be specially prepared for Captain Death God. I just want to know how to destroy this enchantment." The old Loki interrupted the woman impatiently and said coldly, "The Annihilation Zerg clan needs to devour a large number of humans. Only then can they continue to reproduce and evolve. Therefore, we must destroy this barrier as soon as possible. It's very simple. The woman snapped her fingers and pointed at one of the stone pillars. She smiled and said, "Do you see those 4 stone pillars? As long as you can destroy one of them, the barrier will naturally collapse." The 4 stone pillars were the fulcrum of the entire barrier. If any one of the stone pillars was destroyed, it would cause the entire barrier to collapse. The old Loki no longer hesitated. He immediately ordered Annihilus to gather all the forces of the insect race and attack the 4 stone pillars. As long as this barrier is destroyed, they will return to the previous time and space. There are still millions of people waiting for the Zerg to devour there. According to the nutrition provided by an ordinary adult, the Zerg Emperor can reproduce dozens of ordinary Zerg, which is equivalent to tens of millions of the Zerg. Yes, Lord Loki. Annihilus, who was under the control of the Mind Stone, forcibly suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and ordered all the Zerg to destroy the 4 towering stone pillars. However, Loki had missed out on one point. Since Soul Society dared to set up the spirit formation pillars here, he would definitely not be afraid of being destroyed. When the black mass of insects rushed towards the 4 stone pillars one after another, a person was stationed near the 4 stone pillars, silently waiting for them to walk into their trap. And the attire of these people, without exception, were all covered in white robes and feathers. In front of a stone pillar in the east, Chwirhitshugaya's eyes were slightly closed, and the corners of his lips were cold. "Since you can't wait to die, then I will help you." In the next moment, spiritual power erupted. Boom! It was a terrifying spiritual power that could not be described with words, as deep and majestic as the sea. With that thin figure as the center, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted by an invisible hand. Suddenly, layers of ripples rippled out and spread out in the shape of a ring. Anyone who came into contact with the ripples was instantly crushed into meat paste. The swarm that was originally surrounded by an iron wall was instantly emptied out. In the huge circular domain formed by spiritual power, those crazy insects were almost dying as soon as they stepped into it. The broken limbs piled up into mountains, and the thick blood seeped into the ground for several meters, dyeing the canyon-like iron wall into a scene of hell. Even though the Zerg were no longer afraid of life and death, in the face of such a strange scene, under the instinct of the creatures, they finally stopped their attack and watched the slender figure in the territory beyond. Hiss! Frank and Steve were stunned and took a deep breath and poured it into their lungs. The Zerg who almost killed them and almost destroyed human beings was so vulnerable in front of the captain. Even until now, that captain had not pulled out sword. It was as if in his eyes, these terrifying arachnids did not even have the qualifications for him to pull out sword. The ones who were shocked by this scene were far from just the two of them. There was also the Bug Emperor, Annihilus in the sky, as well as the old Loki who was guarding near the spatial gem. The terrifying scene of tens of thousands of arachnids dying caused the old Loki's heart to fiercely twitch. His old face was filled with astonishment. What did he do just now? Oh, nothing. The woman's tone was very calm, mixed with a hint of ridicule. She said, it was just a burst of spiritual power. But from the looks of it, your bugs are not as powerful as I thought. It's just a burst of spiritual power. The old Loki's pupils trembled slightly, and his chest rose and fell slightly. He asked, how many captain-level death god like him do they have? Don't worry, it's not much. The woman tilted her head and replied with a smile, there are only 13 of them in total. 13. Not too bad. The elderly Loki heaved a sigh of relief. If there were only 13 of them, he should be able to think of a way. I almost forgot to say it. The woman said after a while, with his explosive level of spiritual power, he should be in the middle among the 13 captains. There are about 4 or 5 stronger than him. There is also an old monster among them. You should be glad that he is not the one coming. The old Loki's heart tightened. How strong are the other monsters you are talking about? Very strong. Strong to the point of making people despair. The woman's tone suddenly became heavy, and a deep fear flashed through her eyes. There was a trace of fear in her tone. The captain commander of Soul Society belongs to the First Division, his existence is equivalent to Soul Society's history and is known as the strongest death god. Just a name made this proud woman feel fear. The old Loki's heart suddenly sank, but he could not help but ask curiously, if it's with Hashwalth, can you defeat him? Hee hee. Don't joke around. The woman laughed in a self-deprecating manner and said, the current Wandenreich can't stop that old monster. Chapter 473, Laud's Secret. Come out, Laud. Chwirhit suddenly looked in one direction, his eyes mixed with a little helplessness. Your spiritual power is as conspicuous as the fire in the night. Do you think I can't find you hiding there? Sure enough, I still can't deceive you. A familiar voice came. Frank cast an angry look, indicating his protest. This shameless black-hearted capitalist sent him to 11th Division, and now he had the face to hide? If he could beat Laud, Frank swore that he would definitely raise the ashes of this bastard. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat him. Therefore, this idea could only be limited to his brain. In Frank's eyes full of resentment, he saw Laud Carl with a smile, his hands in the wide sleeves, suddenly appear from an empty place. Looking at the helpless Chwirhit Laud smiled and joked, your perception is still so sharp. If I knew that when I left Soul Society, I should have gone to SWAFON to learn more of the skills of this side. Haha. Chwirhit stared at him with a smile, you better pray that SWAFON does not find you, otherwise I can't guarantee that you can go back alive. You don't have to be so vengeful, do you? Laud's face froze. He felt that he did not have the confidence to say this. Yes. It was the smell of gossip. No one could avoid being curious about such gossip. Frank and Steve couldn't help it, especially when they heard the news about Lord Carl. They looked serious on the surface, but in fact, their ears were pricked up. Tony, who was hiding in the iron wall, opened his eyes wide and listened carefully. You know what you have done? Shuichitsuguya shook his head. As if unwilling to be entangled in this matter, he changed the topic and asked, last time, the old man asked Zaraki to ask you to go back. Why did you refuse? The three of them looked disappointed and even a little regretful. Lod showed a meaningful smile and said indifferently, I am the sinner of the entire Soul Society. The group of old and undying nobles in the Central 46 all want to lock me up Indiana the infernal realm for a few hundred years. A shocking revelation. The three people perked up their ears again, especially Tony. They listened even more carefully. This Lord Carl, who had always been stationed in the modern realm, actually claimed to be the sinner of the entire Soul Society. Moreover, the sins he committed were so great that it was enough to lock him up in the infernal realm for several hundred years. I see. No wonder he refused to return to Soul Society. He even refused to take the position of captain. Steve looked at the two thoughtfully, recalling the words of the beast captain before, and finally the context of the whole incident and the origin of Lod can be sorted out. The curiosity of the three had been completely aroused. After all, from the moment Lord Carl appeared until now, his entire body had been shrouded in a mysterious veil. If they could know why he had left Soul Society and what the sin he had committed could be, perhaps they could understand this man better. Especially for Steve and Tony, to be able to understand more information about Soul Society was always a good thing. Lod gave a look to Hitsuguya, indicating that it was almost over. Hitsuguya received the look and frowned slightly. The old man has personally given the order. The Central 46 cannot intervene, and it is even more impossible to convict you. Why are you still not coming back? Now, it is not the time to go back. Therefore, Lod pretended to be deep and said, for the sake of our former classmates, you better be careful of the other captains. The matter at that time is not as simple as it seems. At this point, Lod did not intend to continue speaking. His goal has been achieved, and he can lay the groundwork for the future invasion by leaving a little bit of information. As expected, you also noticed it. Hitsuguya's face was solemn, and he said in a low voice, ever since you left Soul Society, I have been secretly investigating that matter. I found that there was something behind it. You are talking too much, Hitsuguya. Lod suddenly spoke, interrupting his next words. The most important thing right now is to deal with these insects and those guys, right? You are right. Hitsuguya knew that he had misspoken, helplessly shook his head and sighed, it seems that I can only wait for you to come back to reveal the truth. The three of them widened their bloodshot eyes and felt the blood and chi in their chests surge. This kind of halfway of speaking really made people want to beat them up. This feeling was like going out to meet a girl. He used all his strength to carry her back home. When he was about to take off his pants and get to the point, he found that someone had a relative coming to visit him today. His hot blood immediately flowed from his crotch to his head. If it was someone who had less emotional control, he would probably be so angry that his head would bleed. Noticing that the three of them had their faces flushed red, and they were relying on their deep breaths to calm down their gloomy movements, Lod suddenly felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. It turned out that this was what it felt like to be a riddle person. No wonder Kane always liked to hide his words. It just so happens that you are here. Help me with something. Hitsuguya put a hand on his waist and said lightly, guard the boundary stone column for me. I will deal with this group of disgusting things. As one of the four captains who came to the modern world, his main task was to guard the stone column and protect the enchantment that sealed the whole time and space. If he left his post and caused the barrier to be destroyed by accident, once spiritual power of the captain leaked out, the damage caused by it would be even more terrifying than the annihilation Zerg race. Therefore, before finding a suitable replacement, he had to stay here to protect the stone pillar. But now it was different. With Lod's help to guard the stone pillar, he could move freely. After saying this, without waiting for Lod to agree, he walked directly to the swarm. Since you won't attack, then let me attack. Seireitei slightly pressed down the cross sword at his waist. His dark green cold pupils seemed to be occupied by a giant dragon. The surging spiritual power around his body suddenly rose to the peak, bursting out with a savage and violent momentum as if it had been awakened after thousands of years. Seireitei, who had always been kind, had long disliked this group of disgusting insects. Since the Annihilation Zerg dared to use their strength to wantonly kill humans, then let them have a good taste of the powerless and desperate fear when crushed by absolute power. Chapter 474, Overwhelming. How were they going to defeat the Annihilation Zerg race? According to the current known information, the social structure of the Zerg is a collective group similar to the beehive. The biggest feature of this group is that there is no so-called individual consciousness. The only weakness is the insect emperor. The spirit and will of the Zerg emperor were like a network that was connected to the entire swarm of insects, and it possessed individual consciousness and biological characteristics. This meant that it was not invincible. As long as the bug emperor, Annihilus, died, the massive Annihilation Zerg race would collapse. Losing its powerful reproductive ability and amazing adaptability evolution, the Annihilation Zerg race would be much easier. It would be easy for humans to eliminate them. This was the only way the Avengers could think of to defeat the Annihilation Zerg race. The above was a conventional method. Frank told his thoughts to Seireitei and pointed out the enemy's weakness, which was the Zerg Emperor, Annihilus. However, Seireitei did not intend to take this method, because he wanted to let the Zerg King Annihilus die in despair and fear after feeling the huge gap that could not be resisted. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth. It has always been Soul Society's style. It is God's business to forgive you, and Death God is only responsible for sending you to see God. But according to the current situation, there was a high chance that these insects would be led to Hollow's Circle after death, and what awaited them there would be a new hell. Zhang! Seireitei clenched the sword handle with one hand and slowly pulled the sword out of the sheath. His dark green cold eyes emitted a solid cold killing intent, sit upon the frozen heaven. Hyauran Meru. Boom! When the terrifying spiritual power gathered and quickly rose to the peak, it created a cold storm that connected the heaven and earth, releasing waves of resounding dragon roars. Daiguran Hyauran Meru. Seireitei was covered in ice armor, his right arm was covered by the majestic dragon head armor, and a cold sword blade was in his mouth. The huge dragon wings slowly spread out from his back, and a dragon tail naturally hung down, making a crisp sound in the air. A cold, misty, white mist, with Seireitei as the center, began to radiate rapidly to the surrounding area. The temperature within a radius of several kilometers began to fall like a jumping machine. The insects that were a little closer were frozen in the blink of an eye after coming into contact with the white mist, turning into lifelike ice sculptures, neatly packed together, about 10 meters high. From a distance, the ice sculptures of these insects felt like a strange performance art carving display, which could be said to be an alternative unique sight. Violent spiritual energy recklessly surged, rolling up an endless cold winter storm. Bone-piercing frost swept across the earth, freezing everything in its path. At first glance, it made people feel as if they had returned to the prehistoric era where everything was frozen. Those massive numbers of the Annihilation Zerg race were forced to gather in the Iron Wall Central region by the raging cold winter storm at this moment, surrounding the vicinity of the Insect King, Annihilus. This was the first time since they had descended that the Annihilation Zerg race had done such a thing, similar to fear and retreat. Although tens of thousands of bugs were like a tree in a primeval forest to the large number of bugs, they were not worth mentioning. But the key problem was, the Annihilation Zerg lost tens of thousands of compatriots, but in the end, they could not even touch the other side's clothes. Even trying to get close to the man seemed to have become an unattainable hope. It was the special soldier type in the insect group, the tank bug with the thickest armor and the highest defense. When it tried to rush towards the man, it was crushed into meat paste by an invisible force about 100 meters away. And the man from beginning to end, even sword did not wave his hand. He only approached them little by little with a rather slow pace. Hucky! 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 As he watched the thin figure slowly walk over, the insect king, Annihilus' breathing became rapid. A chill slowly rose from his back, filling his brain bit by bit. An emotion called fear quietly spread in his heart. Dong! 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 With every step that Seireitei took, the entire earth shook once. The extremely majestic momentum filled the world, like a tsunami crashing down, all the water vapor in the atmosphere condensed into ice, blooming on the ground, high-rise buildings, streets, and ruins. Fear spread in his heart. His brain was occupied by fear, and his strong instinct to survive drove him. He subconsciously wanted to escape from the man, away from the source that made him feel the threat of death. The swarm of insects felt the fear of the insect emperor, and they roared uneasily. They seemed to be pushed by an invisible wall of air, squeezing and retreating frantically. Finally, they built a tower of insects. This scene made people feel ridiculous. The Zerg were obviously the one who had the advantage in numbers, but they were forced back by the enemy alone. Looking at the behavior of the Annihilation Zerg, the old Loki felt extremely humiliated. His eyes were full of anger and he said coldly, "Annihilus, I order you not to retreat again. Kill him for me. I don't." Upon hearing the order, the Insect King, Annihilus froze, and a strong sense of resistance surged in his mind. He tried to disobey this order. In his eyes, it was an order to send himself to his death. Annihilus. The old Loki was shocked and angry. He did not expect that the will of Annihilus was so strong that it showed signs of breaking free from the control. He quickly strengthened the control of the Mind Stone. "Don't forget that I am your master. Are you going to go against your master's will?" The powerful power of the Mind Stone instantly destroyed the will of Annihilus' resistance. Its eyes were empty and lifeless, like a marionette. It nodded blankly and said, "No, I do not dare to go against my master's will." In the next moment, the tide rose again. Under the orders of the Insect Emperor, the Annihilation Zerg race showed a surprising obedience. Although these bug race were strongly resisting the approach of that terrifying man due to their biological instincts, the special structure of the bug race caused them to be unable to go against the Supreme Insect Emperor even if they were unwilling. At this moment, the bug race revealed a crazy side. They covered every corner of this city's streets and alleys, like endless black tides surging from all directions. The sky was covered by a dense mass of insects, so dense that even light could not penetrate it. There was almost no empty space in sight, as if the entire world was dyed black at this moment. Kika! Kika! Wherever these completely crazy insects passed by, even the steel and mud were eaten up. The black tide gradually spread. In the eyes of others, it was like a dark abyss that opened its mouth and swallowed everything it touched. They did not care if those things were nutritious or not, they just wanted to tear everything in front of them. Seireitei held the ice-blue sword. The violent spiritual power seemed to have found a vent. Accompanied by an extremely cold breath, like a flood rushing to destroy a dam, it crazily poured out, facing the fearless tide of the Zerg. Shikai Hikitsu, 4 worlds freeze. Whoosh! The cold air on Sword's blade was released at this moment. The terrifying temperature was close to -200 degrees, carrying the pure and transparent spiritual power like glass. Suddenly, layers of clear ripples appeared and spread out at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Almost in an instant, the endless flood of black insects suddenly stopped moving forward. Along with the sound of Seireitei and sword entering the sheath, all tangible and intangible matter that was affected by the ice blue ring was permanently fixed at that moment. Everything in the world was silent. Only the wide white feather was fluttering in the cold wind. Chapter 475, Unfortunate. This was the captain. Frank and Steve, who saw this scene, felt as if their brains had fallen into a state of crash. The entire New York had an area of 800 square kilometers, but under the attack of Sword, there was an area of nearly 400 square kilometers that was forever frozen in terrifying ice. Tens of millions of huge insects were all destroyed in an instant. Frank, who witnessed the whole process, finally realized that this group of people who were known as Soul Society's most powerful existence, the captains of Godi 13, were actually a group of terrible monsters. Gulp. This is absurd. Steve swallowed hard, then turned his stiff neck and looked back at the stone pillar that reached into the clouds. He suddenly felt a sense of relief, understanding why Soul Society's support was so slow. If not for the protection of this barrier, not only would the Zerg have died when Sword went down just now. The other captain-level death god, each of them was equivalent to a strategic nuclear missile, and they had the terrifying combat power to destroy the country. If it was accidentally leaked, the disaster would be unimaginable. Steve wiped his sweat quietly and made up his mind secretly. If they encountered trouble again in the future, they could solve it themselves and try to solve it as much as possible. They must not let these humanoid nuclear bombs come to the world again. Otherwise, if there was any accident, New York would probably become history. At this time, a pretty boy hiding in the iron wall had an ugly expression on his face as if he had eaten shit. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't defeat Soul Society's team leaders, he should be able to use it to protect himself. At the very least, he could still fight to the death to exchange for one. But now it seemed that he was thinking too much. With just one sword he had sealed half of New York City, and he looked like he was still at ease. Obviously, he had not used his full strength yet. Just thinking about this kind of captain, when Soul Society still had 12 others, Tony instantly had the urge to turn himself in. What the F***ck was this? He might as well just surrender. Maybe, for the sake of turning himself in, Soul Society could let him choose a more painful death. At the very least, it was definitely better than being frozen into an ice sculpture. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, the insect emperor, Annihilus, suddenly moved. However, it did not rush towards Seireitei, but chose the opposite direction, which was to flee in the west. Damn it! Bastard! Seeing this scene, the old Loki could no longer control his expression and emotions. He roared like a furious beast, "Get the hell back! I order you to get the hell back and defeat him! Annihilus, how dare you disobey me?" However, this time, Annihilus ignored him. When the old Loki tried to control Annihilus through the Mind Stone, he found that the latter still broke free from the restraints. His old face suddenly twisted with anger, and blood vessels swam under his skin. It looked terrifying. "Run! Run! Run!" The two thin wings hidden under their shells were vibrating so fast that they even left after images. At this moment, there was only one thought left in its mind. That was, regardless of the cost, even if the entire Annihilation Zerg race was buried here, it would still flee from that terrifying man. If the Annihilation Zerg race was gone, then so be it. As long as it, the Insect Emperor, was still alive, it would one day be reborn. However, if it died here, then it meant that the entire Annihilation Zerg race was going to disappear. In the face of the survival of the race, Annihilus was desperate to flee. It could feel that there was a cold and piercing gaze behind it, but it did not even dare to look back. Because it was afraid that as soon as it turned around, it would see the man behind it. He actually ran to the west. Seireitei looked at the Insect Emperor who gradually disappeared in his vision, and his face could not help but have a strange expression, mixed with a touch of pity, shaking his head. "Ah, I hope you won't regret it. If you fall into the hands of that guy, it will be difficult to die at that time." The reason why he did not pursue was because there was no need. He had mentioned before that there were 4 captain-level death god in the position of the 4 stone pillars. And the captain sitting in the western stone pillar was the current captain of Soul Society's 12th Division, Kisokura Hara, who was also the director of Technological Development Department. Falling into the hands of such a research madman, he did not think that the fate of Insect Emperor could be good. Thinking back to the last time he went to Technological Development Department, he saw countless strange species soaked in jars, and the eerie sneer that poured into his ears from time to time. Hitsugaya could not help but shiver. West Stone Pillar. A middle-aged uncle with a decadent temperament sat cross-legged on a collapsed boulder. His golden hair was unusually messy, and he was covered with a dirty feather coat. It seemed that he had not washed it for a long time, and there was a wooden cane in his hand. The man's face was full of stubble, staring at 2 deep dark circles, as if he had not woken up, and yawned repeatedly. This seemingly half-awake man was Kisokura Hara, who had been ordered to guard the West. Before coming to the modern world, he had already stayed in the laboratory for half a month. During this period of time, he did not rest. Originally, the research was quite smooth, but in the end, he was suddenly pulled to act as a able-bodied man. All of a sudden, a lightning-like figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed, targeting the stone pillar behind him. Kisokura Hara calmly raised a finger and said, "Bakud number 63. Saj Sabaku." Golden spiritual energy burst forth from his fingertip and turned into a thick chain that was as thick as a python. It firmly bound the figure and forcefully pulled him back. Plop! The figure smashed heavily into the ground. Only then did Kisokura Hara see clearly that it was a mutated humanoid insect. It was the fleeing insect king, Annihilus. "Damn it, get out of my way!" The insect king, who had already been consumed by fear, had no time to think about the reason why the man in front of him had come here. Instead, he chose to break through forcefully. "My children, come out!" Annihilus used all the remaining nutrients in his body to give birth to a new Zerg. Countless Zerg crawled out of his body and took shape at an astonishing speed. Then, they formed a huge Zerg tide again. The Zerg spread over at an extremely fast speed. Their ferocious teeth made a sound like iron. Pairs of greedy red eyes were locked firmly on the strange human who was wearing a striped flower dress and wearing wooden clogs. "Oh!" A hint of surprise lit up in Kisokura Hara's eyes. As if he had found his beloved plaything, his lips slowly curved into an inexplicable smile. "Interesting. It can actually reproduce on its own. And this amount?" If Nimue were here at this moment and saw the expression on Kisokura Hara's face, he would probably mourn for the other party for 3 seconds. Because the last person he had seen like this had now been dismembered into countless parts and soaked in a medicine jar used for preservation and research. Chapter 476, Tricking the Trickster. Boom! A blood-red spiritual power rose from afar like a huge crescent moon. Even though they were a few kilometers away, everyone could feel the earth shaking. The entire sky was dyed red. The violent spiritual power from the west charged forward like an awakened ancient dragon, tearing a huge chasm with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Along the buildings around the gulf, they were constantly crying out in sorrow after the collapse. The smoke and dust in the sky rose into the sky along with the air waves and went straight into the clouds of the 9th heaven. It seemed that an invisible hand was crazily stirring the sky. Together with the blood-red glow, it revealed an unspeakable sense of oppression and heaviness. "Hey, who should I provoke? Why should I provoke him?" Hitsugaya sighed softly, as if he was mourning for the miserable insect emperor. Although he did not know much about Kisokura Hara, he had seen the means of Technological Development Department. Just like no one knows how many drugs Kuratsuka Mayuri has stuffed into Nimue's body, and no one knows how many strange things are hidden in Kisokura Hara's clothes. There is such a sentence in Seireitei. Never provoke 2 people, one is the squinting eyes of 4th Division, the other is the madman of 12th Division. Even if you provoke the group of combat madmen of 11th Division, do not provoke these two people, otherwise you will die very ugly. This is the reason that countless curious death god finally summed up with their lives. Although it is not as abnormal as Kurotsuka Mayuri, the performance of the two is not far apart. This matter is fully clear, what is not courting death. Chuir Hitsugaya is a little unhappy, feeling that the head that originally belonged to him has been robbed. That idiot insect! Be good and stay here. Can't you freeze to death? Why did you have to run off to be a little white mouse? Are you satisfied now? The insect emperor of Annihilus had been defeated. The elderly Loki, who occupied a high vantage point, could easily see the situation on the entire battlefield. The insect emperor of Annihilation, who he had high hopes for and even used as a trump card, was now being dragged on the ground by the dispirited and lazy middle-aged man like a dead dog, and then stuffed into a jar that he had pulled out from nowhere. If he wasn't mistaken, the man had even tagged along. Animal Kingdom, Insecta, Primary, Arthropods. It was obvious that the man had arranged everything clearly for Annihilus. The Insect Emperor, who ruled the negative space, was now soaked in a glass jar and kept as a specimen. It was a great humiliation. Pa! The old Loki crushed the wine glass in his hand and allowed the golden liquid to spill over his body. His heart felt as if it had been frozen. The importance of the Insect Emperor Annihilus was self-evident. It was related to whether his entire plan could be successfully implemented. But now, the dream had shattered. And it had been shattered by someone else with the cruelest method. All of this was because he had underestimated Soul Society too much. In a situation where he had no complete understanding of the situation, he had rashly acted according to the previous plan, provoking this group of damned disaster stars and breaking his originally careless plan. Losing the Insect Emperor meant that he had lost the opportunity to seize the Time Stone. Once Sorcerer Supreme got rid of Dormammu's entanglement, she would definitely choose to turn the spear around to look for him. At that time, even if he had the two great space and mind stones, he could not guarantee that he would be able to leave Earth alive. After all, he had personally seen how terrifying an angry Sorcerer Supreme was. Is this the end? Brunhild leaned against the door with her hands crossed in front of her chest, her purple pupils gazing at him as she teased, "It seems that the trump card you are relying on isn't that useful in front of Soul Society. Damn it, shut up. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you had reminded me earlier, how could I have failed?" The enraged old Loki had completely lost his gentlemanly demeanor. He had never lost his composure like this before. He was like a wild beast that had gone berserk. Rage flowed in his scarlet eyes as he fiercely stared at Brunhild. His appearance was like a gambler who had lost all his money and was about to lose his life. It could be said that he had no other choice but to blame everything on the Wandenreich. "Are you crazy, Loki?" A trace of disdain appeared in Brunhild's eyes. "We have already warned you, but unfortunately, you didn't listen. If your head isn't clear, do you need me to help you wake up?" This sentence contained a trace of killing intent. Even though the killing intent was very thin, it was still captured by the old Loki. His complexion instantly changed. Until now, the person under the eaves was him. If he angered the Wandenreich, he would really die here. For the sake of Asgarda, he couldn't die yet. The old Loki forcefully suppressed his anger. He knew the principle of a wise man who knew his place, so he decisively lowered his head to Brunhild. "I'm sorry. I was too excited just now. Please don't take it to heart." The speed of apology is quite fast. A trace of disgust rose in Brunhild's eyes. The way the elderly Loki handled things made her think of Odin. The two of them handled matters in certain ways. They were both the same, fake hollow. They were both equally annoying. "Right, there is another way." The old Loki did not notice her eyes. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly thought of a way to save him. He said excitedly, I wonder if Mr. Hashwalth of the Wandenreich can help me. Since the enemy is Soul Society, he may be able to borrow the power of the Quincy to snatch back the Emperor of the Annihilation Zerg, Annihilus. When the time comes, he will directly use the space gem to go to the alien planet and find a few planets with a large population. After the number of the Zerg of the Annihilation is large, he will choose to return to Earth to avenge his shame. This was the only way, and it was also his last hope. The old Loki's face was flushed with excitement, and a hint of fanaticism flashed through his eyes as he looked at Brunhild with anticipation. However, Brunhild didn't agree, nor did she refuse. She only asked a strange question. The meaning of seeking help from us is that you admit that your plan has completely failed, right? Yes. My plan has failed for the time being. In order to get the help of the Quincy, the old Loki could be said to have given up his dignity and begged humbly, but I have not really failed. As long as we can get back the Insect King, we still have a chance to destroy Soul Society. Please believe me. Yes. I believe. Brunhild slightly nodded. But the Insect Emperor and you are no longer of any use to us. Originally, we were hoping that you would be of some use, but now it seems that you are nothing more than a piece of trash. Upon hearing Brunhild's words, the old Loki's expression changed greatly, and his pupils suddenly contracted. You want to destroy the bridge after crossing it? You can't say that. Brunhild faintly smiled and said in a charming voice, after all, from the very beginning, we didn't plan to cooperate with you. The old Loki reacted very quickly. While Brunhild was still speaking, he extended the short golden staff in his hand and revealed a sinister smile. I have already guessed your thoughts. Be obedient and become my slave. Just as the short golden staff was about to touch Brunhild, the old man's expression suddenly changed. A sharp and cold light emitting a deadly aura suddenly appeared between the two of them without warning. Chi-la! The arm holding the golden short staff was cut off by this sudden attack. Ah, my hand! My hand! Chapter 477, Silent Avenger. The pain was like a raging fire. The old Loki let out a miserable scream, clutching his broken arm, wanting to take back the Mind Stone Scepter. But before he could get the Mind Stone Scepter, his face was suddenly kicked by Brunhild, directly flying backwards, heavily smashing into the wall next to him. Clang dash! A woman in white suddenly appeared and bent down to pick up the Mind Stone Scepter that had fallen to the ground. She then looked at Brunhild, who was standing next to her. The two of them were looking at him with a mocking expression, as if they were saying that they didn't think that they were prepared. My scepter! When the old Loki saw this scene, his eyes turned black and he almost fainted. The Mind Stone Scepter that he had tried so hard to obtain was actually taken away by the Quincy so easily. Now, it is ours. The new woman turned the scepter, and her tone was indifferent and hostile. She said, as for you, Loki, you are no longer of any use to us. Have you all been eyeing it for a long time? Loki endured the pain of having his arm severed. His eyes were filled with resentment. His chest heaved violently, and his hatred was on the verge of becoming solid. Now that things had come to this, there was no need to hide anything. To be more precise, yes. Brunhild lifted the hair at her temples and pulled it behind her ear. She smiled and said, we originally didn't want to act so quickly, but your performance was too bad. Rather than letting you hold the spirit gem, it would be better to hand it over to us. So it was the Mind Stone. You already knew it was the Mind Stone. Old Loki did not understand at this time. He fell into the trap of this group of Quincy. The other party had been thinking about the gem from the beginning, pretending not to know it was just to deceive him to relax his vigilance. This so-called cooperation, from beginning to end, was a conspiracy. The purpose was to deceive him to build the space door, so that the space stone was out of his control. As long as he lost the space stone, the only soul stone left in his hand was naturally a possession. It is easy to talk to a smart person. Brunhild looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. There was an indescribable ridicule in her eyes. Since you already understand, there is no need for us to explain. Wait. I still have one last question. The old Loki panted heavily as he crawled out of the wall with difficulty. His bloodshot eyes stared at the two of them and asked, "Before I die, tell me. Who are you two? Why do I feel like I have seen you somewhere before?" When Brunhild and the woman in white heard this, ripples appeared in their eyes. As for the old Loki, who had been paying attention to the two of them, when he saw that the two of them had been distracted for some reason, he immediately thought of a good opportunity. Although he didn't know why, this gave him a chance to take advantage of it. He quietly drew a rune character under his body and condensed the magic energy in the atmosphere. But he forgot that Quincy was extremely sensitive to energy, so Brunhild immediately discovered it. "You want to run away in front of me?" Brunhild raised her hand and condensed spirit particles in her palm, then threw a light blue javelin. Phew! The pale blue javelin suddenly cut through the air and nailed the old Loki to the ground. The magical energy that had just been gathered was suddenly disrupted by the attack, and it began to backfire in his body. The old Loki wailed and twisted. The last hope in his heart was extinguished. Just as Brunhild was about to understand him, she was stopped by the woman in white and shook her head. "My lord has a few questions to ask, so I will temporarily spare his life." Brunhild coldly glared at Loki, then slowly put down the javelin in her hand. "Consider yourself lucky. Since it is my lord's request, then I will temporarily spare your life." The old Loki's eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at the two people and hoarsely said, "If not for the fact that I consumed a large amount of magic power to control Annihilus and was ambushed by you, how could I have lost to you? You should understand such a simple principle, right?" The woman in white said lightly. "I understand, it's you who don't understand." The old man, Loki, had a ferocious expression on his face as he sternly said, "Do you think that you can escape from here just by defeating me? Don't forget that if you don't destroy those 4 stone pillars, no one will be able to leave this place." In fact, the biggest mistake of this plan was to miss out on Death God's barrier. He did not expect that the barrier constructed by the 4 stone pillars could actually isolate the spatial gem outside. This would be equivalent to cutting off everyone's path of retreat. Right now, no one could leave this place unless they destroyed the 4 stone pillars. But if you want to destroy the stone pillar, that means you have to face the 4 terrible captain-level Death God. The strength of 2 of the captains, the old Loki had just seen it. He admitted that even at his peak, he did not dare to say that he could escape unscathed. The 2 Quincy in front of him did not have to say much, and there was no possibility of winning at all. "Ha ha! Ha ha ha! You are dead!" The old Loki suddenly laughed, a hint of madness on his face. "No one can leave this place. With just the 2 of you trash, it is impossible for you to defeat those 4 monsters." "You are right." The woman in white looked at him and slowly said, "But it is a pity that we have already thought of the problem you are talking about." The old Loki's face was slightly distorted, as if he believed her words too much. "You don't really think that we let you set off this chaotic battle for the sake of stones, do you?" The woman in white teased. "Isn't that the case?" The old Loki was suddenly a little confused. He really could not think of what other purpose the Quincy had in addition to the stone. "You are overestimating yourself." The woman in white shook her head and said, "From the beginning to the end, the Wandenreich's goal was to destroy Soul Society. This time, we are merely borrowing your power to lure Soul Society into the modern realm. This is our true goal. All of our preparations were for the sake of killing the 4 captains. As for you, you are just a bait. Thank you for your performance. But now, you should leave, Loki." The woman in white spoke word by word, but her words were like thousands of sharp blades that pierced through the old man's proud heart. The old Loki's eyes gradually turned dark. He looked as if his support had been pulled out. He sat limply on the bed, his eyes lifeless. It turns out that all my plans are nothing more than a performance in your eyes. At that moment, Brunhild seemed to have sensed something and turned her gaze to a certain place. It's here. As her voice fell, a slender figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. His long golden hair was scattered on both sides of his handsome face. He wore a pair of golden glasses on his tall nose, and his cold eyes didn't have any superfluous emotions. He was like a cold stone. Under the contrast of his snow-white Quincy military uniform, he exuded the temperament of a medieval aristocrat. The temporary leader of the Wandenreich, Jugram Hashwalth. Let the plan begin. Hashwalth pushed the frame with one hand and said expressionlessly, "It is time to make Soul Society's death god feel real pain." Chapter 478, Wandenreich and Soul Society. The Insect Emperor was captured and the Insect Clan was destroyed. Frank and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their hearts that were in their throats were put back in their stomachs. They felt that this war of racial extinction could finally come to an end. However, the strange thing was that Laud, who was guarding the stone pillar in place of the captain, did not have the slightest intention of removing the enchantment. Instead, he revealed a solemn expression, as if something big was about to happen. Frank asked in confusion, "Laud, the Annihilation Zerg clan has been eliminated by the captain. It should be able to open the enchantment, right?" "No. Not yet." Laud shook his head. His expression was solemn as he said, "The real battle has just begun." Real battle? Frank's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had a faint feeling of unease. "Are you referring to that Loki?" Steve suddenly remembered that there was another person, the culprit who caused the war. The old Loki had not appeared from the beginning to the end. "Yes, I was beaten silly by the Zerg. I almost forgot about that bastard." Frank suddenly realized and gritted his teeth. "Don't let me catch him, otherwise I have to give him a hard shot in the head." He had sufficient reason to believe that he had been broken into 11th Division. In fact, Laud had done a revenge incident based on the fall of the Sky Shuttle carrier. Laud, he had no choice. So he could only choose to take a step back and seek revenge on that damned Loki. "You are thinking too much. A mere Asgardian is not worth for Soul Society to make such a big fuss and send 4 captains to the modern world." Laud's tone revealed an unspeakable contempt, as if he did not put Loki in his eyes at all. "Not Loki?" This time, Steve and Frank were dumbfounded. No matter how they racked their brains, they could not think of anyone but that damned bastard. Who else could be the enemy? It must be the Wandenreich. Tony, who was hiding in the iron wall, saw the two people guessing. It was just that he could not find the key point, so he could not help but open his mouth in a hurry. "The only one who can be treated so seriously by Soul Society is the Quincy who you regard as your enemy. Yo, you don't plan on hiding it anymore?" Laud teased Tony, "Not hiding anything." He directly nodded and admitted, "You are right. Soul Society sent 4 captains for the sake of the Wandenreich. Coming." The moment Laud's voice fell, everyone felt a great pressure. The entire sky seemed to be covered by dark clouds. The endless wind roared like waves. Everyone suddenly couldn't feel anything. It came from the warmth of the warm sunlight. Only endless coldness climbed up their spines to their brains. Dong! 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 An extremely oppressive and powerful momentum came like a tsunami. Spiritual power so huge that no words could describe, condensed into a form visible to the naked eye, like a waterfall hanging above the 9 heavens, flowing down from the sky above everyone's heads, accompanied by a boundless and vast pressure, like a dam breaking. The flood crazily poured down. Everyone suddenly felt that it was difficult to breathe. The powerful pressure fell like a mountain, causing the blood flow in the body to be close to freezing state, followed by a fear and trembling from the depths of the soul, like a crazy beast biting at their sanity. A slender figure, with steady and firm steps, came out of everyone's sight. The man had a perfect face like an angel, with sharp edges and corners, a snow-white quinsy military uniform fluttering, and the 5-pointed star pendant on his chest, shining under the light. Handsome, perfect. However, it was precisely such an angelic man who revealed an extremely terrifying side. From the moment he appeared, the entire atmosphere seemed to have been ignited by an invisible flame. The huge spiritual power was like a raging wave, crazily crashing into the air, creating a strange scene that looked like a mirror shattering. That was Jugram Hashwalth. When he saw the man's face, Steve was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. A monstrous hatred spread wildly in his heart. He could never forget that face. It was because of this man that Bucky was swallowed alive by Hollow. If he counted, this should be the third time he had seen this man. However, every time they met again, the despair and fear in Steve's heart would increase. Even if he was supported by the anger of revenge and could barely not kneel down under spiritual power, he could no longer see any hope of revenge. Let alone taking revenge on Hashwalth. Under this huge pressure, he could not even complete the action of waving his fist. His limbs seemed to be shackled with heavy shackles. His body was stiff like a rotten old wood, and every muscle and cell was screaming hysterically. That man only needed one look to kill them. This was the strongest feeling brought to them by Hashwalth, the most direct and obvious difference in strength. Laud noticed that the three of them were almost at their limit, so he slowly took a step forward and enveloped them in his territory. Huff, huff, huff. The three of them were enveloped by the domain, and the pressure on their bodies suddenly disappeared. They collapsed to the ground in relief, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Then, they all cast a grateful look at Laud. If not for his help to offset the terrifying spiritual power, the three of them would have already fainted, and they might even have been scared to death. Adjust your breathing and relax as much as you can. Laud stuck his hands into his wide sleeves and warned, open your eyes wide and don't miss a single detail. Take a good look at the next battle. After all, this level of battle is not something that can be seen at any time. Got it? Frank understood what Laud meant. He wanted them to observe and learn. A battle between captains was rare, especially a desperate fight like this. If they could get a little experience from it, it would be enough for them to enjoy it for a long time. You finally appeared. Chwirhit snorted, Zanpakutou in his hand pointed to the sky, and spiritual power was surging like a heat wave. No one can disturb us this time. Let us continue the battle that has not ended last time. It suits me, proud death god. Hashwalth's extremely cold blue eyes contained a cold killing intent that was suppressed to the extreme. We have lasted for 1,000 years. Today, we will take back a little interest from you. You are too arrogant, Hashwalth. Chwirhit stepped on the Rishi ladder and walked step by step to the man. In the blue cold eyes, there was a burst of spiritual power like boiling lava, and he said word by word, today let me end this war that has lasted for 1,000 years. Bang Kai. Diguran Hyauran Meru. The dragon roar that shook heaven and earth broke through the clouds, and the airflow rose up to 100 feet high like a huge wave. The moisture in the air within 100 meters was instantly sucked out and condensed into a nearly transparent blue ice dragon. It flapped its huge wings and tore through the sky, as if it was a mythical creature that had awakened from ancient times. It pulled out thousands of waves that were visible to the naked eye and rushed into the sky. Chapter 479, Prelude to Chaos. No one could have imagined that it would develop into such a situation. The so-called invasion of the Zerg was just an appetizer, and the real feast was here. This was the real war between the Wandenreich and Soul Society, two ancient organizations, but this time no one dared to stop it. At the very least, Frank and the other two did not feel that they had the qualifications to do so. Not to mention stopping them in the past, even if they wanted to get close now, it was almost impossible for them. The dark clouds covered the sky, and the sunlight could not shine in at all. The temperature of the entire atmosphere was dropping rapidly. It even broke the thermometer, and the frost visible to the naked eye covered every inch of the earth. According to Jarvis' calculations, the result was located in the coldest central area, the temperature is now close to 200 degrees below zero. After learning this result, everyone's face twitched violently. The temperature of 200 degrees below zero was almost an absolute zero. If an ordinary person was exposed to this environment, their survival time would definitely not exceed a minute. Even the death environment where bacteria could not survive was close to the temperature of extinct species. However, this was only the beginning. Seireitei flapped his dragon wings and instantly cut through the sky like a stream of light. His speed was so fast that it even left an afterimage. Not giving Hashwolf any time to react, the absolute zero sword blade had already pierced his chest, and the majestic spiritual power instantly erupted along sword's blade. In the next moment, the ice suddenly burst like a fountain. A huge ice sculpture suddenly appeared in the air. Through the thick ice, one could see that Hashwolf was frozen in it. If you plan to use this method, if you want to numb me, I advise you to give up early. Seireitei slightly adjusted his breath, but he did not relax his vigilance because of this blow, and still maintained the state of Bankai. As soon as his voice fell, the ice shattered. You misunderstood, Death God. Hashwolf raised his hand to slap off the ice shards on his body. His eyes under the golden frame were abnormally calm, and he slowly said, I just want to personally feel the lowest temperature you can make so that I can prepare it. So, what is the result you got? Seireitei frowned slightly, looking for the flaws of the other party with his eyes, but unfortunately, he did not find any opportunity. So, it is not worth paying attention to. Hashwolf's eyes showed a touch of sarcasm, pushing the frame with one hand, and said, only at this level, there is no need to dodge. Is that so? Seireitei's eyes were cold, sword cut through the air and said coldly, then use your body to experience it again. Bang! The airflow suddenly exploded. Seireitei stepped on Ho-Ho and instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared. In the next moment, the heavy sword carried the howling cold wind and cut off the hair on Hashwolf's forehead. He looked up with an expressionless face, and a cold light reflected in his eyes. The huge sword edge was like a mountain collapsing and heavy pressure on him. Although the sword edge had not touched his body, the extremely cold air had frozen half of Hashwolf and even spread hundreds of meters away. The whole atmosphere was full of bone-piercing cold air. Blood vein. Hashwolf frowned slightly, spat out a mouthful of white cold air, mobilized the blood in his body and mixed with spiritual power, forming some kind of bright red lines all over his body. After the strong defense was raised to a terrifying level, he raised his hand and punched straight at sword. Bang! At the moment when the fist and sword intersected, it burst out a sound like a metal collision. With the support of the quincy's blood vein, Hashwolf's physical hardness was comparable to a divine weapon. The fist collided with sword's sword, but only left a shallow white mark. On the contrary, Seireitei, who attacked first, was shaken back several steps. After adjusting his breathing slightly, the two suddenly rushed to each other. In just a moment, they had fought hundreds of times. The fist and sword collided with a terrible speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. A loud sound like a bell echoed in the air. Countless dazzling white sparks burst out, illuminating the faces of the two people under the black cloud. At the moment when the two people's eyes crossed, they burst out the deep blood mark of Death God and Quincy. The two completely different spiritual power divided the sky into two halves. On one side was the destructive force of Quincy, tearing the atmosphere and hollow out of the gap, and on the other side was the roaring ice dragon, freezing everything in contact with ice. Boom! After a violent tremor, the two figures crossed each other and pulled apart. Hashwolf clasped his hands together and unfolded them like an invisible bow. Large divine arrow. The scattered reishi was forcibly plundered and condensed into a huge blue arrow. It was placed on the bowstring that was pulled to the full moon, and the target was the heart of Seireitei. Whoosh! The divine arrow suddenly tore through the sky, dragging the constantly exploding ring-shaped sonic cloud. Seireitei's pupils shrank slightly. He felt a strong aura of death over his head. His sixth sense told him that this arrow was strange. He absolutely could not take it head-on. He immediately waved sword to cut an ice dragon and rushed to the arrow. At the same time, he used this opportunity to leave the place with ho-ho. Bang! The frost dragon collided with the divine arrow and was actually pierced through by it with a crushing force. Moreover, after piercing through the frost dragon, the arrow seemed to be unaffected and disappeared in a straight direction. As expected, it is like this. Seireitei's heart throbbed, and his eyes slightly said, "In the divine arrow, you have integrated the power of your script." He had seen this power before. X-axis, a kind of script that ignored defense. If he had reacted a little slower just now, or if he had to take the arrow head-on, he would have been pierced through the heart by the arrow. "I was seen through." Hashwolf shook his head and showed a somewhat regretful expression. He said, "It is a little too naive to want to defeat a captain with just this little trick. The same move can't be taken advantage of twice in front of me." Seireitei snorted. "But it's a pity." Hashwolf's lips slightly raised, and a smile of success appeared. "Your arrogance made you ignore one of the most important things." Hearing this, Seireitei was slightly stunned. "What is it?" "I already knew that you would avoid X-axis up." As Hashwolf spoke, he raised a slender, white gold finger and said indifferently, "So from the beginning, my goal was not you." Seireitei seemed to think of something, and his face became extremely ugly in an instant. "That direction is..." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a loud noise. Rumble! The violent roar was like a giant dragon roaring through the sky. The layers of air waves were like thousands of men and horses trampling the sky. The spiritual droplets that were compressed to the critical point overlapped and gathered together. Finally, a mushroom cloud rose up and exploded. Then, in the ashen faces of everyone, a stone pillar that reached the clouds collapsed like a golden mountain. At this time, Hashwolf's faint voice entered the ears of Seireitei. "The enchantment is my goal. Unfortunately, Death God, you have no chance of winning from the beginning. Look, our ally is here." Kaka! A crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out, and a pale arm tore the space apart. Behind the shattered space was an endless dark abyss. 3 figures slowly walked out. Chapter 480, The Three Espadas. Rumble! As the stone pillar collapsed, the time and space barrier failed. And the stone pillar that was destroyed by everything was the east side that was originally guarded by Seireitei. Lord Karl, who replaced the Captain Hitsuga Toshiro and guarded the stone pillars in the east, realized the real target of Hashwolf, and just then reacted and planned to rush up to intercept it. But unfortunately, he was still a step too late. His speed was still not fast enough, and he could only helplessly open his eyes and watch. The divine arrow penetrated the boundary stone column. All the scenery was gradually breaking down and collapsing. The fake New York built by Ryūjin, accompanied by the disappearance of the 4 enchantment, turned into the real New York City. Frank and the other 2, who were buried in the ground by the violent explosion, finally crawled out of the ground and suddenly froze in place. The originally quiet environment suddenly became noisy. The screams of countless panicked people flooded into everyone's mind like a tide. A sense of unreality caused by the sudden change of time and space slowly rose from the hearts of Frank and Tony. After experiencing the initial shock, the 3 of them quickly reacted, and then their faces turned extremely ugly. They came back. But this time, it was simply terrible. When the Quincy and Death God fought, the range of the aftermath was large enough to cover the entire city. If not for the protection of that layer of enchantment, it was hard to imagine what terrible damage would happen, and how many casualties these ordinary people would suffer. But now, the protective enchantment of human beings disappeared. Once the captain waved the sword again, the cold air burst out was enough to kill all the people in this city. At this time, Tony suddenly noticed that Laud's expression seemed a bit strange. At this moment, his expression was extremely ugly. It felt as if he had swallowed several flies. However, the reason why he revealed this expression was not because the enchantment had been destroyed, but because the current situation was really not optimistic. Laud. Do you know that black thing? Tony rolled his eyes and asked. It's a gargantat. Laud stared at the darkness without turning his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, I didn't expect that even they would appear. Gargantat? What is that? Tony asked doubtfully. Just like Soul Society's death god, when we wants to come to the modern world, we needs to use a special realm entrance. Only in this way can we safely pass through the broken world, avoid being caught, and then be thrown into the endless abyss of time. Laud took the position of commentator and told everyone about the gargantat. The gargantat. It is the only two-way path to Hueco Mundo. Gargantat, to put it bluntly, was the gate. From the highest level of Vasto Lord to the lowest level of Hollow, the only way to descend from Hueco Mundo was through the gargantat. Therefore, the appearance of the gargantat meant that the enemies that Soul Society was about to face were not only the Wandenreich, but also the three people who walked out of Hueco Mundo. The three figures stopped in midair. With the help of the bright daylight, everyone could clearly see their appearances. They were the unruly young men with blue hair, cold men with pale skin like painted walls, and a petite and cute woman. They looked like human, but not completely. Although their overall appearance was very similar to that of a normal person, almost 90% similar to that of a normal person, there were still incomplete bone structures left on their different parts. Those white bone structures emitted an evil aura from the inside out, making everyone feel a deep ominous sign. I have seen them. The Hollow who stole Kars. Steve's heart jumped. He recognized the Hollow in this form, and he had met two of them once. Hashwalth. Have you fallen to such a state? Chwirhitshugaya's face changed dramatically, and his eyes were full of horror. He said, You actually cooperated with Arankar. You are wrong again, Death God. Hashwalth pushed his glasses and said meaningfully, The crazy one is not me, but this world. Moreover, as long as there is enough benefit, the enemy can surely become an ally. These words made Chwirhitshugaya speechless, and he could not find any words to refute. Hearing this, Frank, Tony, and Steve, the three people's faces almost changed, and their hearts were instantly set off by a storm. Thanks to the information collected by SHIELD, they now have a little basic understanding of Death God, Hollow, and Quincy. The Quincy and Hollow joined hands? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. You know, according to the intelligence. The reason why the Quincy was hunted down was that their strength would destroy the balance. So to speak, these Hollow should hate the Quincy more than Death God, but the two sides, who were originally mortal enemies, chose to join hands to fight against Death God, who was guarding the order. This was not good news. To be able to make two mortal enemies not hesitate to join hands, there must be some conspiracy. Ulquiera's eyes were indifferent, coldly saying, According to the agreement, you are 5 minutes late. It was delayed for a bit, but as long as the plan has not changed, isn't it? Hashwalth raised his deep eyes, and his gaze collided with Ulquiera in the air, as if swords' blade was striking against each other, bursting out an invisible fire. Ulquiera retracted his eyes, as if he didn't want to entangle more, and said straight to the point, Where is the thing you promised? Don't worry. Hashwalth's lips curled up. He smiled and pointed in a direction. He said, The thing you want is there now. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and found that what Hashwalth was pointing at was the Stark building. Since they had gone through so much trouble, it was obvious that their target was not the Stark building. After all, no matter how arrogant Tony was, he did not dare to say that his inventions were powerful enough to make this group of people who destroyed cities and countries go through so much effort to fight for it, even to the extent that they did not hesitate to abandon their past grudges and abandon their racial hatred to join hands. Therefore, what they really wanted, and the only thing that they coveted, was the Tesseract. The three of them guessed this answer, and their hearts were instantly in turmoil. Their faces could not help but twitch. The energy contained in the Tesseract could even open up a parallel dimension. If it fell into the hands of this terrifying group of people, it was not hard to imagine what would happen. No way. They absolutely could not allow the Tesseract to fall into the hands of these people. Otherwise, humanity would face a disaster. But before the three of them could act, Hashwalth stretched out his hand and grabbed at Hollow, taking out a short golden staff embedded with blue crystals. The worst thing happened. The only key that could close the spatial door and take out the stone was actually held in Hashwalth's hand. Chapter 481, The Climax is Nigh. At that time, my scepter. The young Loki stared at the scepter with his eyes wide open, and his face revealed a deep despair. Originally, he planned to take advantage of the disappearance of the enchantment to find the old man, Loki, and then secretly steal back the Mind Stone scepter. This way, even if the invasion of the Earth mission failed, he would at least have an explanation. However, things did not go as he wished. The scepter that he had been longing for had now fallen into the hands of the Quincy, which made him more desperate than falling into the hands of old Loki. He had watched the battle between the two people from the beginning to the end. It was not too much to call it destructive. If he was wiped to the side by the aftermath, he was afraid that he had returned to the Valhalla. At the thought that he would take back the Mind Stone scepter from the hands of the man, the young Loki was completely desperate. This was no different from a daydream. It was not impossible, it was simply impossible. However, if he could not snatch back the Mind Stone scepter, with the cruel means of the Titan man, he would definitely hang him on the bridge and tear him to pieces in front of everyone. Otherwise, it would be better to go back and plead guilty. At least he would not be torn to pieces. The young Loki wanted to cry but had no tears. He had gone through so much trouble to come to Earth and had to get nothing. In the end, he could only go back to Asgarda and plead guilty. Freaking hell! Looking in the direction that Hashwalth pointed, the three Arrancar noticed that there was a terrifying energy beam piercing through the sky on the top floor of the building. A huge and deep space wormhole with a diameter of several hundred meters was hanging above the light beam. From a distance, it looked like a hole had been pierced through the entire sky. Even though they were a few kilometers away, they could clearly feel how huge the energy was. They instinctively felt a strong throbbing in their hearts. "'Tis quite a powerful energy." Grimjoe stared at the huge light pillar. He could not help but lick his lips, and his eyes showed a greedy look. "If we can use this energy, maybe we can go up a level." "Yes, that's what we need." Ulquiorra turned to look at Hashwalth after confirming that there was no mistake. A ripple appeared in the depths of his green eyes, and he said calmly, "There is a strong field protection near the space stone, so how do you plan to give it to us?" "It's very simple." Hashwalth showed them the short staff and said, "This short staff is our key dot." Then according to the contents of the transaction. Ulquiorra did not doubt him, nodded slightly and said, "One day in the future, we will assist the Wandenreich in attacking Soul Society." The conversation between them could not be avoided. With the constitution of everyone present, it was not difficult to hear clearly. The faces of the people who heard this information changed in an instant, especially the four captains of Death God. At this moment, they did not expect that Hollow would join forces with the Invisible Empire to attack Soul Society in the future. Frank was worried that with the strength of Soul Society's family, they would not be able to resist the siege of these two forces. Tony was also very worried. Although he was very afraid of Soul Society, he also deeply understood that Death God was the protector of the Order. If the Order collapsed, the first person to suffer would be a human. After all, No matter how they looked at it, Hollow was not like a good person who could maintain order. But before that, Hashwalth slightly raised his eyes and said meaningfully, "We have to think of a way to get rid of those 4 hindrances first. Only then can we take away the space gem." Shua! 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 As his voice fell, 4 black figures suddenly appeared and blocked in front of them. In addition to the familiar Chwerhit Shugaya, the other 3 people were Captain Death God, who was in charge of guarding the stone pillar before. At this moment, they were all gathered at the front, intending to stop the conspiracy of the Wandenreich. Whoosh dash! The 4 captains gathered together, which was rare. White Haori fluttered in the wind, and Tony and others saw the numbers behind them, namely 12, 2, 10, 6. The 2 waves of people were about 100 meters apart, forming a stalemate. They seemed to be afraid of each other, and no one wanted to take the lead. The 3 people on the lower side raised their heads and nervously observed the battlefield. Although the 2 sides had equal numbers, they expressed that they were not optimistic about Death God's side. The reason why they were worried was actually very simple. It was that there was a big gap between the aura and appearance of the 2 sides. There was no need to say more about the 10th Division captain. The strength that he had displayed before was enough to make everyone confident in him. Although they only saw 6th Division captain for the first time, his face was as cold as an ice mountain, his black hair was fixed by a hairpin, and a white gauze scarf was tied around his neck. It was obvious that he had been educated in a high school, and there was a noble aura everywhere in his way, which undoubtedly made people feel that he was very reliable. But the remaining 2 captains. The 2nd Division captain was actually a lowly, with an underage face, plus a petite figure. Compared to those enemies, she was simply like a piece of paper. In fact, even if the style was a bit cute, Tony and others could reluctantly accept it. After all, Death God could not be judged only by appearance, and everyone had already experienced this a long time ago. And this 2nd Division captain, although she seems to be very young, but those cold eyes were full of killing intent, and the momentum emitted by the body, is enough to prove that she is not an ordinary person. What really worried them is the most unreliable 12th Division captain. A messy blonde hair, staring with 2 panda eyes, a listless look, coupled with occasional yawns, made Tony have a very familiar feeling. After thinking for a while, Tony knew why he felt familiar. Wasn't this what he looked like when he had an appointment with 10 models to have a party at home and was hollowed out the next day? Although he knew that it was not good to judge a person by their appearance, after seeing the performance of the 4 captains, Tony still raised his heart to his throat. He even had a trace of doubt that these people could protect the Tesseract. Yo, a total of 4 captains. Grimjoe corner of the mouth curled up, his eyebrows slanted into the temple, his expression was full of arrogance, and he grinned, "We go 1 vs 1, I'll choose first." Hashwalth vs Chwerhit Shugaya. Gwen vs Kisokura Hera. Grimjoe vs Swafon. Ulquiera vs Kukaki Byakuya. As for Laud, well, in fact, Kukaki Byakuya was disguised by him. After all, there is not enough people now, so he can only personally go. The climax was coming. Chapter 482, Kisokura Hera. The fierce battle was restarted again. However, this time, they were in front of almost all humans. Through the Ryūjin device that Nemu had set up in advance, the humans in New York City could observe the existence of Death God and Hollow with the naked eye, and they would also become the audience of this grand performance. "I choose you, 2nd Division." Grimjoe, who was impatient and violent, took the lead to attack, ignoring the others and rushing across the sky. "It seems that your subordinates are a little impatient." Hashwalth looked at Ulquiera and said. "You are wrong. He is not my subordinate." There was an unknown ripple in Ulquiera's green eyes. He said indifferently, "There is no status between the 10 blades. There is only a difference between the strength of the killing ability. Everyone only listens to that lord." Hee hee. I am more curious. Hashwolf showed an interested look. To be able to command 10 big Arankar level hollow, who is the lord you speak of? In the future, you will see it. A trace of helplessness flashed in Ulquiera's eyes, and coldly said, the most important thing now is to quickly defeat these death god. Hehe, you are right. Hashwolf no longer asked. He slowly pulled out the sword at his waist, faced Seireitei, and said lightly, let us continue the unfinished battle before. This time I will not show mercy. Seireitei snorted, as you wish. The two of them fought and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, in another battlefield, the roaring ice dragon collided with countless divine arrows. Neither of them was willing to take a step back. Surging waves burst out from spiritual power, flooding over half of the city like a tide. Since they have all been chosen, let me choose a simple one. Kisokura smiled and took a step forward. Suddenly, he appeared in front of the remaining two. He smiled and said, you seem to be very weak. You can be my opponent. As his voice fell, the sword edge suddenly drew an arc, pulling Gwen into the battlefield. Death God, don't be too arrogant. Being looked down on in front of everyone, Gwen felt great humiliation. The anger in her eyes rose, you cheeky fellow, I will immediately let you taste true pain. I'm looking forward to it. Kisokura was still smiling, but he had no intention of showing mercy at all. Shua, shua, shua. The sword blade repeatedly attacked from a strange angle. It was like an antelope hanging from its horn, unable to find any traces. It forced Gwen to retreat continuously. There were even several times when her throat was almost cut open by the sword blade. Even the short golden hair on her forehead had been shaved off by a layer. You don't look too old, so you don't know much about Death God, right? While suppressing Gwen, Kisokura smiled and used words to harass her with Death God's 4 major basic skills. Shut up! What does that have to do with you? Gwen wanted to dodge the strange sword, but he was also harassed by his words. The two attacks were extremely annoying. When she clenched her fist, there was red electricity surging. She said angrily, I don't want to listen to your Death God. Go to hell, hollow bullet. Boom! A red cannonball shot out, instantly hitting the chattering Kisokura. Hollow bullet was the weaker version of Seiro. Although it was not as powerful as Seiro's destructive power, its speed was 20 times that of Seiro, and it also had the ability to be instantaneous. Therefore, it could be used to launch a surprise attack in battle. It hit. Seeing that the attack worked, Gwen was ecstatic, and she quickly took advantage of the victory to pursue, her fists continuously firing hollow bullets. Boom! 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 The scarlet-red shells formed by spiritual power rained down on Kisokura. The huge chain reaction ignited the gas within a radius of 100 meters. The pungent black smoke rose up after the explosion. Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! Gwen was happily playing with Hollow Bullet, but a figure interrupted him. Are all young people these days so irritable? That familiar and frivolous voice sounded from behind her. Even if she did not turn back, she knew that it was the Death God from before. You? How? Gwen's face was ashen, and his entire person was stiff. Your next sentence is, why are you still alive? The corners of Kisokura's lips curled up. Under the half-pressed hoodie, a pair of teasing eyes shimmered. Yes. Why? Now it's my turn to ask you again, bastard. Gwen gritted her teeth and said. She still didn't believe it. She raised her hand and shot out another hollow bullet. However, Kisokura had already expected it. He used Ho-Ho to directly came to Gwen's back and placed sword's blade on the latter's neck. The cold touch of sword's blade, mixed with a hint of killing intent, instantly stimulated Gwen's nerves. "You! Didn't I say it already?" Kisokura pressed down on the brim of his hat with one hand and said indifferently, "This move is already useless against me." Sing, Benihime. Boom. The scarlet spiritual power that sword released suddenly appeared like a crescent moon, releasing an astonishing power. With close to zero distance, Gwen suffered the impact of the attack. Although she had Yera as a defensive measure, she was still inevitably knocked back dozens of meters, with some minor injuries on her body. Huff! 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 In the smoke, Gwen looked battered and exhausted, her eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. "You should be very curious, right?" Kisokura had a gentle smile on his face as he said, "I clearly felt that I had hit all of Hollow Bullet's shots just now, but why is this guy still alive?" "The answer is, this." Kisokura pinched a black meatball with his fingertips. Then he put it to his mouth and blew. When the black meatball expanded to the limit, a human body that looked exactly like him suddenly appeared. Then he proudly introduced, "This thing is called portable Jigai. It belongs to me. It is rarely seen in the city." "This kind of thing?" Gwen was obviously shocked. What was the difference between blowing a balloon and becoming a living person? Use this Jigai as a substitute and replace yourself at the right time. Then you can achieve what I just did. Kisokura pinched the face of the remains to prove how realistic this thing was. Under Gwen's shocked expression, Kisokura said lightly, "You don't know when I replaced it, right?" "Ah! I know this thing." Frank widened his eyes. Wasn't this incomplete version of Jigai that Lod had given him before? He immediately said in shock, "Wait. So this thing can be used like this?" I advise you not to learn. If you don't want to die." As a technician of the technical department, Tony could tell at a glance that it was difficult to grasp the timing. If he did not grasp the exact timing, he was afraid that he would be played to death. Damn it! Gwen's patience was used up and she did not want to talk nonsense with this person anymore. Red electric currents flashed on her fist and a stream of spiritual power accumulated again. "It's not good for young people to be too stubborn." Kisokura shook his head and slowly raised his Zanpakuto. "Didn't I already say it? This move is already useless against me." Ding! The tip of Zanpakuto's sword gently touched the surface of Gwen's fist. The scarlet spiritual power ball that had just been condensed was instantly suppressed by spiritual power of the same quality. "I have analyzed the composition of the reishi of your moves and the movement habits of your muscles before the launch. As long as you understand these 2 points, whether it is dodging or attacking, you can do it easily." Although Kisokura tone was still very frivolous, it was particularly harsh in Gwen. Kisokura said lightly, "However, if you want to reach this level, I reckon there won't be anyone other than me." It was quite a speech from Murahara, but Gwen had no way to deal with him. Chapter 483, Battle of Speed. In another battlefield, Grimjo used his astonishing speed to instantly cross 100 meters of the sky. The violent spiritual power rubbed the atmosphere, creating a scene like a burning flame. The sky that was almost 1,000 meters high was dyed into a scene of surging waves. The clouds were crushed by the naked eye. Under the light refraction, there seemed to be a proud cheetah walking through the sky and clouds. The next moment, Grimjo's boiling spiritual power wrapped his fist like a flame, and then rushed forward like a meteor that pierced the sky. Hula! The oncoming fist made the air in front of him strangely collapse. The huge airflow was stirred and rushed over. The powerful spiritual power almost filled the sky, forcing SwaFon to take a few steps back, and a few strands of hair in front of her forehead were blown around, and her beautiful face was shocked. Although she has not really touched it, only with her rich combat experience, she knows that the strength of this punch is definitely not what she can take. Swaifon gritted her teeth, her arms were in a cross in front of her, and she was ready to defend. Bang! After a groan, Swaifon was pushed back dozens of meters. Unfortunately, Grimjo did not want to let her go like this. The blue spiritual power condensed around his body, like a leopard aiming at its prey, drooling from the mouth, roaring and reaching out two claws to the petite figure. Sting all enemies to death, Suzumibaki. Swaifon did not dare to be careless, she instantly released her shikai and raised her finger to release Kido, Bakud number 21. Sikienten. A red smoke suddenly appeared and blocked Grimjo's sight. At the same time, Swaifon took this moment of opportunity and turned around like a hawk. She stepped in the air and suddenly disappeared, around the back of Grimjo, and directly stabbed the head of the opposite side with Suzumibaki. Grimjo raised his spiritual power and tore the red smoke that covered his sight like claws. He found that Swaifon had disappeared, but the back was like a sharp edge on the back, and a killing intent came with the sharp sound of air breaking. Bang! Rishi vibrated in the atmosphere. Grimjo disappeared without warning. The blow missed, and Swaifon's face changed a little, but before she could adjust, she saw Grimjo appear in front of her now, raising the sharp claws of the blue cold, directly breaking the deep wound in her abdomen. Chi la dash! The soft abdomen was torn by the claws, the bones were broken, and Swaifon's face was pale with pain. But as captain of Onmitsukid, Swaifon's tolerance of pain is far higher than ordinary people. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain, twisted her waist, and all the strength of her body gathered on her leg, and her right leg was like a battle axe. Grimjo obviously did not expect that she would choose to counterattack in this situation, and was caught off guard and was kicked in the shoulder. Boom! Axe-style kick fell, bursting out a violent roar. Sound explosion suddenly rolled up countless dust. Swaifon aimed at Grimjo's neck, the latter was almost swept off by this kick, and flew out uncontrollably. And this also announced the end of the first round of the fight. The two were not equal. The completely disappeared pace. It looks very similar to Ho-Ho. Swaifon clenched her teeth and covered the wound on her abdomen. It seemed that she had not yet reacted from the shock and said incredulously, "But how did you manage to avoid probing spiritual power?" As the captain of Onmitsukid 2nd Division, being crushed by the enemy with speed, it can almost be said to be a great shame. This is a special skill that can only be mastered by high-level Arankar. Grimjo shook his hand and grinned, "It is different from your Ho-Ho. If we talk about speed, our move are obviously faster." Swaifon's face was gloomy, although she did not want to admit it, but the fact was true. From the surface, the sound of the broken surface seemed to be no different from that of Ho-Ho, but from the actual situation of the fight, there was a fundamental difference between the two, and it could even be said to be completely different. First of all, Death God's Ho-Ho relied on repeated training to increase the limits of his physical fitness. Finally, performed a special footwork. Every movement required the support of the fall point. Although he could achieve the scene of instantly disappearing from sight, in essence, it was only a super-fast movement. However, the sound of the broken surface was more profound. There was no need for the support of any landing point. Spiritual power's operation mechanism was more inclined to Kido. Moreover, he disappeared from where he was and then suddenly reappeared from a certain place. The process, which was omitted to move, was a technique that was similar to instant movement. Therefore, in short-distance contact battles, the speed of the sound was obviously higher than Ho-Ho. Moreover, due to the characteristics of instant teleportation, it could allow Arankar to avoid any means of detection, and thus achieve the effect of sudden sneak attack. But this did not mean that the Sonido was completely stronger than Ho-Ho. Although the speed of short distance was inferior to the Sonido, in the case of long-distance movement, Ho-Ho obviously had a crushing advantage. Some death god could even reach the other end of the city thousands of miles away with just one move. It can be said that there are all kinds of characteristics. But this time, the one who has the advantage is obviously Aaron Carr. Chi la dash. Swafon's pretty face is like a 10,000-year-old ice, directly pulling off the sleeve, and then wrapping it around the wound in the abdomen, so as not to cause excessive blood loss, and then the eyes are brewing a cold killing intent, saying word by word, then let's compete, whose speed is faster. Oh, finally planned to Bankai. Grimjo licked his lips excitedly and said, let me see how powerful your death god's Bankai is. To deal with you, there is no need to use Bankai. Swafon coldly snorted and took off the dead bully, I will let you see the real on Mitsukid. Shunko. The milky white Kido energy was visible to the naked eye, like tides gathering wave after wave. Then Kido, which reached its limit, finally broke out. With the violent momentum of sweeping 1,000 soldiers, it tore the atmosphere into a trench. Swafon spat out white lightning all over her body, like a raging wave, endlessly attacking the space around her. If the last second of Swafon is still no threat to him. Then at this moment, Swafon fully showed the strength of Captain, making Grimjo frown slightly, feeling a heavy sense of oppression, and the other side faintly came from the soul layer. Interesting, but it's not enough, Death God. Grimjo licked his lips, and his eyes were burning with fighting desire. He said excitedly, this level is not enough to satisfy me. Hurry up and show me all your strength. Otherwise, you will die. Really? Swafon's face was cold, and she took a step forward and raised Suzumibaki, open your eyes and see clearly, don't miss it. The moment the voice fell, Swafon figure suddenly blurred. Come on. Grimjo laughed wildly, and there was no fear on his face, facing the black light, and punched fiercely. Punch, punch. This time, Swafon in the Shunko state did not choose to retreat, but to defeat him directly. The highly compressed Kido energy has an amazing destructive power. Swafon gathered it on the fist. Rumble. The two fists collided, and the world shook. The torrent visible to the naked eye was lifted, and the rumbling thunder echoed through the sky. The extremely explosive spiritual power spread out in all directions like a hurricane sweeping through the surroundings. The steel buildings that were slightly closer were instantly shattered by the impact, and the entire building's skeleton was shaking. This power. Grimjo, who had thought that he would be able to beat back the other party again, was shocked to find that something was wrong. The seemingly petite figure burst out with astonishing power at this moment. The sharp fists pierced through layers of obstacles and forced Grimjo back. Before he could adjust his posture in time, a golden light appeared in his pupils. The Suzumibaki pointed at the espada and broke the yara on his body. It was not very painful, but there was a strange feeling. It seemed to be imprinted with some kind of brand, making Grimjo feel very uncomfortable. The black bee pattern was like a flower petal quietly blooming. Swafon spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and her eyes were cold. As long as she hit the same spot again, the winner was her. Chapter 484, Preparing Funeral in Advance. The three battlefields almost occupied the entire sky above New York. The ripples that burst out between spiritual powers' collision rippled like waves, and endless airflow rose like a tsunami. The huge ring-shaped sound explosion suddenly exploded in the sky, and the clouds were torn apart. Although the other three captains were lured away, they were in charge of restraining the three enemies. But the captain of 6th Division, Kokaki Byakuya, has always been standing near the Stark building, standing alone in front of Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra, who had not made a move, saw that the war could not end in a short period of time, and finally could not sit still, cold eyes mixed with a trace of pressure, slightly opened his mouth and said, if you can, I hope you can get out of the way. What if, I say no? Kokaki Byakuya was not moved, and his whole body emitted spiritual power fluctuations, and his eyes flashed with an inexplicable look, and he said lightly, and I am also very curious, who ordered you Arankar and Quincy to join hands? This, you don't need to know. Ulquiorra right hand slowly pulled out of his pants, raising a pale white finger with clear and slender joints, and said coldly, since you don't want to get out of the way, then I can only use force to force you to leave from there. The premise is that you can do it. Kukaki Byakuya was expressionless, his eyes were like the calm lake water, and he said calmly, instead of talking nonsense, it is better to let me see the real strength of you Arankar. The corners of Ulquiorra's lips curved into a sneer, his fingertips condensed a rich dark green spiritual power, then use your body to experience how terrifying the so-called Espada level of Arankar is. In the next moment, spiritual power on the fingertips burst. The dark green spiritual power suddenly cut through air, as fast as thunder and lightning, making it difficult to respond. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Kukaki Byakuya's eyes narrowed, and he felt a fatal threat from it. He did not have time to think about raising his hand to release Kido, and a transparent wall impressively separated him from Zero. Boom! The Zero exploded. It crashed into the wall of the transparent wall. An extremely powerful green sea covered the sky. The billowing storm roared like a raging wave and was constantly crushed and pushed away by the dark green spiritual power. For a time, it was like a row of waves in the air, blowing out an area that was almost like a vacuum. The earth-shattering roar covered the movements of everyone else. Within the range that was affected by the dark green spiritual power, the strong air wave was lifted by the invisible giant hand for a full 300 feet, and then it poured down in a mighty manner, like a waterfall with the force of 10,000 tons crashing down. The building made of steel mixed with soil collapsed like tofu under this terrible rush. With Stark building as the center, countless towering buildings around were destroyed by the air wave, like cutting wheat, falling down one by one. The wind rolled up thick smoke and gravel to spread in all directions. Even the fleeing people who were several kilometers away could clearly feel the shock transmitted from the ground under their feet. After the thick smoke dispersed, the figure of Kukaki Byakuya was revealed. It was just that at the moment, his condition was not very good. The dead tyrant suit and Captain Hayori were tattered. Your Zero is different from other Minos. Kukaki Byakuya said with a heavy face. Bakudo number 81 shattered the space and still could not stop Zero. At the moment of contact between the two, the defense constructed by Byakuya was smashed like a rotten rot, causing him to fight with Zanpakuto in a hurry. Even holding the knife trembling slightly. It's over. Ulquiorra noticed the trembling hand and said lightly, your right hand is no longer usable. A death god who can't even lift Zanpakuto is like a fish that has lost the sea. The only thing waiting for you is death. You are right. Kukaki Byakuya coughed blood, but his eyes were very bright, and he said, but since I can't hold it, then I don't need to hold it. He saw that Zanpakuto's sword blade turned into countless beautiful pink petals as the sound fell. Pieces of withered pink petals refracted beautiful rays of light as they flew. They gathered together in a mighty manner, like a vast ocean that set off raging waves. They roared and drowned Ulquiorra under the pink waves. For a time, pink spread all over the sky. Thousands of small sword blades rolled up a hurricane, constantly tearing Ulquiorra bit by bit. Is this all? Ulquiorra, who was in the pink sea, let those sword blades brush across the surface of the body. After carefully feeling it, he said with some disappointment, it seems that I have too high expectations for you, the so-called captain is just so. The weakness of Senbonzakura is that the attack power is not enough, usually can only cause small wounds. Although the large number of sword blades can cause great damage to the enemy, but it will not cause a large loss of blood, and cannot destroy the enemy's vital points to kill in one blow, but when it comes to powerful rapid regeneration, the damage caused is almost instantly healed. It's time to end it. Ulquiorra slowly raised his hand, and the extremely strong spiritual power directly tore the pink waves in front of him. A stronger spiritual power burst out, instantly dyeing most of the sky dark green. Grimjo, Gwen. Ulquiorra's eyes were cold and said, "Don't play anymore, hurry up and end it." Although his voice was not big, it was transmitted to everyone's ears. "So fast." Grimjo frowned slightly. He, who was originally at a disadvantage and was chased by Swaifon, suddenly raised his hand to resist the incoming Suzumibaki. His face showed a reluctant expression and said regretfully, "I originally wanted to play with you more, but now it's better to end it quickly. Sorry, my boss need me to finish this quickly." Nanny. Faced with the three Arrancar's reaction, the three captains' face changed slightly, and suddenly had an ominous feeling. "Let us show you Death God the power of Arrancar." Grimjo pulled out the sword's blade on his waist, lowered his body like a cheetah, and his 5 fingers cut inch by inch on the tip of sword's blade, grind Pantera. "The game is over, you damn wooden clog man." Gwen's eyes turned cold. Holding the dagger-like short sword, he raised it horizontally in front of him and said, "Show your fangs, ghost spider." Technological Development Department, I am Lord Carl. Lod took out the communication machine from his clothes, dialed it, and placed it beside his ear. He said in a deep voice, requesting to re-prepare to freeze time and space. The range is 100 miles around the 4 captains, and they request to protect the souls of the civilians. Space freezing is being executed. May I ask what else you need? Hearing this, Lod slowly raised his head and looked at the 4 captains who were falling from the sky. The enemy led by Arrancar showed their terrifying strength after Sword released his sword. They heavily injured the 4 captains with a nearly crushing posture. However, if the 4 captains did not have too many scruples and were worried that the human soul would be affected, how could they lose so quickly? After a moment of silence, Lod said in a shocking voice, "Please prepare for a funeral." Funeral. Technological Development Department, who was on the other side of the communication machine, was obviously shocked by this sentence. He stuttered, "Mr. Lod, I don't know what you are talking about. Which captain should be held a funeral for?" "Everyone." Lod looked grim and heavily breathed out, 12th Division Captain Kisuk, 2nd Division Captain Swaifon, 10th Division Captain Hitsugaya, and 6th Division Captain Kukaki. Chapter 485, I'm not the strongest. The 3 Arrancar erupted at the same time, directly causing the space to distort in a large area. Spiritual power, which was rushing like a furious wave in the sky, emitted a pressure as heavy as a mountain. At this moment, even breathing became an extravagant hope, making people feel like they were in the deep sea 10,000 meters below, the huge pressure from all directions, as if they could be squeezed into meat paste at any time. "The game time is over, Death God." Grimjo, with the speed after resurrection, easily broke through Swaifon's defense. 5 fingers were in the shape of a tiger's claw, and the joints were bursting on the back. The blue light condensed directly in the palm, and the boiling and explosive spiritual power was compressed to the limit. Gran Rey Zero. Rumble. The blue flash suddenly tore hollow apart, and the majestic spiritual power was like a tsunami, and finally drowned the smaller Swaifon. Accompanied by a huge roar, the spreading aftermath plowed a huge gap in the sky. Gwen after the resurrection also showed amazing strength. In just a moment, Gwen used the front end of her arms to produce bone spurs, and the blow ran through Kisuk Urahara's abdomen, and the venom was injected in. Chwir hit Shugaya, his defeat was even more inexplicable. Obviously, his sword's blade had touched Hashwalth, but the next second, the Hyaran Maru inexplicably failed, and he fell out of thin air, resulting in him being seized the opportunity, and his chest was pushed open. Almost in an instant, the 3 captains were seriously injured. Blood fell from the sky, and the 3 people fell like a meteor. The only hope of the heroes was the 6th Division captain who stood in front of the building and exuded the temperament of nobility. If even he was defeated, it meant that there was no one else who could resist the sharpness of Arrancar and the Wandenreich, and the most important space gem could only watch helplessly as it fell into the hands of others. This price and consequences were not something that humans could afford. Is this resurrection that the beast mentioned? Kukaki Byakuya looked very dignified. He frowned and said, "Why is your strength so similar to Death God?" "This is." Ulquiorra put one hand in his pocket, still maintaining his original form, and said indifferently, "Our resurrection condensed our core power in the form of sword. It is different from your Death God's Zanpakuto, so it is best not to compare the two." Beep, beep, beep. The communication machine suddenly sounded, and a voice came from inside. "Time and space have been frozen again. The soul protection mechanism has been activated. Due to the previous freeze, the maximum freeze time this time is 10 minutes. Finally, it came. Kukaki Byakuya's eyes lit up. At the moment, there was no more worry in his heart. The cherry blossoms gathered back into Sword's blade and then were slowly released by him, Bankai, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. 2 rows of huge sword blades slowly rose in the air. Then in the astonished eyes of everyone, the huge sword blade broke down into more large number of petals, dyeing half of the sky seal pink. In this extremely gorgeous move, there was a beautiful and dangerous aura. Kukaki Byakuya chose to use his hand to control this sea of flowers. The scattered Senbonzakura suddenly increased speed by 2 times, divided into thousands of tentacles of derivative creatures, forming a dense net of sword that shrouded Ulquiorra. Then it was like the surging waves of the Niagara, crushing down with great power. However, in the end, it was an egg against a stone. Previously, it was mentioned that the lethality of Senbonzakura was not enough. Although the number was so large that it was daunting, the excessively scattered sword blades inadvertently reduced the possibility of victory. "Your moves are useless to me." Ulquiorra, who stood in place, raised his hand and waved lightly. Bang! The strong spiritual power swept as if it was material, and forcibly smashed the sea of Sword's blade. In the face of the almost crushing battle power of Ulquiorra, Kukaki Byakuya gritted his teeth and directly used the unique skill, Senkei, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. The petals of the flying petals gathered and formed, and the ordinary style of swords floated around to form a huge enchantment. "If you want to trap me, I advise you to give up this idea." Ulquiorra glanced at the sword formation enchantment, one hand in his pocket, still with the same calm appearance, as if he was not worried that he would be trapped at all. "No, I don't want to trap you." Kukaki Byakuya took a deep breath, spiritual power suddenly consumed, and his eyes were full of killing intent. "I want to kill you, so I use this move." Buzz 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 buzz. Countless swords suddenly lined up and formed a huge circular sword formation, trapping Ulquiorra within. The airtight sword formation pointed straight to the center, each sword blade emitting a cold light, showing a sharp and threatening momentum. Under the control of Kukaki Byakuya, all directions pointed at Ulquiorra. Ika Senjinka. Countless sword blades crashed down like a storm. Every time a sword blade cut through the air, it would cause a strong wind. The person standing outside looked like a sword formation suddenly shrinking, like a giant beast closing its mouth, swallowing its prey into its stomach. The sword blades formed by each flower petal could stack the power of the entire sword formation. Even if the individual's killing power was not enough to be feared, when tens of thousands of sword blades were stacked together, the killing power became extremely considerable. Even though Ulquiorra relied on the advantage of superspeed regeneration to block the thousands of swords of Byakuya, at this moment, the dense huge sword formation seemed to exceed the endurance of superspeed regeneration. Looking at the tens of thousands of sword blades coming at him, there was a strange ripple in Ulquiorra's calm eyes. "I have already said that your moves are useless to me." In the next moment, the entire battlefield was shaking. The endless torrent of spiritual power erupted from Ulquiorra's body. In the air around him, it seemed to form an absolute defense circle, spreading out in the shape of a ring of rules. Then the dark green almost black spiritual power slowly spread out like mercury, densely packed into every corner, like an endless abyss under the ocean, or a giant celestial black hole. Countless swords that tried to approach him slowed down to their limit. It was as if they were playing slow movements. The sword moved forward with difficulty at turtle speed, but in the end, a few meters away from him, the heavy spiritual power torrent was like a hurricane. The sword could no longer support itself and collapsed, scattering into the original petals. The huge sword formation instantly suffered a crushing defeat. The roaring spiritual power continued, as if there was a mighty force that could tear everything apart. The ruined buildings collapsed one after another. Energy ripples that could be seen with the naked eye erupted, forcefully distorting the surrounding space. With a series of cracking sounds, Hollow seemed to have turned into a paper covered in wrinkles. He was utterly defeated. Those petals that were bounced away by spiritual power shot out in all directions. The space that had been ravaged was once again brutally sliced apart, leaving deep, pitch-black cracks. After a long while, everything was calm. However, the area where Ulquiorra was located seemed to have become a domain that prohibited life. The space that was distorted by the majestic spiritual power was now in a broken state, looking like a porcelain that was covered with cracks. But even so, this Arrancar still did not use his resurrection. What a strong spiritual power! He is on a whole new level. Kukaki Byakuya was pushed back by the aftermath of spiritual power after spreading, and raised a face full of shock. Arrancar like you should be the strongest espada, right? Sorry to disappoint you. Ulquiorra slowly lifted his shirt, revealing the number 4 printed on his chest. He said lightly, my ranking list is only number 4. There are still 3 espada above me. Chapter 486, Restriction Lifted. Number 4. According to the information they had gathered earlier, Espada was a newly promoted organization in Hueco Mundo. The number of members of this organization was currently unknown, but the 3 that had appeared were all Arrancar level hollow. They would mark an Arabic number on a certain part of their body to be their sequence. And that Arabic numeric sequence was based on the combat ability ranking of Espada. In other words, this Arrancar in front of him was only ranked 4th among Espada, and there were 3 other Arrancar who were stronger than this monster in front of him. Was it a joke? Tony's eyes trembled slightly, and his scalp went numb. His entire body stiffened as if he had fallen into an icehouse. As far as they knew, the Arrancar Grimjo with the number 6 had already displayed a terrifying power. Even Captain of Death God had been severely injured by him after he was released. It was unknown whether she was alive or dead. As for the other, although he did not know the number, no matter how he looked at it, it should not be very high. This could be seen from the other Arrancar's attitude. It should be at least lower than number 6. Then the problem came. It was only 2 levels higher than a number 6, but the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even before they use resurrection, they were already on a completely different level. God, tell me this isn't true. Tony widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the figure in a daze. He muttered, this monster, is it really the same race as those 2 Arrancar? Was such a terrifying monster only ranked 4th among the Espada? Even Tony, who had a high IQ of 200, could not imagine what kind of terrifying strength the 3 Espada above him had. Is it over? Ulquiorra was expressionless, his breath was steady and long, without any trace of fluctuation. Even spiritual power was as deep as ever. On the other hand, 6th Division Captain was panting at the moment, and his face turned pale like paint because of the loss of blood in his right arm. Even the fluctuation of spiritual power was not as strong as before. Obviously, he was at his wit's end. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this captain's spiritual power had consumed too much energy. At this time, he was already at the end of his flight. It was unlikely to use the previous attack. This scene was undoubtedly a huge blow. Everyone could clearly feel that the big hand known as despair and fear gripped their hearts tightly. The fear that came from the depths of their souls was like thousands of insects crazily gnawing at them. They were already lacking in rationality and calmness. All the captains were defeated, and they were crushed by a single side. This was something that Tony and the others had never expected before the start of the battle. Originally, they had imagined that even if they were no match for these people, they would at least be able to delay or even replace one or two of them, and they should be able to barely do it. However, reality stood up and slapped them hard, shattering their fantasies. After seeing the power of Arrancar, Kokaki Byakuya was shocked for a moment. But soon, he regained his spirit. Not only did he not take a step back, but also advanced a few steps. Still not willing to give up. Seeing Kokaki Byakuya stubbornly raised the sword, Ulquiorra frowned slightly. In a situation where you know that you are invincible, but you still insist on swinging the sword to the opposite direction, usually in the sense, you are a fool. So what? Kokaki Byakuya looked cold and said word by word, as one of the 5 great nobles of Soul Society, my pride does not allow me to take a step back. Even if I know that the road ahead is a dead end, I will still use the sword in my hand to cut it off. Good resolve. Ulquiorra nodded slightly, as if he agreed with the enemy's idea. Since you insist on this, then attack. However, this time, I will not show mercy. I couldn't ask for more. Thousands of sword blades turned into a sea of flowers, floating and gathering around Kokaki Byakuya again, and then returned to an ordinary sword blade, accompanied by spiritual power who was released gradually converging, and a great pressure spread out. Zhang! Kokaki Byakuya held the sword hilt with both hands, took a deep breath, and the sword tip pointed to Ulquiorra in front of him. This is my last move. I will only use it when I swear that I have to kill the other party with my own hands. Then, Ulquiorra's eyes moved slightly and slowly took out a hand from his pocket. He said lightly, let me see the counterattack of a captain before he dies. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, the 6th Division was going to stop it with death, Laud's communication device rang again, and there was news that they had been waiting for a long time. Captain Kokaki, Captain Kisuk, Captain Swafon, Captain Chwerhit the restriction is over, permission is allowed to remove the spiritual seal. Restriction? Tony and others were slightly stunned. Before they could figure out what this so-called restriction spiritual seal was, they suddenly felt the earth shaking violently, followed by a pressure that directly hit the soul, like a tsunami under the storm, drowning them. Boom! 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 3 enormous pillars of light suddenly rose from the ground. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the positions of these 3 pillars of light were the places where the captains had fallen earlier. Open your eyes and watch. Laud's solemn expression finally revealed a smile. Next. This is the true strength of the captains. Finally. Kokaki Byakuya tore off the tattered clothes on his upper body, revealing a black flower seal. I let you down before, next is our real strength, limit release. In the next moment, the tsunami-like wind swept over like the end of the world. Kokaki Byakuya suddenly became completely different from before. The momentum of his body was like a violent volcanic eruption, and the majestic spiritual power rushed out. The gap between spiritual power was even worlds apart. It was hard to believe that this 6th Division captain in front of him was the previous person. Ulquiorra frowned, and there was a trace of surprise in his dark green eyes. It seems that you are very puzzled, then I will tell you. Kokaki Byakuya said lightly, all of our captain, vice-captain level and above death god, before coming to the modern world, will be forced to get restriction seal. This seal will limit our spiritual power to the extreme. In order to protect the human and soul of the modern world, in order to avoid being accidentally injured by our spiritual power. And the limit is 80%. In layman terms, our current strength is 5 times that of before. Kokaki Byakuya said, taking a step forward, spiritual power turned into a huge white light wings and slowly unfolded behind him. The ordinary sword blade in his hand, under the blessing of spiritual power, had become a sacred sword to suppress evil and expel the darkness, emitting endless brilliance, illuminating the entire sky above New York City. "It's coming, Aaron Carr." The sword of Kukaki Byakuya hung low, the tip of his foot lightly pointed at hollow, and his whole person turned into a stream of light, pulling the traces of thousands of burning light, straight to Ulquiorra. Shikai, Hakuti Icon. Chapter 487, When the Curtains Closed. The sakura, like specks of starlight dissipating. The flower language of the 6th division is noble and rational, which is very consistent with the temperament of nobility. But when the sakura petals that symbolizes rationality and purity disappears, the violent spiritual power of the Kukaki Byakuya overflowed and filled a radius of several kilometers. The blazing and dazzling white light is like the sun in the sky, like a beast that has been suppressed for a long time, and finally broke free of the cage called rationality. Shikai, Hakuti Icon. This move did not have any techniques, only the intent to fight to the death. Condensing all of his own spiritual power into the tip of the sword was no different from giving up all defense and retreat routes, placing victory and defeat on the sword in his hand. This way, it could release a terrifying power that could pierce through heaven and earth and cut through all obstacles in front of it. Before the sword arrived, the momentum had arrived. An indomitable and mighty sword force instantly spread to every corner of the space. The entire cloud layer set off endless raging waves, as if thousands of thunderbolts were roaring. The sky was torn apart by the dazzling pure white light, and layers of ripples were created, causing Hollow, who was thousands of miles away, to shake violently like an atmosphere, emitting ear-piercing sounds of ripping silk. When Ulquiorra reacted, he found that he had no way to retreat. The blazing and dazzling white Emperor sword had already locked his aura firmly. The vast sword light surged along with the momentum, sealing the space in all directions. There was no way he could escape. Now, there was only one choice left in front of him. This spiritual power. Ulquiorra's eyes were as calm as a lake, and at this moment, there were ripples. "I admit you. As the first death god to fight with me, I will remember your name." Finally, the number 4 Espada was going to take it seriously. However, unexpectedly, he did not choose to be liberated. He only slowly raised a slender finger with distinct joints. The depths of his dark green eyes were calm and indifferent as usual. It seemed that this was enough for him. Buzz! The ominous, pitch-black spiritual power. It gathered at that pale white fingertip. Unlike the dark green Zero that had appeared before, this time, just at the gathering stage, Zero had already displayed a terrifying power. In the dark space where spiritual power had gathered, a partial distortion had already appeared. The dark black spiritual power was gathered and compressed, forming a deep, dark sphere at the tip of his finger. As expected. It is not in the state of liberation. It is still a little difficult to release this move. After the move was completed, Ulquiorra's breath became a little hollow. It was obvious that this move consumed a lot of his energy. But it should be enough to deal with you. Hula. The howling wind was like an impassioned music score, ringing in the echoes of souls. He raised his divine wings high up and condensed the white emperor sword with the tip of his sword, intending to punish the blasphemer in front of him. Hakuti Icon. Black Zero. Black and white. The moment they collided, heaven and earth suddenly fell into silence. The two completely different spiritual powers strangely merged like water and milk, but they were clearly divided. The sky and earth were dyed in two colors. The grand and sacred dazzling white light and the black as the abyss seemed to be hinting to the world that this was a confrontation between justice and evil. The result also affected everyone's heart. In the next moment, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar resounded in the sky. The fierce spiritual power was boiling like lava. He roared and released a high temperature that could melt steel. It completely lit up the atmosphere within a radius of 10,000 meters. The black and white colors crazily collided with each other like raging waves. After the terrifying collisions, he finally went berserk. If the sky was a canvas, then at this time, this fabric had been torn to shreds. Under the impact of the two spiritual power that were comparable to Big Boss, the sky was swept up by the vast power of millions of wind dragons. The surging waves of air converged into a river and poured down, drowning the entire New York under the shocked eyes of the remaining people. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The air waves swept through the air, blowing up endless smoke and dust. Hundreds of high-rise buildings in the streets collapsed like wheat. Along with the intense shaking, the ground continued to collapse, and several feet-wide cracks crisscrossed like a spider web, covering every corner of the city. Looking at the scene in front of them that could destroy the heavens and the earth, Tony and the other two felt their hearts tremble. For a moment, they were shocked, but at the same time, they felt lucky. If not for Lod's protection, they would have been killed on the spot. Is this power of Death God? Tony stared at all of this with his eyes wide open. A feeling he had never felt before spread out. It's not over yet . Lod smiled faintly and said, "Look, the captain's counterattack has begun." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, the three team leaders had already launched a counterattack. While Gwen's attention was attracted, Kisokura suddenly appeared in front of her. He raised his hand and swung his sword. His speed was so fast that there were almost afterimages. The strength was so heavy that the air caved in. His strength far surpassed before. What a joke! Do you think I won't be prepared? Gwen suddenly revealed a cold smile. Her probing nerves had already discovered Kisokura. She calmly avoided sword and then stabbed out with her right hand's poisonous fangs. Yeah, I was actually discovered. Kisokura deliberately revealed a panicked expression and narrowly avoided the incoming poisonous fangs. Damn wooden clog man, shut up! Gwen's anger rose to her head. For some reason, her emotions became extremely intense. She stepped forward again, wanting to tear this annoying man apart. So scary, so scary! Kisokura cried out in an exaggerated manner. He was almost stabbed by Gwen again. After several consecutive attacks, she failed to hit the wooden clog man in front of her. This made Gwen even more angry. She did not care about improving spiritual power at all. She even threw her reason to the back of her mind and fell into Kisokura's trap. In just a moment, Kisokura seized the opportunity. His slender fingers slowly raised, and his joints bent slightly to aim at the furious Gwen. A voice suddenly became low. Bakud number 9. Hrin, disintegrating circle. Bakud number 30. Shitatsu Sansen, beak-piercing triple beam. Bakud number 61. Rikujakar, 6 rods prison of light. Bakud number 62. Hyaporan Kan, 100 steps fence. Bakud number 63. Saj Sabaku, ethereal binding chain. Gwen didn't even have time to react before she was trapped by the layers of Bakuto. 5 different forms of Bakuto were released almost without any interval. It could be seen how strong Kisokura's Kido was. Moreover, after overlapping the 5 layers of Bakuto, the binding force was far stronger than that of a single Bakuto. For a time, even Gwen was unable to break free. Damn it! Gwen's eyes were red and she let out an angry roar. Spiritual power instantly rose to the limit. The 5th layer of Bakuto actually made a creaking sound. It was obvious that he couldn't last long. Do you think you can trap me with this kind of thing? I have never thought so. Kisokura revealed a kind smile and said, my goal is very simple. I just need to restrain you for a while. What are you trying to do? Gwen suddenly had an ominous premonition. Didn't I say it before? Kisokura smiled and said, I'll fight using 4 major ability that Death God has, and one of them is Kido, which is also my forte. As soon as he finished speaking, Gwen's heart palpitated even more intensely. Kisokura pointed to the sky, and his spiritual energy suddenly boiled as he chanted an incantation. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Head number 90. Kurohitsuji, Black Coffin. Chapter 488, Nuclear Bomb. This scene was seen by the higher UPS of the United States through satellite videos. These politicians who were high up in the sky now had ugly expressions on their faces. Almost all the higher UPS of the United States were gathered in this secret meeting. Among them were the Minister of Defense, one of the members of the Council, the President of the United States, Baer, the Commander of the Combined Fleet, and so on. They were politicians who could control the life and death of the entire country. Of course, they also included Director SHIELD, Nick Fury. However, he was not here to participate in the meeting, but to be scolded. As Director SHIELD, he was ordered to protect the country's safety of the United States and nip all dangers in the bud. Now that such a major mistake had occurred, the most important New York City was almost lost, and the fault of Fury was not small. The politicians were discussing intensely whether they should include Seoul Society as a target to attack. Compared to the previous Annihilation Zerg, this unknown ancient organization was a greater threat to them. It even made these politicians who lived in luxury feel a strong threat. When facing the individual strength of the god of death, it has broken through the limits of human imagination, and can even crush a country with one person's power. The Native American tradition's inferiority broke out. In short, the persecution paranoia broke out. However, this time, the situation changed. Seoul Society was not from America, and Death God was not a Native American. They had changed from a lofty race to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A bunch of idiots. Fury, who was watching coldly through the screen, had a look of ridicule in his eyes. When he thought of this group of politicians who were like fat pigs sitting in the office that thought they were safe and gathered together to discuss how to punish Seoul Society, he felt deeply ridiculous and even felt that this group of people had a hole in their brains. Should they implement economic sanctions, or spread public opinion to stir up internal strife, or through the so-called war? Don't make an international joke. It's no different than a fantasy if they want to punish Seoul Society. The brains of these politicians are hundreds of times more stupid than those of the 40 thieves in the King Alibaba story. Fury really wanted to ask. Who gave them the courage to think that the US can punish Seoul Society? The pride and ignorance of humans are bound to lead to destruction. This was what Howard had once told him today. It was very suitable for the current scene. Fury did not say a word. He sighed and silently watched them quarrel. However, at this moment, in the midst of the fierce clamor of the many politicians, a white-haired old man in the seats collapsed, clutching his heart with a face full of pain. President Baer. Not good, President Baer has a heart attack. Hurry up and call the doctor, hurry. Everyone instantly panicked, and many of their faces turned pale with fright. It had to be known that this President Baer had only been in office for less than half a year. If he suddenly died in this fallout shelter, all of them present could not escape responsibility, and they might even be framed by another party. However, the strange thing was that before the doctor came, President Baer suddenly woke up. From President Baer's quick movements when he got up, as well as his eyes that were full of energy, it was impossible to tell that he had had a heart attack in the last second. Even his expression became much younger, revealing an extremely abnormal and uncoordinated feeling. Fury frowned slightly. He vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but he could not figure out what was wrong. Don't worry, I'm fine. President Baer waved his hand and gestured to the crowd that there was nothing wrong with him. He continued to sit on the chair, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, ladies, I think we should launch the nuclear bomb immediately and eliminate those people at all costs." As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. The expressions on everyone's faces suddenly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed. The entire conference room was silent. Launch. Nuclear bomb. Everyone present knew what this choice meant. Although they had been arguing about how to punish Seoul society, no one wanted to use this human's great killing weapon. Once the nuclear bomb could not completely destroy Death God and the monsters, it meant that they would become enemies with that terrifying organization. At that time, it would be a situation where they would not stop until one of them died. There was no turning back. Is this idiot crazy? Fury widened his eyes and cursed this idiot old man in his heart. How stupid would it be to use a nuclear bomb to deal with a group of Death God? Not to mention whether the nuclear bomb could hurt the soul, even if it could really kill Death God, didn't he consider Seoul society's reaction after that? What? You don't agree? President Bayer frowned slightly, and his overlapping thumb moved slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, please think about it carefully. Facing a threat that could destroy our country, shouldn't we immediately kill it in the cradle? However, this action of his caused Fury's pupils to suddenly shrink. As the king of agent, he could judge a lot of details from the enemy's every move. He was sure that President Bayer would never do such a strange action, especially in his subconscious state. Could it be? Fury thought of a possibility, and his black face changed again and again. It was the Vice President Bayer in front of him who was no longer the former Vice President Bayer after he fell down and got up again. Agent never lacked imagination, especially SHIELD's agent. Every year, the strange things that they needed to deal with added up to 8,000. Especially after meeting Death God, even the soul was proved to be real. Fury believed that there was nothing impossible in the world. He is not real. Before Fury could finish his words, the screen was occupied by snowflakes, and the noise disturbed his voice. Seeing that the politicians were still hesitating, President Bayer clicked his tongue and decided to throw a bomb. Don't forget what happened to the Native Americans. If you hesitate to indulge these people, we will be the ones waiting to be slaughtered in the future. It had to be said that this sentence was very powerful. Those who knew the fate of the Native Americans knew that the first to strike was the first to suffer. Finally, more than half of the military voted in agreement. The result of the vote is that I won. Bayer crossed his legs and said slowly, then according to the order, I have the right to launch a nuclear bomb. The president's silver-white iron box was presented. After entering the password and slowly opening it, there was a red button inside. It was followed by a very tight instrument and a key as the starting condition. Everyone widened their eyes and focused on the red button. They held their breath and looked at Bayer, raising their hands to press it down. Order, Pacific Fleet. The USS Michigan nuclear submarine rises to open the silo and launches a nuclear bomb at New York City. Highest level authorization. Presidential key confirmed, $number at $number. Chapter 489, Correcting History. Time, 2008. Location, New York City. Description, Loki Odinson, who was expelled by Asgard, seized the Space Stone under Thanos' orders and lured the army of Chitauri to invade Earth. In order to protect Earth and humans, SHIELD established the Avengers. The heroes responded and assembled for the first time to fight against the army of Chitauri. In the end, they won with difficulty. Historical deviation, 90%, severe. Detail summary, this time and space has undergone a great change. The timeline has been disrupted by an unknown existence and cannot be observed through the outside. The executive must always pay attention and bring the information back to the headquarters. Review history progress. Launch a nuclear missile to New York and stimulate Tony Stark's self-sacrifice spirit, forcing him to lead the missile into a space wormhole, causing him to fear falling from the sky and suffering from serious anxiety. 2. The Space Stone belongs to Thor and the Soul Stone belongs to the Hydra. If the owner of the gem changes, it needs to be corrected in time. 3. Investigate the cause of the space-time mutation and restore the timeline as much as possible. New York in ruins. In a dark corner of a street, two people dressed in strange clothes silently observed everything like a bystander. Rick. I think we have found the reason for the shift in the history of time and space. A white man who was about 30 years old stared at the sky and said. The woman who was called Rick next to him glared at the white man and scolded, Chris, I am not blind. Even a fool can guess such a big movement, okay. Then what should we do now? Chris smacked his tongue and looked at the situation in the sky. He said with a bit of fear, to be honest, I don't think that just the few of us can fix this historical incident. This is already beyond our scope. Fear appeared in Rick's eyes. He pursed his cracked lips and said, after Paul fired the nuclear bomb, as long as Tony can bring the nuclear bomb into the wormhole and confirm that he is suffering from anxiety, we can leave. You mean to say, give up on the mission? Hearing this, Chris' expression changed slightly. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. He immediately said in horror, Rick, don't tell me you don't know what kind of punishment we will receive if we give up on the amendment mission. Then you will go by yourself. Rick sneered, you didn't see their battle just now, right? The destructive power of a casual strike is comparable to the gods of Big Boss. With just a few nobodies like us, what can we do to correct history? Moreover, the degree of mutation in this time and space has completely exceeded the limit of being able to intervene. We only need to bring back the information. What should we do next? That is the problem of the three judges. It has nothing to do with small shrimps like us. But even so, directly giving up the mission and not even trying it out. Do you think that we can escape the punishment of the three judges? Chris' expression changed and he seemed to be hesitant. Even if I go back and be punished to go to the land of doomsday for 10 years, I don't want to die now. Rick snorted and said, if you really want to die, I won't stop you. Just don't drag Paul and I down. We will retire in 3 years. I don't want anything to happen at this juncture. Seeing his companion's unyielding attitude, Chris could only explain in a low voice, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Anyway, I will listen to you. Idiot, I really don't know how you managed to sneak in. Rick rolled his eyes at him. He turned around and tapped a few times on the device on his wrist. He said, Paul, how is the situation over there? Major historical events have been corrected. The nuclear bomb is currently being sent to New York. This old man's body is really weak. He almost died. An aged voice came from the watch. Roger that. We are preparing to retreat. Hurry up and come over, Rick said. Retreat now. Paul's voice suddenly rose a few degrees, but soon understood the hidden worries of his companions. He said in a low voice, but we have not found out the cause of the space-time change and the origin of those people. If we go back directly, I am afraid. Give up the remaining 2 tasks. This is not a situation we can deal with. Rick urged, how much longer until you come over? We need to get ready to leave this place. Rick, what exactly happened over there? Paul could hear the anxiety in Rick's tone, and asked doubtfully, even if you think the mission is dangerous, we still have plenty of time. There's no need to be in such a hurry, right? The changes in this time and space have exceeded our expectations. We can't use the single transmission device anymore. We have to gather 3 people to help us get out of this time and space. Rick said quickly as she raised her head. Her gaze turned from the dark ruins to the men in black in the sky. After a moment of silence, Rick's voice trembled slightly. And I have a bad feeling. My intuition tells me that if I continue to stay, they might find out. All right, I understand. Paul suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Finally, he chose to believe in his companion's intuition and said, give me another 15 minutes. I will leave this old man's body and use the device to rush over. As soon as possible. After Rick said this, she hung up the call. Her expression was extremely solemn, and there was even a hint of fear mixed within. When Chris, who was at the side, heard this, his entire face instantly turned pale, and his teeth could not help but tremble. You are joking, right? I never joke around, especially when I'm on a mission. As Rick spoke, she exhaled heavily from her lungs. A look of worry appeared on her face as she said, furthermore, I have a feeling that they seem to have discovered us. No. It can't be. Chris was completely flustered. He swallowed hard and said with difficulty, don't we have the space and time freeze device? Those people shouldn't be able to find us, right? Idiot, lower your head and take a look. Is this thing still useful? Rick cursed the rookie in her heart. She raised her hand and showed the code on her watch to Chris. She gritted her teeth and said, do you see it clearly now? This damn time and space freeze device has long lost its effect. The wristwatches on their hands were space-time freeze devices, which combined many functions and was a special equipment developed by the Bureau. The greatest function of this device was to freeze the space and time of one person, so that they could enter a state similar to the quantum ghost. In this state, they can sneak into any place, ignore the vast majority of attacks, and can be used to forcibly escape from this time and space when completing tasks or dangers. But now, this device was malfunctioning. This is impossible. Chris looked at his watch and realized that it was as Rick had said. All the functions of the watch had failed. He immediately panicked. Space-time freeze device. How could there be a mistake? There is only one possibility that the device could fail. Rick took a deep breath and slowly said, that is, right now, we are in an even larger area. In the frozen space-time, a frozen space-time will naturally not be able to be frozen again. Chapter 490, Darkness Behind the Shadow. Space and time was an abstract concept. Therefore, it could be roughly understood as a combination of time and space. Therefore, the time and space freeze, in a literal sense, was to freeze the space and time of all things in a specific area, so that it would always be in a state of stopping. Compared to the observation of things from the outside world, this time and space seemed to have been erased, resulting in a scene from the root that did not exist. The power that the wristwatch gave to the law enforcement officers was to remove the current flow of time and space. Therefore, from the perspective of anything in this time and space, they could not find an existence that had been removed by. This was also the most important method for them to complete the task and wander around the edge of the line. In other words, it was space and time freeze. But here, it involved a paradox. The current area of space and time that had been removed by, could it be removed by again? The answer that reality told them was that they could not be removed by again. In other words, the frozen time and space could not be frozen again. Therefore, they lost the form of quantum ghost and could be observed by anyone from this moment on. Since the function of time and space freeze was ineffective, Rick naturally thought of leaving. When the law enforcement officers encountered an inevitable great threat, they could use the last function of the time and space watch to forcibly remove their existence from the current time and space and return to their original time and space. However, something terrible happened. The function of the time and space watch was also ineffective. Logically speaking, even if they were in the time and space freeze, the function could not fail. However, the fact was that they had been slapped. The time and space watch was affected by unknown reasons. The internal program was in a state of disorder, which was almost equivalent to a semi-paralyzed state. Rick had discovered this, so she asked to immediately give up the mission and return. Fortunately, they still had one last method, which was to extract the energy from the 3 time and space watches in a hurry. They could temporarily create a miniature wormhole that was used to break away from the current time and space. The drawback was that the travel process was more dangerous. Once it was disturbed by the outside world, it was easy to fall into other unknown time and space. Rick did not want to use this method unless it was absolutely necessary. However, the uneasiness in her heart grew stronger, as if the low hum of a funeral bell made her have no choice but to take the risk. Chris was affected by her emotions. He rubbed the corners of his clothes uneasily and glanced at the sky from time to time. He was afraid of being discovered by the monsters. He cursed, "Damn it! Didn't those people say that there would definitely be no problem with the time and space watch? Rookie, I'll give you a word. You must remember it." Rick pursed her lips, her eyes filled with ridicule. He said coldly, "Never believe in machinery and those people sitting in the office. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Chris opened his mouth, as if he was frightened by this sentence. After a long time, he reacted and gritted his teeth, "F***ck, a bunch of bastards. When I go back this time, I will definitely stuff their heads into their farts. If you are fine, then close that stinky mouth." Rick glared at him fiercely and threatened in a low voice, "If we are discovered by those monsters, we won't be able to leave." It was the second time Chris had participated in a mission. In Rick's eyes, he was a young rookie. Whenever he encountered something, he would always be in a panic. At most, he would make some ridiculous mistakes. This made her wonder how this guy had managed to sneak in and become a law enforcement officer. However, they had to be united at the moment, especially not to provoke the rookies. Thus, Rick only cursed a few times before turning around and ignoring him. He focused on adjusting the functions of the time and space watch, hoping to repair it. Chris closed his mouth in grievance and silently helped to observe the situation. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. Rick was pacing around anxiously. Did she raise her hand to check the time and wait for the last person to arrive? However, it was almost 20 minutes. Paul, who was supposed to come according to the agreement, still did not appear. Rick could not wait any longer. She tried the device again to call his companions, but the only reply he got was the sound of electricity. Paul, lost contact. This made Rick and Chris, who were already uneasy, once again have a layer of shadow in their hearts. The law enforcement officers would definitely not suddenly disappear, so the only possibility left was that Paul was likely to be in trouble. No matter how stupid Chris was, he could see the situation clearly. He shouted in panic, "Damn it! D*****mn it! That bastard Paul is definitely dead. Are we going to be trapped here? Shut up!" Rick glared at him with bloodshot eyes. She roared hysterically, "Paul will be fine. He will definitely come back. If you dare to curse him again, I swear I will smash your head first." Chris immediately shut his mouth. It was only then that he remembered that someone in the bureau had said that Rick and Paul were in love. This time, he had hit the muzzle. Rick did not tear him apart just now. He estimated that it was because everyone was still considered colleagues. If he dared to say another word, his head might not be intact. At this moment, something strange happened. An earth-shattering explosion shook the entire Earth. It was a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb had exploded. This thought flashed through Rick and Chris' minds, but before they could react, they were sent flying by the shock wave of the nuclear bomb. The air wave flowed down from the sky like a waterfall, sweeping through the ruins of the Earth. The two people without the protection of the time and space watch were instantly sent flying dozens of meters away by this huge impact, crashing into a wall. This hit was not light, and the two of them felt like their internal organs were going to be displaced. When they finally stood up and shook their buzzing heads and after the blurry vision in front of their eyes recovered, they saw a black shadow, looking at them with a smile that was not a smile. Rick and Chris' pupils shrank to the size of needles. An indescribable fear rushed into their minds. They felt as if their hearts had stopped beating for a few seconds, and cold sweat slid down their cheeks. This man. He was one of the terrifying monsters that caused the current space-time change. Rick felt his heart go cold, and his spine trembled as if it had been trampled. The ominous intuition came true. The group of monsters had actually discovered them, and it was this terrible opportunity. "Welcome to my world." Lod's eyes twinkled, and the corners of his lips held a kind smile. "I don't know how I should address you. Two Friends from the Time Variance Authority, TVA. Chapter 491, Lucky Break. Time returned to a few minutes before the nuclear explosion. After unlocking the extreme limit of the spiritual seal, Death God's side finally blew the horn of counterattack. Kukaki Byakuya poured out all the spiritual power he wielded in his Hakuti icon, like a white rainbow in the sun, bursting out an unparalleled destructive force. After forcibly tearing the black zero, the sharp left arm of Ulquiorra was cut off. However, that was the limit. Not bad. Ulquiorra expressionlessly praised. The pain of losing his arm seemed to have no effect on him. He frowned slightly. Spiritual power gathered at the severed part. The cells suddenly multiplied at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, a new arm appeared again. Super speed. Regeneration. Kukaki Byakuya recognized this ability and immediately showed a shocked expression. And in just a moment, the lost limbs can be restored. Although Hollow can do super speed regeneration, the speed of regeneration is absolutely not so fast. With such a fast regeneration speed, he could only think that the ability of the Arrancar in front of him was super fast regeneration. Crunch! Ulquiorra tried to clench his fist, making the sound of joints cracking, and then raised his green eyes, calmly watching Kukaki Byakuya, and said indifferently, "The attack just now should be your last counterattack, right?" Huff! 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 Kukaki Byakuya was unable to answer his question, but he was gasping for breath. His breath fell from his original peak. A large amount of sweat dripped down the hair on his forehead, and his eyebrows were full of fatigue. He had already suffered once before, and then ignored the injury and forced spiritual power to break out. His spirit and physical strength were both overdrafted. Now, even lifting the sword in his hand was a very difficult thing for him. The final counterattack was as he said. Suddenly, Ulquiorra frowned and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, a huge black coffin rose from the ground and trapped the angry roaring Gwen in it. Ulquiorra suddenly appeared like a ghost. In the shocked eyes of Kisukura-hara, Ulquiorra raised his pale slender hand and slammed his fist on the surface of the black coffin. The unparalleled violent spiritual power instantly destroyed the whole black coffin. The black coffin was actually shattered with a single punch. This was not done with some technique or special ability, but by crushing it with pure spiritual energy, destroying the structure of the black coffin. Throughout the entire process, Ulquiorra did not attack many times. From the beginning until now, this number 4 Arrancar had only attacked 4 times, but every time he attacked, his strength was several times stronger than last time. It made people wonder how strong this fellow was. Mysterious, powerful. These were the symbols of Ulquiorra. At this moment, they were deeply branded in the hearts of Tony and the others. The huge shadow spread by despair was like a ghost demon, shrouding everyone's head. It was like an invisible hand that grabbed their hearts and was slowly exerting force, allowing them to slowly step into death. Ulquiorra held Hollow's weak Gwen, and after looking at everyone, he said lightly, "Let's stop playing the variety show. I won't show any mercy next." The meaning of this sentence was actually telling the others that they were ready to finish filming. In fact, it would not have ended so quickly. If it was according to the original script, they would have to play for a while more and finally end the drama. However, during the confrontation with Ulquiorra, Laud always noticed that in a dark corner, there was a pair of eyes secretly watching him, like a maggot in his bones, and the cold eyes made him feel very uncomfortable. Of course, this was only one of them. The key was that Nemu told him that a nuclear bomb was flying to New York. At first, when he heard this news, Laud thought that he had heard wrong. Compared to the US government, even if they were mixed, they would not put a nuclear bomb in the city where millions of people lived, right? But unfortunately, he was slapped in the face by the facts. The US government had really rushed over and fired a missile with nuclear warheads into a city with a population of millions. According to the speed of the missile calculation, it would reach the sky of the city in a few minutes at most. Lod wanted to curse. Was the brain of the US government filled with rice and fields? However, when he thought about it carefully, his brain was not really good, otherwise, he could not do these stupid things that were specially used to cheat him. What was laughable was that the US government could ignore millions of people, but Lod did not dare to ignore millions of people and die from the destructive blow of a nuclear bomb. The source of the balance of the three realms was humans. With the current size of Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, once a large number of souls rose, it was very easy to tilt the scales. The consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, regardless of whether it was in terms of morality or in terms of interests, Lod had to protect humans and keep the three in balance. Back to the main topic. Swafon and Seireitei came back, and the two more or less had injuries, looking no better than Kukaki Byakuya. The situation can be said to be very serious. It can be seen that Death God is already at a disadvantage. If there is no miracle, I am afraid they will all die here. Tony and the others had worried expressions on their faces, and their hearts were gripped as they silently awaited the arrival of a miracle. The aura around Ulquiorra surged, and the pitch-black spiritual power slowly rippled, as if he was going to fight for real. The air became extremely oppressive, and black droplets that could be seen with the naked eye fell from the sky like rain. Just as everyone thought that this number 4 Arrancar was finally going to release his sword and reveal his true strength, the irritable spiritual power suddenly disappeared. "You can leave." After calming down, Ulquiorra suddenly said something unbelievable and shocking everyone. "Let go of the 4 captains? This is not the style of you Arrancar." Hashwolf looked at him and frowned slightly, expressing dissatisfaction in his words. Ulquiorra was expressionless and said in a cold tone, "That Lord doesn't want them to die for the time being, that's all." "That Lord?" When everyone heard this sentence, a question suddenly emerged in their hearts. The Lord that Ulquiorra talked about, what kind of god was it that could order these big hollow? Hashwolf frowned for a moment, as if he was making a decision. In the end, he showed a look of pity and sighed, "In that case, let's leave them alive for the time being." Tisk! What a pity! Grimjo licked his lips and smiled grimly, "Consider yourself lucky this time. Let's leave the outcome until the next time we meet, Death God." Gwen did not say a word and glared at Kisukura. It seemed that she had been tortured to the point of anger. After all, among all the Arrancar, only her performance was the worst. "Damn it! Don't think about leaving." Kukaki Byakuya looked unwilling. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at them. He trembled and raised the sword in his hand, like a warrior who was ready to face death. This momentum, this attitude. Tony and others looked at the tears in their eyes, and their hearts were moved to death. If they were not afraid of dragging them down, they would even rush up to help. Swafon and Seireitei's mouth twitched imperceptibly, and they silently ridiculed in their hearts. Lord Soul King was too deeply immersed in the play, and they were afraid that it was not the reincarnation of an actress. Chapter 492, Choices. Before the end, there was still the last scene. Although the script had ended here, it did not mean that he could walk away. Although it was not as perfect as Lod had expected, as the end of a story, it still needed to be drawn to an end. Therefore, it was obviously impossible to end it in a hurry. If the 4 captains wanted to officially leave, they needed a logical excuse. Otherwise, if they retreated because of a threat or a huge disparity in strength, it was easy to leave a bad impression in the hearts of the audience. Moreover, the keeper of order that was built with great difficulty would probably completely collapse because of this. As for this excuse, he had already thought of it. Wasn't that nuclear bomb fired by President a perfect excuse? Zhang dash. Kukaki Byakuya held the sword and stood in front of the 4 people. At this time, more words have become pale and powerless, and silent action is better than everything. White Haori was dyed red with fresh blood, and long hair was tied up. The previous aristocratic temperament was completely gone, replaced by a kind of iron and determination. Swafon slowly followed, showing the Suzumibaki on her wrist. Chwer Hitsugaya breathed out a cold breath, and the ice dragon condensed on Sword's sword. Kisokura stepped forward and pressed the striped hat with one hand. The remaining 3 captains used their own actions to answer. No retreat, fight to the death. They had never feared death. Even if they knew that they were invincible, they had to face it bravely. This was the belief that Soul Society and Death God had insisted on. Don't underestimate us too much, Arankar. Although the aura of Kukaki Byakuya was weak, his voice was unusually powerful. Soul Society is the protector of the order. If even we retreat because of fear, who will protect and respect the order? As soon as these words came out, it was like a clap of thunder on the ground. The silent thunder shook in everyone's mind. The weak figure of Hollow, who was bathed in blood, suddenly seemed to rise several meters in the air, standing like a mountain in the sky. His figure and momentum were like a brand, deeply reflected in the hearts of Tony and others. Soul Society was the protector of order. No matter how mysterious its past was, how many terrifying powers it possessed, and what kind of things it would do in the future. However, there was always one thing that would not change. That was that Soul Society's existence was protecting the order of the entire world, and not the root cause of chaos or destruction. Perhaps it was not so perfect, but it definitely would not break the balance. This is the true justice. Tony and the others secretly clenched their fists and stared at the sky with bloodshot eyes. There seemed to be a wave of heat in their hearts that could not be expressed. Even Steve, who had been wary of Death God, had a slight change in his impression of Soul Society when he saw the 4 captains blocking the enemy's way. There was even a hint of anticipation in his heart. Although Soul Society's appearance had caused a lot of disasters, there were still a lot of people who had come to the city. However, the person who had repeatedly saved mankind from trouble was also this Soul Society whom they had suspected. If not for Soul Society, the human race would have died in the mouth of the Zerg. How could they have the free time to stay here and think about it? Would they need to trust Soul Society in the future? At this moment, Soul Society's position in their hearts was suddenly raised by a lot. In comparison, SHIELD's various measures, even the head of the US team, Steve, who had a firm stance, felt a little unhappy and even disgusted. First, it was the ancient Pillar Man, then the old Loki and the Zerg of Annihilation, and the previous lab of Hollow. Which one of them was not caused by SHIELD himself? If not for Fury's military preparation competition and vainly trying to control the field that human beings could not touch, how could it cause so many disasters today? Frank felt more gratified in his heart. He was glad that he had not seen wrongly. This was the justice that he had always been pursuing. He shouted justice and freedom verbally, but the reality of his actions was completely different. He had already seen the first half of the country that was like a whore and even paid a heavy price for it. Now, he saw hope. A true keeper of order was not limited to just the so-called slogan, but the actual embodiment. I don't know. The captain of 11th Division, will he also hold on to justice and order like this captain? Frank was secretly looking forward to it in his heart. Although he had not seen them before, from the performance of 6th Division, 2nd Division, 10th Division, 12th Division, Frank thought that the captain of 11th Division was also likely to be a strong person who was worthy of respect and upholding justice and order. As for the battle maniac mentioned before, this evaluation had long been forgotten by Frank. If Steve knew what Frank was thinking at the moment, he might tell him that he might be thinking too much. The 11th Division captain. From that point of view, it seemed that he was not quite like a normal person. On the contrary, he was standing motionless and slashing with people, and he could laugh from the bottom of his heart. Steve swore that he might have only seen this one in his life and his next life. He. Hashwalth sneered, and the killing intent in his eyes floated. Since they are looking for death themselves, we don't have to show mercy anymore, do we? Standing on the Quincy field, he wished that the captain was all dead, so he naturally would not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at this time, egging Arrancar on the side. However, Ulquiorra did not fall for it. He only glanced coldly at Hashwalth. It seems that the lesson you learned 1,000 years ago was not enough. Killing 4 captains at once, do you want to force the legend out? Hearing this, Hashwalth's face changed slightly, and his eyes under the lens flashed a trace of fear. Tony and others who noticed the change in Hashwalth's expression could not help but secretly click their tongues. How strong was the old man that they had repeatedly mentioned? How strong was he to make them not even dare to mention his name? Even just a code name could make them show fear? I'm afraid you guys are thinking too much. When Kisokura heard this, he curled his lips and said, with that old man's personality, even if we all die in the modern realm, he won't be able to personally make a move. Tony and the others were dumbfounded, their hearts were a little broken. Big brother, can you be more reliable? The other side is afraid to make a move. What if they think you are right and kill you later? Fortunately, Ulquiorra did not take it seriously and only said meaningfully, before there is no way to stop that person, we don't want to gamble on his temper. I am afraid that it is false to draw out that person. It is true that you are not willing to make a move. Hashwalth sneered and mercilessly exposed this ridiculous excuse. The person who gave you the order, I am now very curious what he is going to do, to let the 4 captains go. Tony and others finally reacted. The root of the problem was not that they were afraid of the legendary death god, but because of some special reason, they had to let go of those death god, so they found such a lame excuse. This has nothing to do with you. After being exposed, Ulquiorra did not change his face and his heart did not beat. He looked at the 4 captains and said, compared to staring at us here, not caring about the lives of millions of people outside, is it really good? When this was said, everyone's expression changed. Shua dash. Ulquiorra's green eyes flickered slightly. He raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction as he said indifferently, there is one now. According to you humans, it should be a nuclear weapon. It is flying towards the center of New York City. It will arrive in a minute. Now, you choose. First, you can continue to stop us here, and then watch as millions of people die in the explosion. Second, remove the space-time freeze, and then find a way to stop that nuclear bomb. But we will take this opportunity to steal the Tesseract. The choice is in your hands. Is it to save the lives of millions of people, or to guard the Tesseract? I'm very curious, which option will Soul Society, who claims to maintain order, choose? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience fell silent. Ulquiorra's green eyes glowed as he examined the 4 captains in front of him, the corners of his lips curling into a rare smile. Chapter 493, Utter Defeat. Was it to choose the lives of millions or to choose the Tesseract? An invisible scale quietly held up these 2 choices, silently weighing the weight of both sides. And the weight on this scale was the order that Soul Society had always marked. The lives of millions of people were the foundation of order. Once a soul that died from nuclear explosions appeared on a large scale, the degree of resentment would easily change to hollow. At that time, the balance of the 3 realms would be in chaos, not to mention the trouble that would follow. But this does not mean that the Tesseract is not important. I have previously mentioned this matter. The reason why Arrancar wants to rob the Tesseract is to unite the Quincy in the future, open the space wormhole to Soul Society, and then gather strength to destroy Seireitei. These 2 choices, no matter which one, are tricky. Tony tried to replace himself in, and the result was that he was sadly discovered, even he did not know how to choose. Reason told him that the importance of the Tesseract was greater than everything else. But emotion told him that he must not give up the lives of millions of people. When emotion and reason were entangled, it was like an angel and a demon were whispering in his ears, struggling on the edge of morality and bottom line. His soul seemed to be torn into two halves and he was deeply trapped in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. Damn it! Steve's eyes were red, and the veins on his neck bulged. He suppressed the anger in his heart. However, what he hated was not these stupid faces, but the high and mighty politicians of the US government. That ridiculous and ignorant blind suspicion finally made him see it clearly. He was extremely disappointed. There are still 30 seconds. Ulquiorra's cold voice was like a demon, mercilessly urging them to make a choice as soon as possible. Tony and others bit their lips, staring with bloodshot eyes, quietly looking at the four captains who were silent. They knew how difficult this decision was, so no one chose to intervene, even though they hoped to save the millions. Everyone was waiting for the result. After a long silence, the captains finally made a choice. The noble Kokaki Byakuya raised his tired eyes and said in a hoarse and low voice, "This time, you won, but next time, we will not be careless." The implication was that they chose to give up the Tesseract. Compared to what would happen in the future, the four captains still chose to solve the matter in front of them first. The Tesseract was indeed very important, but the lives of millions of people were even more important. Seeing this, Tony and the others finally let out a sigh of relief, and their hearts that were raised to their throats slowly fell to the ground. The moment the time and space froze and disappeared, everyone saw that in the distant sky, there was a meteor that tore through the vast sky. That nuclear bomb! It's B-83. As a weapon supplier, Tony, from the appearance and style of the missile, instantly deduced the power of this nuclear bomb named B-83. The highest explosive capacity is about 1.2 million tons, which can flatten the entire New York City in an instant. Steve and Frank had a military career, and they were close to SHIELD, so when they heard that it was a B-83 nuclear bomb, their faces turned pale. Obviously, they had heard of the power of this nuclear bomb before. Now the nuclear bomb was only 20 seconds away from explosion. In just 20 seconds, it was not even enough to pee, let alone stop the nuclear bomb from exploding. Now they can only pin all their hopes on Death God, hoping that they can stop this nuclear bomb. At this time, Kokaki Byakuya's eyes were cold, and he resolutely came out and said coldly, "Kisuk, inform Technological Development Department, at the moment when I stopped the missile, with me as the center, open the space-time freeze again." Without waiting for the answer, he rushed to the nuclear bomb alone. He wanted to stop the nuclear bomb with his own strength, and then detonate it in the frozen time and space. Only in this way would it not spread to New York, and thus protect the safety of the millions of ordinary people. Bankai, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. With the voice of Kokaki Byakuya sounded, the scattered millions of sword blades gathered to form a torrent, surging through the sky, wave after wave of endless raging waves, like a god of anger rushing to the nuclear bomb. Kokaki Byakuya clenched one hand, and the scattered sword blade gathered and took shape. He saw that a spiritual power released, hundreds of millions of bright blades lined up, forming a dark enchantment that wrapped the nuclear bomb. He wanted to block all the power of the nuclear bomb in this way. Kisukura seemed to be unable to bear to look, silently closed his eyes and whispered, "Lock down the 5,000 miles of space-time around Captain Kokaki." In the next moment, Kokaki Byakuya, along with the nuclear bomb, disappeared in front of everyone. He really did it. Tony's heart was half cold, and Death God risked his life to drag the nuclear bomb into the space-time freeze. And the consequences of doing this was almost equivalent to courting death. A nuclear bomb with a capacity of 1.2 million tons. Just the highest temperature in the center of the explosion was more than the temperature of the sun's surface. It was enough to melt any living thing in an instant. Even if it could survive the first wave of high temperatures, the subsequent shock waves and radiation could kill any microorganisms. At the same time, the Arankar got the Tesseract. Hashwalth used the Mind Stone Scepter to shut down the device on the top floor of Stark Tower. The tesseract, which had lost its defensive position, was held firmly in Ulquiorra's palm. He allowed the high temperature to burn his skin. There was no painful expression on his face. "Is this the tesseract?" Ulquiorra was slightly shocked in his heart, shocked by the energy contained in this gem. If his spiritual power was a stream, then the huge energy contained in this small universe cube was like an ocean. The two were not the same day, almost the difference between heaven and earth. No wonder Lord Lot asked for this gem. Ulquiorra collected the shock in his eyes and put the hot space gem into his space. Then he looked at Hashwolf next to him and nodded imperceptibly, indicating that it was time to leave and get the lunchbox. "Goodbye, Death God." Hashwolf was expressionless. He pushed his glasses with one hand and looked at the remaining 3 Death God. He said lightly, "Cherish the time you have left. It won't be long before we personally go to Seireitei to meet our Majesty." After throwing harsh words, Hashwolf disappeared in an instant. Ulquiorra cut hollow with one hand, and when he was about to enter the black chamber, he suddenly turned back and looked at everyone meaningfully. "I believe that soon, we will meet again." The 3 masked men stepped into the black chamber and slowly disappeared in front of everyone. Tony, Frank, and Steve looked at each other. Finally, they looked at the mess in New York City and could not help but sigh heavily. This was the situation they were talking about. The Tesseract was lost, and Loki's Mind Stone Scepter was also lost. In the end, they did not get any benefits, but instead caused a lot of trouble. Chapter 494, No Chapter. The author did not write in this chapter. Chapter 495, Time Variance Authority. The nuclear bomb exploded. A huge light appeared out of nowhere, taking away all colors. All things in the world lost their voices at this moment. A nuclear bomb with a capacity of 1.2 million tons exploded in an instant, destroying everything within a 5-kilometer radius. The terrifying high temperature that was comparable to the sun's surface caused the space to slightly distort. Following the second shock wave, the air seemed to be pushed by an invisible giant hand, setting off a giant wave that was hundreds of meters high like a world-destroying tsunami. It emitted a heaven-shaking, earth-shaking roar, like an awakened earth dragon shaking its body, easily tearing apart the earth. The deadly radiation contained in the nuclear weapon was scattered to all corners of the city by a huge wave of air. Thousands of tons of dust were blown into the sky, and the rolling black smoke covered the sky like a tide. The explosion lasted for dozens of seconds. When the aftermath gradually subsided, the entire city had been reduced to a hell. The sky became as red as a furnace, and the distorted clouds in the space were swept away. The ground in the central area was even more tragic. A huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters was directly blasted out. The nuclear radiation filled the atmosphere, turning this place into a ghost town. No living creature could survive. The pungent smoke in the air was enough to kill people with just a whiff. However, there were 3 people who were still alive and not affected by the radiation. Rick wiped the blood from his nose and covered his abdomen where 2 ribs were broken. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked at the man in front of them. They were very far away from the nuclear bomb and were almost at the outermost area of the explosion. Other than being hit by the air wave and breaking a few ribs, they were not affected by the radiation. It was obvious that they had made preparations in advance. In order to safely evacuate, Rick had predicted all the possibilities and made preparations in advance. However, she only missed one point, which was the malfunction of the time and space watch. One wrong step at a time. In the end, they fell into such a situation, causing them to face an existence that was 10 times more terrifying than nuclear explosions. These people in black uniforms were the main factors that caused the current space-time change. If there is a chance that things will go bad, no matter how small the chance, it will happen, Murphy's Law. The thing that they did not want to happen the most had happened. They had been discovered. However, what was even more terrifying was that, from the other party's mouth, he said, everyone from the TVA. In an instant, Rick and Chris felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Even though the surrounding temperature was around 50 to 60 degrees, they still felt an endless chill running down their spines all the way to their heads. The Time Variance Authority was simply called TVA. As the name implied, it was an organization that managed time and space. It had appeared many times in the original comic, but it was all in the form of soy sauce, basically not doing much. This so-called Time Variance Authority was created by 3 time controllers. Its main duty was to monitor different universes' timelines, as well as manage the multivariate universe, to protect the so-called divine line from any disturbances in order to prevent a great battle in the multivariate universe. The area where the A headquarters was located did not belong to any existing timeline. Instead, it was a subspace known as the Space Zone, independent and superior to the current multiverse. Therefore, even someone as strong as Thanos did not know about the existence of the TVA, but the man before him clearly understood their intelligence very well. This was a little horrifying. Because logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to know about the existence of the TVA. Any traces and information related to the existence of TVA would be submerged in the long river of time with the corrected period of time. There would not be a single splash. Therefore, even Ancient One, who controlled the Time Stone, had not discovered any traces of TVA. Then the problem came. Where did this man in front of her learn about TVA? Rick's brain worked quickly, trying to analyze this result. However, she sadly found that no matter from which angle, this logic was completely impossible. Unless this man was omniscient and omnipotent, it was impossible for him to jump out of the history. What, you feel very surprised? Lod put his hands in his sleeves and looked at them with interest. He smiled slightly and said, "The Time Variance Authority, which has always been high up in the sky, should not have thought that one day it would be discovered by us, the natives. Who are you?" Rick's lips were pale and her eyes were trembling as she asked, "Where did you find out about the TVA?" This question. Lod smiled and shook his head. "I don't intend to answer you. Besides, I am the one asking questions now. You just need to cooperate with me." Rick and Chris remained silent. However, their faces grew paler. It was unknown if they were frightened to this extent or if their bodies were in a bad condition. "I will take it as you agreed." Lod was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He went straight to the point. "Let's talk about the TVA. I think you should at least have 3 words to say." "We are indeed from the Time Variance Authority." Rick stared at Lod. He used words to distract the other party's attention. At the same time, she touched his waist. "Our mission to come to this time and space is..." "Ah!" Before she could finish speaking, Rick let out a scream. Chris' pupils suddenly widened. He could not see what was happening at all. He saw Rick clutching her almost 90-degree bent right hand. She was curled up on the ground and convulsing in pain. And from the bloody arm, it was obvious that someone had crushed it with brute force. It was as if a truck had crashed into it. It was almost like a pancake. One could imagine how painful it was. "I don't mind sparing your lives." Lod's eyes were a little cold and emotionless as he said, "but this is on the premise that you cooperate well. Don't play childish tricks under my watch. Do you understand?" "Ah!" The entire forearm was crushed, and the intense pain almost made Rick faint. She curled up on the ground and groaned in pain. Being swept by Lod's cold gaze, Chris immediately felt a chill down his back. Without even thinking, Chris immediately knelt on the ground and cried out for mercy, I'll tell you everything. As long as you spare my life, I'll tell you anything." "Chris! You stupid pig! Shut your mouth!" Rick used his will to overcome the pain. He raised his head and stared at him fiercely. He gritted his teeth and scolded, "Do you know what you are doing? If you dare to betray me, I will. Bakuto number 1, sigh, restrain, ... Laud raised a finger and sealed Rick's mouth. Then, he turned his gaze to Chris and smiled. Now, you can say it as you wish. No one will disturb you. Yes. I said. Chris' head was buried deep into the ground. He seemed to be extremely terrified. He said with a trembling voice, "We are agents sent by A. We are specially sent to various parallel universes' timelines to repair the history progress that has deviated from its original track. We are using the complete and order of the Divine Guardian Saints' timelines." Oh. Rick's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the traitor. He wanted to kill him with his eyes. Very good. Laud nodded slightly and said, "I like your attitude. Tell me about your mission here." Hearing this, Chris lowered his head even more. He was almost petty to the extreme. He continued, "Our mission here is..." "Oh. No. No." There was a hint of despair in Rick's eyes as he struggled frantically to stop Chris. However, because of Bakuto's effect, he could only watch helplessly. "Our mission is..." Chris paused for half a second before raising his head abruptly. "I'll kill you." Almost at the same time, Chris took out a mechanical sphere glowing with blue light. The killing intent in his eyes erupted like a geyser, completely unafraid of death. He shouted at Laud, "In order to protect the great divine timeline, die with me, you damned bastard." Boom. Chapter 496, Divine Timeline. Crack. Crack. A strange sound similar to the clock pointer moving came from the blue mechanical ball. The sound of the pointer moving became stronger and stronger. Chris was covered by a blue halo. Laud noticed a strange thing. The object around the blue sphere seemed to have fallen into a strange state of stagnation. It felt as if the slow release button was pressed. "Come with me and fall to the end of time." Chris' expression was filled with madness. He was as resolute as a warrior who faced a dismal situation. He held the bomb in his arms and rushed towards Laud, trying to pull the enemy in front of him into the abyss. Chris. Only then did Rick realize that this rookie that she had always looked down on did not betray their sacred oath. Instead, he chose to use another method to perish together with the enemy who destroyed the timeline. It turned out that she had wrongly blamed Chris. Even though he was an incompetent space-time agent, he had made the most correct choice. To use his life and time to defend the divine timeline with his life. This was a vow that every time agent joined TVA. Before participating in all the correction missions, he must swear to the 3-time judges. Chris, he did it. Boom. A dazzling blue light suddenly bloomed in the alley. The figures of Laud and Chris were enveloped by this dazzling blue light. The sound of the clock pointer suddenly became louder, covering all the sounds in the world. The energy that erupted from the blue sphere instantly distorted the space and time within 3 meters of it. The huge energy fluctuation caused a large area of space and time to gradually collapse. All the objects in the range seemed to have been swallowed by the time. All things appeared in a state of decay and aging at different degrees. Even the lifeless stones turned into a pile of weathered sand after their time was forcibly taken away. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After a full 10 seconds, the dazzling blue light gradually dissipated. When Rick looked again, he found that there was no one there, only the fine sand after the soil had decayed. Whether it was Chris or the man, there was not even a trace of existence left, as if they never existed. Chris. I'm sorry. You are a true warrior. Rick's eyes were moist with tears. She suppressed the sorrow in her heart and sighed, "May God bless you. We will not forget you." Just as Rick thought that he was safe, a slightly frivolous voice sounded beside his ears. "What a dangerous prop. I thought I was going to die." This voice sounded so familiar. Rick's neck was as stiff as a rusty gear. He slowly turned his head to look at the source of the voice. When he saw the man's face, her heart sank to the bottom of the sea bit by bit. It was replaced by a bone-chilling wind. The man was still alive. Chris had used his own life as bait to detonate the time bomb, hoping to kill this man. However, the result was that the man was completely unharmed. There was not even a speck of dust on his clothes. He was still as new as ever. No. This is impossible. No one can escape the range of the time bomb. Rick wished that this was just a nightmare. Unfortunately, this was not a dream, but a cruel reality. Actually, the principle is very simple. With a smile, Lod raised his finger and explained, when moving at high speed, with a few small steps, it can form an afterimage in place. It is like a clone, and the bomb hit a clone. When he finished speaking, the Lod in front of him suddenly dissipated and disappeared. Then a hand rested on Rick's head, and Lod's light voice sounded in her ears, "Look, it's like this. You didn't even notice when I disappeared, right?" The temperature of that palm made Rick feel a chill run down her spine. An indescribable chill spread all over HRT limbs and bones. It was as if she was placed in an icehouse dozens of degrees below zero. Even his thoughts seemed to be slowed down by this chill. She was so stiff that she couldn't utter a single word. Her pupils unconsciously enlarged to the extreme. "You still have one last chance." Lod gently stroked her head and said lightly, "After all, I am not a bad person. As long as you cooperate well, I can guarantee that you will be alive and well. I hope that you won't reject my good intentions this time. I have a companion, Paul." Rick gritted her teeth and said, "How is he?" "He is already dead." Lod's gaze was calm as he said, "When he came, he ran into a nuclear explosion and didn't have time to escape." Rick's pupils constricted, and a hint of hatred appeared in his eyes. "You killed him? Hehe, don't think too highly of yourself." A hint of ridicule appeared in Lod's eyes. "If I wanted to kill him, where would I get a nuclear explosion? Then why didn't you save him?" Rick bit his lips and said hatefully, "You should be able to save him. He is also a member of TVA. He can also tell you the information. Why should I save him?" Lod was expressionless. His patience was about to run out. He said coldly, "There are 3 people who know about TVA's intelligence. I only need one person. Why bother saving him?" "Yes, you only need one person." Rick sneered, "But unfortunately, I won't tell you. No matter how you torture me, don't even think of getting any information about the TVA from me." Lod was silent. Rick thought that he was afraid, and the hatred in her heart was vented. "TVA won't let you go, you bunch of bastards who disrupt the sacred timeline. Just you wait. They will be here soon. When the time comes, you will all die and be buried with us. Then, I will respect your choice." Lod sighed regretfully, as if she was disappointed that she was not willing to cooperate. She said, "There are many ways to obtain information from a person. It is not limited to the strength of a person's will. I came here with the intention to talk as peacefully as possible, but unfortunately, you don't seem to want to cooperate. Then I can only use my own method to dig out what I want to know from your brain. Even though you might not like this method." His cold eyes made Rick have a bad feeling. "What do you want to say?" "What I want to say is..." Lod grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "I have a special interrogation method that allows you to tell me everything about the TVA, including your personal preferences, disgust, experiences, thoughts, and even your fetish." Rick originally did not believe it. She had experienced special training related to the TVA, so she had no fear of the interrogation methods. Her willpower was comparable to steel. It was impossible for anyone to pry open her mouth and get any information. When the 2 of them appeared, they struck her heart like lightning. "Lord Lod." Ulquira and Hashwalth respectfully handed over the 2 gems in their hands. "As you can see." Lod picked up the yellow gemstone that symbolized the soul. He smiled at Rick and said, "This is my method. Let me see if the so-called TVA Space Administration staff can resist the power of the Infinity Stone." This scene made Rick's pupils suddenly shrink. Her heart seemed to be clenched by an invisible hand. An extremely terrifying idea emerged in her mind. The entire logic of the matter was instantly straightened out. She screamed in horror. You are the reason for the mutation. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Laud held the gem with one hand and revealed a meaningful smile. I will reward you with one chance to experience the Mind Stone. Chapter 497, Divine Timeline. The process of the interrogation was very smooth. The TVA agent was not like what she had said, using a steel-like will to overcome the control. In the orange-yellow light from the spiritual stone, the mental defense that Rick had built with great difficulty was as fragile as tofu. The surging spiritual storm seemed to be able to easily control this agent. This solved one of the doubts in Laud's heart, and that was that the TVA agent was not immune to the infinite source stones. Under Rick's instructions, Laud had a rough understanding of the structure and origin of the TVA. In an extremely distant future era, a supreme existence had established the TVA, dedicated to supervising, adjusting, and finally balancing the massive amount of timelines in the multiverse that contained infinite variables. They would abandon those abandoned or chaotic timelines, and would do their best to stop any existence that could cause a time paradox. However, there was a very interesting thing in the content that Rick mentioned. That was that her batch of space-time agent had been recruited through special channels and was not the original copy of the TVA. In truth, all of Agent, who had been in charge of carrying out missions, had been replicated by TVA. However, at some unknown time, those duplicated individuals had collectively launched a rebellion against the bureau chief of the TVA for some unknown reason. That rebellion had caused great losses, and the last bureau chief had fallen. And the most serious consequence of that time war was that the timelines that should have continued to exist in the countless multiverse had been thrown into an unknown chaotic turbulence, and then over a long period of time, those timelines had produced intersection. In the midst of countless possibilities, a chaotic time and space was born. Ever since the birth of that chaotic time and space, it had crazily devoured countless multiverse like an abyss and fused with countless chaotic timelines. The ripples produced by that time and space had almost caused the entire multiverse to collapse. Finally, the three great judges of the TVA temporarily took over the authority of the Space Administration. In the face of the threat of the collapse of the entire multiverse, the Space Administration, with the assistance of countless universe hegemons, had worked hard to suppress that chaotic time and space, and had thrown all the copies of the rebellion, Agent, into it. After the Battle of Time ended, TVA officially underwent a reform. He abandoned his clone agent's method and chose from different universes to use the time and space bracelet to restrict it so as to prevent another rebellion from occurring and trigger the second Battle of Time. In order to prevent the reappearance of the chaotic space and time, TVA made a second measure. That was to choose the most optimal timeline in the countless multiverse as the divine timeline that had to be guarded. As long as this timeline remained, the chaotic space and time would never appear. Therefore, anything that could cause the divine timeline to deviate from the right path would be eliminated by TVA with the greatest amount of effort. This was also the divine mission that every time and space agent had been informed of after joining TVA. It was the most important thing that they had to protect at all costs. After listening to this, Laud had a cute idea. The so-called Time War of the Space Administration might be the Battle of Heaven that he had been searching for all this time. This was because from the description alone, there were many similarities, and some of the content could be matched. However, it was a pity. Rick didn't have enough time and space, so that was all she knew. If he wanted to confirm the relationship between the Time War and the Battle of Heaven, he could only ask TVA in the future. With TVA's style, it was obviously unlikely that she would tell him. Therefore, it was foreseeable that he would be greeted with a bloody battle in the future. Then, Laud asked them about the mission this time. Rick said that their mission this time was that the TVA had suddenly detected an unknown time and space. The timeline in this time and space had undergone a huge deviation, and there was even a trend of threatening the divine timeline. That was why they sent agent to investigate the cause of the mutation and amend deviated history progress. A deviated timeline. Lod's brows furrowed into a river as he repeatedly chewed on the contents. Based on Rick's description, the reason for the sudden change in time and space was definitely him. Moreover, the time and space he was in had already threatened the stability of the order of the divine timeline, which was why it attracted the attention of TVA. Therefore, from the beginning, he had no room to turn back. As the guardian saint of the timeline, TVA would definitely use every means possible to eliminate this unstable element. Let me ask you, if you don't go back, will TVA send people over again? Lod took a deep breath and calmed the restlessness in his heart. Then, he asked. Yes. Rick had no expression on her face. Her gaze was as dull as a puppet. Once the time is over, our bracelets will activate the self-destruction device. After TVA receives the news that the bracelets have been destroyed, he will send a special time team to suppress the mutation at all costs. Lod raised an eyebrow. At all costs? Yes, at all costs. Rick nodded and said, if the mutation cannot be completely eliminated, then the TVA will choose to destroy this time and space to stabilize the divine timeline. Destroy the entire time and space. Lod's eyelids twitched as he heard this. This group of people was too ruthless. This is the righteousness that we believe in. Killing one or saving 100 is always better than the minority. Rick seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and said, in the eyes of the three great dimensional judges, the importance of the divine timeline is higher than everything else. Even if more than half of the multiverse has to be destroyed, they will not hesitate at all. Lod frowned. Although he did not agree with this theory, he could not find a reason to refute it. It was like a classic electric train problem. However, the situation TVA faced was even more severe, and it could not be measured simply by moral standards. The weights placed on the scale were the multiverse, as well as beings that could not be measured like the grains of sand in the river. If it was you, which would you choose? Was it the sacred timeline that had to be protected even if half of the multiverse was destroyed? Or would he rather protect every multivariate universe than cause the sacred timeline to collapse and release the chaos space-time, causing countless multivariate universes to collapse? Laws, morals, and humanity were meaningless at this moment. The only criterion to measure value was how many there were and how many were higher than the minority in priority to decide whether or not they should continue to protect the divine sage timelines. This was the judgment standard of the three great judges of space-time A. You cannot escape. Rick suddenly broke free from her restraints and revealed a sinister smile. The three judges will discover the space-time anomaly here. As for you, you will be facing the strongest person in the countless multivariate universes, the hunters that are formed. You will lose for sure. I am waiting for you, in hell. All right, I'll wait for them. There seemed to be endless spirituality flowing in the depths of Lod's eyes as he said indifferently and mercilessly, I forgot to tell you something. The so-called hell that you speak of belongs to me. Rick widened her eyes and wanted to say something more. Goodbye. Lod slowly raised his hand and gently stroked Rick's head. Spiritual power poured down from his palm like a torrent. Bang! In the next moment, Rick was annihilated. Even the traces of her existence were wiped clean, not a single trace remaining. Chapter 498, Space, Mind, and Reality. Since Rick wanted to die, and Lod had always been kind, he simply fulfilled her wish and sent her to see his companions. From then on, there was no Rick in the world. Even the remaining soul fragments were crushed by Lod with the power of the Quincy, leaving no trace, completely wiped out. Cut the weeds by the roots, do not leave any future troubles. As such, no matter how powerful the TVA was, it was impossible for him to revive a single soul. There isn't much time left. Lod's mood was slightly heavy. He had provoked the TVA Space Administration, and there would be an unavoidable battle in the future. This had imperceptibly put a lot of pressure on him. An organization that stood above the multiverse and maintained order, its existence and traces spread throughout all timelines, able to wipe out any timelines or even wipe out the entire space and time. Its strength and resources were not something ordinary people could know. Compared to him, he was still very young and tender. TVA was like a giant, and he was like a child. The difference between the two could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. The only way for him to survive now was to make use of the power of the system before TVA noticed all of this. He would do his best to become a true Soul King. Only by becoming a Soul King of the three realms would he be able to have the power to resist and not be wiped out. The pressure instantly increased. The existence of the TVA was like a sword of Damocles that hung high above Lod's head. As time went on, it slowly fell down until it cut off his head. The days that had been leisurely all this while now seemed to be the end. The TVA was something that he had to resolve. Humans were all selfish. Even if he knew that his existence might lead to a huge disaster, the only way to stop all of this was to end his life. But it was a pity. Lod admitted that he was not a saint, and his moral standards were not that high. Whether it was the sacred timeline or the chaotic space-time, these problems were not something he needed to worry about. Whether the multiverse would collapse because of this, or if billions of lives would be destroyed, was not within his scope of thinking. In short, he didn't want to die. If he didn't want to die, then he had to resist. He didn't have the heart to refute TVA, who believed in killing and saving hundreds of ideals, because there was no point in doing so. After all, from the perspective of the majority, the few who were sacrificed were just. No one would care about them. The thoughts of these people who were sacrificed seemed to be righteous, but they actually contained the oppression of power. Therefore, Lod would not argue with him about right or wrong. He only needed to decide by strength. The winner was the king, and the loser was the thief. The rules of the world were that simple. According to the information obtained from Rick, it undoubtedly confirmed Lod's previous guess. The dimension he was in was definitely not the movie universe. This was an unknown dimension. No wonder those things that shouldn't have appeared would appear. Lod's eyes were half closed as he pondered. The stone mask, vampire, ultimate life form. Heaven, hell, Constantine. The Darkhold, Thin and Thulhu. Kingpin, Gwen, the parallel universe. Akkad, Cain and the twin flowers. The scenes of the past flashed in Lod's mind like running lanterns. They connected countless pieces of information bit by bit like needles, finally forming a guess. No. It's impossible. Lod's eyes suddenly darkened. This guess was too terrifying, so much so that even he himself felt that it was impossible. But if there was a probability of 1 trillion points, and his guess was indeed correct, then the truth of this dimension was far more terrifying than what he was seeing now. Even in the distant future, what awaited him might be that most tragic ending. Ulquiorra and Hashwalth knew that Lod did not like to be disturbed, especially when he was thinking, so he silently guarded the side, waiting for the next instructions. After a long time, with a long sigh of unknown significance, Lod's thinking finally ended. There was a faint trace of seriousness in his expression, and he said lightly, "Let's go. We've been out for so long. It's time for us to go back." Soul King Palace. Following the huge watch path up to the sky, there was an ancient white palace that stood above the vast sea of clouds. Thousands of rays of light scattered down like gold powder. Spiritual droplets turned into a river and floated in the sea of clouds. There were all sorts of pavilions and buildings. Heavy eaves and jade tiles were like heavenly silk. It was made of jade buildings and blue dragons. There were rare and strange beasts entrenched on the jade pillars, giving off a dignified atmosphere. There was no one in the huge palace. Lod closed his eyes and leaned on the long chair. He enjoyed this tranquility alone. It was his leisure time alone. Only when he was in this palace, he did not have to think about so many troubles and could forget everything. After enjoying a moment of peace, Lod opened his eyes again. He took a deep breath and seemed to release the anger in his chest. His whole spirit was refreshed and his eyes regained their former brightness. No matter how much pressure he had, life had to continue. Whether it was the threat of TVA or the so-called truth of the world, escaping could not solve the problem. He had to face it. The only thing he could decide was how to face it. Lod concluded that the plan this time was quite successful. The Space Stone and the Mind Stone were his biggest gains this time. Including the previous Reality Stone, the infinite stones in his hands had reached an astonishing half. If Thanos knew about this situation, he would probably explode with anger. The Mind Stone scepter that he had painstakingly collected was originally meant for Loki to go to Earth and bring back the Space Stone. However, he did not expect that after losing his wife, he would lose his troops again. Not to mention that the Space Stone had been half cut off, even the Mind Stone had been snatched away. Lod raised his hand and cut through empty space, taking the stone out of the shadow space. Space, mind, reality. Blue, yellow, and red, the three colors reflected each other and enveloped the entire palace, revealing a gorgeous color. Lod stared at the three stone stones and could not help but swallow his saliva. He could not stop the excitement in his heart. No one could refuse the power of 6 infinite source stones, just like how the Game King players were all at the late stage of Dragon Cancer. 6 infinity stones gathered together, and the power they possessed was enough to change the entire universe. Although it could not affect the multivariate universe, it was the most important part of his plan for the current Lod. Whether this plan succeeded or not directly depended on whether he could compete with TVA in the future. Therefore, Lod aimed at the remaining 3 stones, time, soul, and power. With the time stone in Sorcerer Supreme's hands, his relationship with Ancient One was not bad. It was not impossible to wait another 2 years. Anyway, she was going to find eternity soon. As for the soul and power stone, it could only wait for a while. After all, the current Earth did not have the ability to travel through space. It could not be allowed to cross the universe with his body, right? This was not the cultivation world, so it was better to wash up and sleep. Chapter 499, Buy One Get One Free. The Infinity Stones were unlike other items. Especially after gathering 3, there would be some special connection between the source stones, which would trigger the burst of energy. Therefore, there must be a place to store source stones. He disdained to use the infinite gloves, so he could only put them elsewhere. Phew! With a wave of his hand, Lod released spiritual power. Like an invisible hand, spiritual power carefully lifted the 3 source stones and slowly inserted them into the throne. If there was an outsider here at this moment, they would be able to send out the 7 spoon-shaped grooves on this white jade throne. It looked like the legendary Big Dipper. Ding 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 ding. The 3 gemstones were embedded in the groove of the throne in order. The moment the infinity stones entered the groove, the power of attraction between the gemstones burst forth. Like a flood, it washed over the throne, causing its entire body to shine with a rainbow of colors. However, it only flashed for a moment before returning to an ancient white jade color. This throne was something that Lod had asked Kisuke Urahara to specially forge earlier. He had used the murderous stone as the foundation of the entire throne. At the same time, he had also borrowed the unique materials produced in the infernal dimension to finally complete such an item used to seal the gem. Of course, the function of this white jade throne was not only used to seal the infinite source stones. There was also one of the most important functions. It would only be displayed after all the gems were gathered. Therefore, there was no need to elaborate further. After putting away the raw stone, Lod sat back on the throne and began to calculate in his heart. Although the system did not issue any relevant tasks for the invasion of the Zerg, those Zerg were still creatures. Byakuya killed so many Zerg, and he should have a lot of income more or less. As the saying goes, the number is more than enough. With so many zerg of them together, he should be able to draw dozens of them. As Laud suppressed his excitement, he thought to himself, "System, how many souls have you collected this time?" Ding, upper soul 12. The system's cold and emotionless voice sounded. "Wait, there are only 12. Hearing this bad news, Laud immediately widened his eyes and stood up from his seat. "Are you sure? Dog system, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? After eliminating so many insects, you only gave me this little soul. Please calm down. There is no problem with the reward calculation." Alright, alright, alright. Tell me then. There's no problem there." Laud gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "If I find out that you dare to deduct my soul, I will immediately tear you apart." Although the number of the Annihilation Zerg clan was too high, most of them were young worms. They did not even possess the lowest level of soul strength. They could only be called soul residue. Only special arachnids with mature bodies would possess the ability to collect powerful souls. According to calculations, the total number of mature Zerg with the lowest level soul is 120,200. The system and the host are both honored and damaged, so the host cannot dismantle the system. Dog system. Laud was so angry that his teeth itched, but he could not do anything about it. In fact, if one calmed down and thought about it carefully, the reward given by the system was reasonable. The Emperor of the Annihilation Zerg, Annihilus, could be born out of thin air. There were hundreds of thousands or even millions of Zerg armies, so the quality was naturally not much higher. Moreover, the Annihilation Zerg race determined the strength and foundation of the entire race based on the number of lives it devoured. This time, the Annihilation Zerg race had just arrived on Earth, and before they could do anything, they had encountered Schwerhit Shugaya. This was equivalent to a race in the middle of puberty. As a result, they met the players next door who opened the unparalleled, and the outcome was needless to say. The low quality of the ethnic group was the root cause, which led to the lack of souls this time. It was reasonable and irrefutable. Laud sighed a few times and could only choose to accept this result. At least he could draw one more time. This was the best result. At least he did not work for nothing. System, draw the prize. Laud no longer hesitated and directly paid for the lottery. Death God, who wore black-rimmed glasses, walked over with a gentle smile and handed over a glowing sphere. With the experience from last time, Laud directly raised his hand to break the light sphere, and then quietly waited for the verdict. Boom! An orange beam of light shot into the sky. A violent wave of air rolled up the boundless sea of clouds. The entire Soul King Palace seemed to be shaking, and the 10 items were presented in front of him. Golden, Special Form Sword Liberation, Skeleton King. Golden, Superior Spiritual Power Pearl 10. Orange, Zaraki Kenpeki Sealed Version. Purple, Ho-Ho Experience Book 10. Golden, Special Building, one of the 5 major transaction halls of the Kylan Palace, 2 healing hot springs, and an upgrade to Kite exclusive skill experience. Purple, Hakuta 10. Golden, Ise Nanao's limited wedding photo book. Purple, Yamamoto Genryusai Kendo Manual. Golden, Bankai, Gagaku Care. Purple, Surveillance Bacteria. It's actually the Gagaku Care. Laud raised his eyebrows slightly. The generous reward this time was really a little unexpected. One is the 11th generation Kenpeki, the other is the 7th generation Kenpeki. Is this special field of 11th division today? Many people are not familiar with the Gagaku Kero. In fact, this is the 7th generation Kenpeki's Zanpakutou. Kenpeki Kuruyashiki did not appear in the main chapter. It was only mentioned a few times. It was only introduced in the follow-up official novels. It was a straightforward man with eyes as sharp as wild beasts and messy hair. He had a very high prestige in 11th division and was admired by many Death God. His Zanpakuto Gagaku Kero belonged to the biology department and could summon creatures to devour enemies. After Bankai, Gagaku Kero would become a giant jaw that covered a radius of several kilometers. It would tear everything apart and devour everything except itself. This power was so powerful that even he himself could not control it. It was because of the great lethality of friend and foe that it was forbidden to use in Seireitei by Central 46. No matter what happened. Kenpei Kuruyashiki used to be alone, killed the Great Hollow, and was invited by Zero Division. However, he refused on the grounds that he could not stand the boring guard work and continued to stay in 11th Division. By the way, Sail Apollo had once seen Kinoachi. At that time, Sail Apollo was still a low-level hollow, but even so, he chose to give up and flee back to the Garganta the moment they met. It could be seen that this 7th generation Kenpei was powerful. Unfortunately, such a powerful man died at the hands of the 8th generation Kenpei Soya Oza's hero in the end. Laud felt sorry for the captain in his heart for a moment, and then called the system to summon Zaraki Kenpei. Reconstruction character, Zaraki Kenpei. In-memory construction. Spirit body reconstruction. A moment later, the drifting spirit body condensed and formed. A man with a ferocious face and a tall build. He had a terrifying scar that extended from his brow bone to his left face. He had a strange sea urchin hairstyle that was covered with bells. His entire body exuded a strong killing intent. It was like a tsunami that endlessly impacted the surroundings. Hollow even trembled under the huge spiritual power. The 11th generation of Kenpei, Zaraki Kenpei. Without any doubt, the beast in front of him was the strongest Kenpei in history since the establishment of the 11th division. But what surprised Laud was that on the shoulder of this beast, there was a little pink loli, who was smiling and waving to him. Wait, isn't this Kuzujishi Yachiru? The dog system finally became a person again. It was not a loss to buy and send this wave of blood. Chapter 500, Zaraki and Yachiru. Pink hair loli. No, it should be Kuzujishi Yachiru, whose origin is unknown in the painting, always accompanied by Zaraki Kenpei, the only mysterious girl who can make this beast change his mind. Regarding the origin of Kuzujishi Yachiru, in fact, there are many speculations on the internet. However, in many speculations, the most convincing one is the body of Kuzujishi Yachiru. In fact, it is Zanpakuto of Zaraki Kenpei, but for some unknown reason, it has been with him after materialization. The basis of this speculation is that in the 1,000 Years Blood War, Zaraki Kenpei, through killing Anohanaretsu, recalled the past, retrieved his own strength, and after knowing the name of Zanpakuto, Kuzujishi Yachiru suddenly disappeared. Now it seems that this guess is true. Kuzujishi Yachiru appeared with Zaraki Kenpei, and the system also specially marked the seal version. Combined with these two information, it is not difficult to guess that she is Zaraki Kenpei Zanpakuto. However, Laud still has a doubt. If the original body of Kuzujishi Yachiru is really the Zanpakuto of Zaraki Kenpei, then where did her own Zanpakuto Sanpokenjua come from? As everyone knows, Death God usually can only have one Zanpakuto, even if some Death God is special and has a pair of Zanpakuto, but there are two abilities of Zanpakuto, but there are absolutely no two. The no Zarashi is the direct attack type Zanpakuto, the main body of the ability now, the overwhelming power after liberation, and the Sanpokenjua is the summoning type Zanpakuto. After Shikai, it is suspected to summon the invisible spirit body, following Sword's master to attack at the same time. So Laud suspected that maybe Kuzujishi Yachiru is not actually the Zanpakuto of Zaraki Kenpei, but the power of subconscious suppression and division of Zaraki Kenpei for a long time. The argument of this point is Zaraki Kenpei Bankai. Compared with the change of Zanpakuto, his appearance changes are simply amazing and closer to a certain beast form. Spiritual power, speed, strength, and so on, are more than 10 times stronger than before. When Laud was thinking about the relationship between the two, a sweet and greasy voice suddenly floated in his ear, followed by a fragrant wind. The next second, in Lod's arms, there was a pink little loli. The soft little hand hugged him, and it was Kuzujishi Yachiru. Stroking. Kuzujishi Yachiru buried her head in his arms, a pink hair rubbing back and forth, a happy smile on her chubby little face, dark big eyes curved into a crescent moon, seemingly very fond of the smell of Lod. Yachiru likes you very much. Zaraki Kenpeki licked his lips, and his fierce eyes showed a touch of light, seemingly a little excited. Although you are Soul King, I am still very curious about how strong you are. The characters summoned by the system, although the loyalty will not be a problem, it does not mean that they are puppets. They have their own independent personality and will inherit the previous thinking and character. So this Zaraki Kenpeki naturally inherited the previous warlike character. In the face of Lod, who gave him great pressure, he was itchy and wanted to fight with him. The pink-haired little loli hugged Lod, suddenly raised her head, blinked her big intelligent eyes, little hands grabbed his clothes, and said excitedly, Loyo and Kenshin, please have a fight, I beg you. Lod. It had to be said that the pink-haired little loli was still very likable. She had a familiar personality and a cute appearance. That round face, coupled with her big black eyes, really made people not hate her. In the face of Kuzujishi Yachiru's request and the fighting spirit released by Zaraki Kenpeki, Lod was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, well, since you ask so, then I will satisfy your wish once. Grateful. Zaraki Kenpeki's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and the corner of his mouth pulled out an amazing arc. The vicious scar twisted with the facial muscles, revealing a smile that was enough to frighten a child. Let me see the power of Soul King. Kuzujishi Yachiru is very sensible, turned over and jumped to one side. Pinching the white little fist, and said to Zaraki Kenpeki, come on, Kenshin, hold on for a few more rounds, I think you are good. Are you so confident in me? Zaraki Kenpeki curled his lips and slowly pulled out ZANPAKUTOU, who was in the shape of a saw on his waist. My goal is not just that. It is so simple to hold on for a few rounds. Whoosh! Lod slowly got up with the throne, and a majestic momentum like a mountain shrouded the entire Soul King Palace in an instant. The concentration of spiritual power was so high that it was like mercury flowing, and the surrounding 100 meters with Lod as the center, the space even showed faint signs of collapse. Even the light in the atmosphere could not penetrate spiritual power, who was walking around Lod, and could only refract into a strange hazy color outside, as if he was separated from the world. The first to bear the brunt was Zaraki Kenpeki. Under this huge pressure, his bones made a thunderous sound, and it felt like he was crushed by a stone mill, forcing him to break out spiritual power resistance. Are you ready? In a hazy and twisted space, Lod's light voice came out. Always ready. Zaraki Kenpeki suffered a great pressure, and the sawtooth sword in his hand trembled gently, as if he was afraid of the man. The next moment, the bell rang crazily. Because his own spiritual power was too huge, he could not perceive other people's spiritual powers. Zaraki Kenpeki. Usually, he used the bell at the back of his head to perceive the direction and source of the enemy's attack. But this time, even if he did not need the bell, he could feel it, the nearly suffocating, like a landslide or tsunami, the surging spiritual power that came from the sky and the earth. A slender palm with clear joints, as white as jade, appeared suddenly, and grabbed his head when Zaraki Kenpeki had no time to react. At the same time, a voice sounded in Zaraki Kenpeki's ear, the Soul King Palace that was built with great difficulty, if it is broken, it is not good, so go to the outside to fight. Bang! A huge roar tore the sky. Zaraki Kenpeki was like a toy, grabbed by Lod without any resistance, and dragged out of the Soul King Palace. Woo! The strong wind poured into Zaraki Kenpeki's mouth, and the strong inertia made him unable to break free. He could only let Lod drag him over the clouds and finally came to a place a few kilometers away. Here it is. Laud said lightly, and then threw Zaraki Kenpeka down. Zaraki Kenpeka grunted, and the whole person fell from the sky like a meteorite. Because the falling speed was too fast, he even exploded several rings of sonic air. Boom! Zaraki Kenpeka slammed into the clouds, and the sea of clouds within 1,000 meters suddenly set off 100 meters high wave and spread out in all directions. Cough! Just by relying on the strength of the physical body, you can suppress me so easily. As expected of the legendary Soul King. Zaraki Kenpeka covered his chest and staggered up, feeling that the bones of the whole body were going to be smashed, and his eyes were suffused with a rich blood color, accompanied by the burning battle intent spreading. Let me give you a piece of advice. Laud slowly fell to the ground, watching Zaraki Kenpeka in a sorry state, and said indifferently, when you are hit, remember to clench your teeth. If you call it out, it will not look good. Zaraki Kenpeka suddenly shivered, and a strange feeling floated up in his heart. I don't know if it is an illusion, but he always feels that the eyes of Soul King are a little strange, just like looking at a punching bag.